Entering the premises, one is greeted by the sight of crumbling walls and desolation. The electrical wires, frayed and charred, dangle from a pole that has succumbed to the ground. A small two-story building bears a large, gaping hole, while the warehouse's exhaust fan is ensnared by cobwebs, and the once majestic gantry crane at the dock has rusted beyond recognition due to the relentless sun and rain. Stepping gingerly over the rubble, Sugu found himself in this once glorious but now dilapidated naval base. The vestiges of its former grandeur were barely discernible. All the shipgirls had departed, leaving the place vulnerable to the vengeance of the deep-sea adversaries, resulting in the current state of disrepair. While in the county town, he had heard whispers of an abandoned naval base, and, driven by curiosity, had embarked on a lengthy journey to reach this forsaken place. After being swept into the depths of the ocean by the waves, and then resurfacing on the beach, he gradually came to realize that this realm was starkly different from the world he was accustomed to. Here, the shipgirls existed, young maidens who bore the souls of sunken warships, wielding formidable combat powers through their ship forms. The shipgirls here bore an uncanny resemblance to those from a game he once cherished, yet the demands of adulthood and work had diverted his attention for quite some time, causing him to neglect the game. Now, arriving at this peculiar world, he found himself intrigued by its bizarre lore, and, upon hearing of the nearby abandoned naval base, he was inspired to explore it. As he stood amidst the debris, gazing at the overgrown weeds of the fallen naval base, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Suddenly, a small girl with pink hair, donning Katir headphones and cradling a brown-haired doll, appeared before him. Her youthful voice lacked authority, instead evoking a sense of whimsy. With a smile, Sugu inquired, "Who might you be?" "Let me think. Ah, you are Tirpitz, the child version from Children's Day. You must be on a quest to discover the ultimate construction formula, leading you to this naval base in search of treasure." He recognized her appearance and, in his imagination, imposed a narrative upon her, recalling that in the game, Tirpitz was known for possessing the most powerful construction formula. He envisioned her akin to a culinary prodigy, tirelessly seeking the finest cooking tools, albeit in her case, she was on a journey to uncover the ultimate construction formula. "The ultimate construction formula is of little consequence," the girl replied, hugging her doll. "I was once a shipgirl of this naval base, but when the admiral suddenly departed, the base fell into its current state. Yet, I hope that all the shipgirls can once again bask in happiness. If only we could find the admiral, we could gather everyone from across the world and build the most splendid naval base." The little girl, bathed in sunlight and a gentle breeze, resembled a small angel as she spoke. As Tealbits pondered, a sudden thought crossed her mind. A chubby little hand produced a miniature handgun resembling a ship, aimed directly at the adult wearing sunglasses across from her, her expression rife with suspicion. "Why should I share this with you? And how do you know I possess the most formidable construction formula? Who exactly are you?" I'm quite familiar with you, little Jai. In truth, the emergence of shipgirls can be traced back many years. Initially, reports began to trickle in regarding maritime vessels falling prey to enemy assaults. Telegrams from distressed ships described adversaries resembling young maidens, armed with cannons, gliding across the waves. Without any forewarning, these maidens commenced their attacks on the vessels. This telegram was once met with ridicule, deemed utterly absurd, challenging the very fabric of human understanding. However, the situation escalated when survivors from the wrecked ships presented a photograph, compelling humanity to confront the reality of the threat. As more vessels encountered hostile encounters, the governments of mankind, incensed by the attacks, dispatched their formidable fleets. Yet, when confronted by the enemy, those colossal iron battleships found themselves under unimaginable assault. The creatures from the deep, bearing the visage of young girls, possessed abilities starkly different from ordinary humans. They could glide upon the ocean's surface, wielding powerful weaponry later referred to as ship gear. In the face of these giant steel battleships, the maidens held advantages that were unfathomable agility and resupply capabilities, free from the burdens of exorbitant maintenance costs and the salaries of thousands of crew members. Paradoxically, their petite forms belied a firepower that rivaled those mighty warships. Consequently, humanity's war machines ultimately became mere toys, leading to a disastrous defeat. Several nations began to unite, striving to consolidate humanity's vast strength against a common foe. However, as the tide of adversaries surged, humanity faced inevitable failure once more. Just as people suffered defeat after defeat, with invincible fleets sinking and the creatures from the deep escalating their assaults on coastal towns, a naval crew salvaged a long-submerged battleship from the old world. Upon this vessel, they discovered a young girl. This girl, awakened from the sunken ship, possessed abilities akin to those of the deep-sea adversaries. Excitingly, unlike the enemies, these girls were capable of communication and willingly allied with humanity to confront the threats from the depths, gaining the upper hand in battle. Gradually, people discovered that certain individuals could awaken similar maidens from the unique steel and aluminum salvaged from the sea, establishing a form of spiritual connection. Thus, humanity and these maidens formed a partnership, with humans referred to as admirals and the maidens as shipgirls, while their bases became known as naval districts or port at this moment. Sugu found himself confronted by a little girl brandishing a handgun, not a fierce criminal, but merely an adorable child wielding a weapon reminiscent of a toy water gun. Thus, he felt no fear at all. Listening to her words, he pondered, why is she speaking to me? How could I possibly know what you're saying? You assert that you possess the ultimate construction formula, although I have not engaged with the game for quite some time. Such knowledge is not easily forgotten, especially considering I had constructed numerous heavy cruisers based on that so-called formula, which truly lives up to its reputation. He hoisted his backpack, retrieving snacks and nuts he had prepared for lunch, and with a smile, he inquired, of course I know, by the way, would you like some? Oh, no need to be so on guard. You are a ship girl, and I am merely an ordinary person. What harm could I possibly do? Wearing those large sunglasses, you look just like a villain or a spy. Sugu removed his sunglasses, chuckling, what's so strange about wearing sunglasses on a hot summer day? Suddenly, he noticed the little Tirpitz before him burst into tears, sobbing and sniffling, her hands reaching up in a futile attempt to wipe away her tears. Panicked, Sugu felt a surge of sympathy. The adorable little girl was crying so sorrowfully, evoking compassion in any adult who was not averse to lowly characters. Ah, I knew you would come back. Admiral, Tirpitz wistfully reminisced about times gone by. Seabirds soared across the sky. The sea breeze rustled the flags in the harbor, and the summer sun streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting light upon the corridors of the dormitory. The clothes hanging to dry swayed gently in the breeze. As usual, the sound of bells echoed throughout the naval base, signaling noon for lunch and a brief respite. The shipgirls, still at work, paused their tasks to prepare for a meal and rest. Clutching her doll closely, she zipped up her jacket to reveal only the doll's head, gazing at the azure sky with a faint smile gracing her lips. As she walked down the corridor, she reached out to knock on a dormitory window. Meow sister, it's time for lunch. The meow sister she referred to was not the doll in her arms, but the gallant and striking Bismarck, the cornerstone and trump card of the harbor. Whenever the fleet faltered during training exercises, she would emerge as the flagship, leading them to victory. However, shortly thereafter, a languid voice floated out, that of Tirpitz with her mature figure and shoulder-length pink hair. It's you, Xiaozhai, I'm stepping out. Slightly vexed. You call Bismarck sister, so I must call you Meow sister? I'm also Tirpitz, albeit the little Tirpitz. With that thought, she nonetheless asked, would you like to join me for lunch? Ugh, how troublesome. I still have several comics to read. How about this, Xiaozhai? Could you bring me some food instead? Reading comics? Who doesn't know that you are indulging in the works of Sister Meow? I shall not assist you in fetching your meals. Most importantly, I must ensure that when I grow up, I do not turn into an obsolete vessel. With this thought, she shifted her gaze away from the window. Impossible, I must prepare for the drill after dinner, and it's the flagship, after all. At that moment, another voice chimed in, the voice of the destroyer Lafayette. Lilda, let's go eat together. I remember a time when the port was always filled with laughter and joy, various shipgirls with diverse personalities gathering together, creating an atmosphere brimming with merriment that was the true essence of the port. Yet, on that fateful day, after the Admiral ventured out, he never returned. On the dock, everyone was quarreling over the Admiral's whereabouts. The Admiral would never abandon us. Perhaps he has grown weary of this life. It's filled with troublesome individuals. I think he must have perished. Quincy, if you keep spouting nonsense, just look. Sister, they're bullying Quincy. Bismarck, you cannot sortie again. Your consumption is too great, and the base cannot bear it. Then let the destroyers embark on expeditions. Bismarck, are you the secretary's ship? Firefly, return. You should first attend to your sister, that pest, who does nothing but read comics, and yours at that. The German and British ships have always been at odds, and Bismarck roared, Prince of Wales. Ever since the Admiral vanished, the tranquility and laughter of the base dissipated. Giving way to disputes, the British and German ships became bitter adversaries. Before long, the base fell into disarray, Truly a case of fragmentation. My limited knowledge of literary German fails me here. I recall when Hood's sister departed with Renown's sister, and Lexington's sister left with Saratoga's sister, until one day Sister Meow spoke to me. "Little J, come with us, we can no longer remain here." Even Sister Meow's words were met with my refusal. I must find the Admiral and restore the base to its former glory. When, after a long time, I returned to the base, all the shipgirls had departed, and the base lay in ruins, having been subjected to retaliatory attacks from the deep-sea shipgirls. As I curled up amidst the debris, resting for another journey, I encountered the returning Admiral once more. Tears flowed uncontrollably thus. I believed the Admiral would indeed return. It merely required a bit more patience. The wind stirred the dust upon the ground, yet the hopes of the adorable little lowly swiftly transformed into despair. "I'm not your Admiral." Sugu, with a backpack in tow, was not one to take advantage of others naturally. He sought to clarify any misunderstanding at the first opportunity. "Surely it is you, I remember your visage." "I told you I am not." With those words, Sugu pondered, could there truly be someone who resembled him so closely? Little Tirpitz thought for a moment, extending a finger toward the stranger, saying then, "You surely do not believe that something edible would taste peculiar if it were to be cooked instead of eaten raw. Cooking pears or frying bananas may indeed seem peculiar. I also refrain from consuming stir-fried cucumbers and cool sweet potatoes. However, tomatoes, whether eaten raw or cooked, pose no issue for me. I enjoy stewed radishes and even relish pickled ones. I have a preference for fruits over vegetables, with a particular fondness for meat. I prefer red carrots to white ones and have an affinity for onions, yet I absolutely refuse to eat bitter melon or durian. These are rather commonplace inclinations. Many people share similar tastes. However, I genuinely delight in vegetarian fare. By the way, would you care for a pear?" Irritated by the constant interruptions, particularly over matters of such significance, TRBZT exclaimed, "Don't eat it. Now extend your hand." I recall that the Admiral bears a scar. "If you lack one, then you cannot be the Admiral." Sugu extended his hand and replied, "You are mistaken. I do have a scar, but it originated from a childhood incident where the elastic of my smock inadvertently burned my wrist. It is neither a gunshot wound nor a knife injury. It was once located precisely at my wrist, yet with time, its position has shifted considerably." TRB's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Ah, indeed. That is the Admiral's scar." "Incorrect, incorrect. I have no recollection of any naval base." He waved his hand dismissively. He had not been here for long, and he certainly was not a time traveler. This body was unequivocally his own, except for that particular point, which was beyond doubt. TRBZT tilted her head and inquired, "Has your mind perhaps faltered?" "Your mind is the one that has faltered." It must be amnesia. I shall assist you in recalling. You can rely on TRBZT." Feigning maturity, TRBZT crossed her arms and remarked, "You constantly disturb Sister Helena, disregarding her protests and incessantly poking at her. Here, you particularly enjoy poking at Sister Helena's bosom. I certainly have not done that. I'm not a pervert. Because it is a dark secret, you would likely pretend to forget even if someone were to mention it." After a moment's contemplation, TRBZT continued, "Initially, I bestowed a ring upon Sister Lexington because I found wedding dresses beautiful. I adore the sight of Sister Lexington clad in a wedding gown, and I also encouraged Sister Saratoga to wear a bridesmaid's dress. Indeed, wedding dresses are splendid, yet I would never impose such attire upon anyone indefinitely. You call it perverse, but I am not. Wedding dresses are indeed beautiful, yet I have never compelled anyone to wear one. During the operation in the dock, you clearly stated that whoever could sink the deep-sea TRBZT would receive a ring. Originally, the ring was meant for Lingbo, yet it ultimately went to Sister Meow, who is none other than Sister Bismarck." Sugu squatted on the steps of the incline, smiling, but suddenly fell silent in contemplation. The Helena, amidst a fleet of youthful cruisers, possesses the alluring figure of a mature woman, particularly after her transformation, reminiscent of a ripe, tempting peach. In the game, once Helena dons her swimsuit attire, the only fitting descriptor for her ample bosom becomes weighty. Indeed, during those idle moments, I found myself poking at the screen, watching Helena shield her chest with her hand. As for Lexington, in the early days of gameplay, I possessed but a single ring. Reluctant to part with it, I chose to form a bond with a shipgirl who had a wedding outfit. Lexington's bridal ensemble and Saratoga's bridesmaid attire stand out. For once a shipgirl has changed her outfit in the game, who would revert back? Regarding the tungsten operation, our initial victory was largely thanks to the prowess of Ling boss Ling Zhanxian. However, due to insufficient affection for Lingbo, and primarily my reluctance to bestow the ring upon her, I ultimately gifted it to Bismarck. At this juncture, he cast a peculiar glance towards Tirpitz. The first battleship of the naval base is the Colorado, while the first fast battleship is the Lion, as novices inherently favor the Lion. You have only participated in drills, never truly engaging in battle against the deep-sea shipgirls, including Veneto, Washington, and Vanguard. You have merely taken part in exercises without any real combat experience. Aircraft carriers are perpetually stationed at the rear of the fleet, owing to a slight touch of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. The name of the first fleet should indeed be lightning in action, is it not? Sugu rested his palm against his cheek, observing Tirpitz dancing beside him. He felt indifferent towards the so-called naval base, after all. What he had experienced was merely a game, and the laughter within the base held no significance for him. In his heart, Tirpitz was merely an adorable little girl. Nothing more. He inquired, however, this naval base has fallen into decline, reduced to ruins. Tirpitz tilted her head and replied, as long as the admiral is here and everyone remains, what does it matter if the naval base is dilapidated? The base can be rebuilt. The dormitories, the cafeteria, the dry docks, and the warehouses all can be restored as long as the admiral is present. I am not that capable, he confessed. For now, I am merely engaged in a mundane job in the county, lacking the skills to command a fleet. I possess neither connections nor wealth, and I am hardly a soldier. He was not one to wear rose-colored glasses. He understood the distinction between the game and reality. It does not matter, he continued, gazing at the distant sea. The recent events had transpired so abruptly that he was at a loss for how to respond. Being asked to assume the role of admiral, he felt utterly lacking in confidence. He had never studied matters related to this. In the game, everything had been simplified to the point where he could manage. However, becoming an admiral in reality would undoubtedly entail numerous responsibilities. He was well aware that even a small company requires many individuals to operate effectively, let alone a vast naval base. Admitting his inadequacy, he realized that he truly could not handle it. Indeed, he could not. Putting aside all he had forgotten, he acknowledged his ignorance of logistics, operational management, and combat command. Even if he were to become the admiral, managing the naval base would surely descend into chaos. As he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Tirpitz regarding him with a peculiar expression, her demeanor shifting to one of casual understanding. Admiral, what are you saying? You never knew how to do any of these things. Managing the naval base has always been the responsibility of the secretary ship. Yet, you have a penchant for changing secretaries frequently. First it was Lexington, then Lyon, followed by Bismarck, and then Hood. You switched to Washington, Veneto, Vanguard, and even me as your secretary. Ultimately, you ended up with the Deutschland, who has never even participated in an engagement or drill. Most absurdly, even the foolish Quincy became a secretary, despite her complete ineptitude. She can hardly memorize anything and relies on a little note to read. Sugu paused, realizing that the role of secretary was merely a means to increase daily affinity. Therefore, as the affinity grew, the secretary would need to step down. But if he had done nothing, who would actually be executing the tasks? Tirpitz extended her small hand, counting off her fingers. Managing the destroyers has always been Helena's task. Everyone fears her. The duties of the secretary have long been handled quietly by Lexington, who is experienced and the most gentle, ensuring everything is in perfect order. Tidying the dormitory and cleaning up are tasks typically handled by Sister Reputation and Sister Counterattack. However, they are unable to go to the cafeteria, which is managed by Sister Fusang. I delight in consuming mackerel, rice balls, and pickled plums. The command for sorties has always been undertaken by the flagship. As telegraphs are rather inconvenient, most of the time, it is Sister Hood or Sister Bismarck who lead the expeditions. The flagship for exercises frequently changes. For everyone needs to learn the art of command, and I too have studied it. Nonetheless, when it comes to actual sorties, it is still Sister Hood or Sister Bismarck who take the helm. Additionally, Sister Prince of Wales often assumes the role of flagship, though I find myself hesitant to converse with her, as she appears somewhat intimidating. Sugu raised his palm, signaling for a pause, and inquired, wait, since everyone has their roles, what have I been doing all this time? What is my purpose? This question posed a challenge for little Tirpitz. Furrowing her brow in deep thought, she cautiously suggested, what have you been doing? Perhaps just bothering everyone during their breaks, like poking Sister Helena with your finger. That doesn't sound right. Such a troublesome individual seems rather inept. Why would you still wish for them to be an admiral? An admiral is an admiral. It is not a matter of desire. Even if one is inept or lecherous, or spends their days idly sipping tea and reading newspapers while ineffectively directing, they are still an admiral. Regardless of their shortcomings or lack of abilities, it does not diminish their status. The most crucial aspect is that everyone has been brought back to the port area by the admiral, who commanded the fleet to sortie and vanquish the deep-sea sirens, liberating all from the depths and their suffering. It is also the admiral who salvaged the steel imbued with history and memory from the abyss, awakening all from its grasp. An admiral is an admiral, even if they do nothing. They embody the faith and the banner of all. As long as the admiral is present in the naval base, it shall never falter. The sea breeze dispelled the summer heat, leaving Su-gu momentarily speechless as he observed the pink-haired girl extending her hand towards him. However, he remained still, watching her as she sat on the steps. Soon, the wind grew stronger, stirring up dust and causing fallen leaves to dance in the air, accompanied by the sound of cicadas. Su-gu remarked, "But I truly cannot recall many details, specific events. I have no memories associated with you." Subsequently, he noticed Little Tirpitz approaching, wrapping her arms around his neck, her pink hair brushing against his chin. While he remembered how he arrived at the naval base and the constant drills upon his arrival, he felt that after becoming quite formidable, he had become idle each day. Yet, he genuinely could not remember many past events. However, despite the hazy recollections, he distinctly remembered his favorite admiral. It mattered not what had transpired in the past. We can still forge a future and create memories that belong to us. It is perfectly fine to forget. Let us take this opportunity to get to know each other anew. Hello, Commander. Today, we shall fill the port area with the sound of laughter. Moreover, I cherish every word exchanged with the Admiral. Sister Meow, let us strive together. Su-gu was momentarily taken aback. The adorable and understanding little Loli was truly remarkable. Was she about to be conquered by this charming child? For nothing more than the desire to protect that radiant smile, it is sufficient. I shall bear the weight of the responsibility to rebuild the port area. Very well, as long as you do not mind, I shall assume the role of Admiral. Now, what shall we do next? Let us seek out Sister Lexington. On the other side of this vast ocean, finding her will enable us to restore the naval base. For she possesses the most experience. Alas, should the responsibility of rebuilding the naval base not rest upon me as the Admiral? Why must we rely on Lexington? Although she is indeed commendable, I implore you, Little Tirpitz and Little Zhai, please lean on me before we proceed. Chapter 4. The disturbing little abode on a summer day in this coastal county town. A recent rain shower had just passed, leaving the sky a brilliant azure. As if meticulously washed, the refreshing air dissipated rapidly, and soon, one could see the locals lounging under the numerous archways along the streets. In the busiest thoroughfare of the town, a merchant selling coconuts had set up a wooden table beneath the shade of a tree. At the table sat a small girl with pink hair, cradling a coconut and wearing a rather displeased expression, the source of her discontent being the adult across from her, who was suppressing a laugh. The adult appeared to be merely in her teens. How could one dare to address her as any? The coconut vendor was a young girl of around the same age, yet her head adorned with a floral scarf made her seem considerably older, as such attire was typically favored by mature women. However, a slight fuzz on her dusky complexion indicated that she was not as old as her appearance suggested. Recalling their recent exchange, Auntie, I want 2 coconuts. Followed by a sweet smile, call me sister. Auntie. 2 coconuts, 2 coconuts. For a young girl, there is perhaps nothing more disconcerting than being referred to as Auntie. She was so flustered that she could scarcely attend to her own business, even though the one addressing her was merely a child. It's sister. Ultimately, the somewhat wronged Little Tibbets held her coconuts while enduring the malicious laughter of a certain inconsiderate adult. At this moment, Little Tibbets fiddled with the coconut and remarked, from behind, it's impossible to tell what they look like, sister or auntie, they are nearly the same. If one cannot discern the difference, then it's surely appropriate to call her sister. After all, addressing someone as younger is never a mistake. Little Tibbets countered, how troublesome. It should be fine to call her whatever. Nonsense. You usually call Huda sister with such ease. Why not refer to her as Auntie Huda instead? He squinted, reminiscing about a visit to an amusement park during middle school, where he had asked a woman in front of him for a map. Upon calling her auntie, he had witnessed her nearly jumping in outrage, followed by a lengthy lecture about the importance of calling her sister. If Little Tibbets had called Huda auntie, the scene would have been quite spectacular. Yet, Little Tibbets was no weakling. She retorted, all right, then, let us call her Annie Huda, or even Grandma Huda. After Su-gu became the governor, he returned to the county town in the afternoon. The next day, he took Little Tibbets on a stroll, including a visit to the local church. The church was modest and offered little to behold, merely a distant view of a congregation in worship. Despite having just traversed a wondrous experience from one world to another, he still regarded divinity as mere uncharted science. To this day, he considered himself reluctantly agnostic, not firmly committed, more like one who respects the supernatural while keeping a safe distance. Upon exiting the church, they prepared to walk back along the street. He looked at the bouncy little tibbets ahead of him and inquired, "Have you heard of another way to eat lychees? Dip them in soy sauce." Shouty Urbisi expressed a bewildered demeanor and remarked, "Alas, I have never tasted lychee." A sudden wave of guilt washed over Sugu. In the afternoon, he found himself meandering towards the dock in the county town. There, he trod upon the cobblestones, gazing at the neatly aligned warehouses by the roadside, amidst the bustling throng of people. Enormous passenger ships lay anchored upon the sea surface. The narrow road was adorned with various black automobiles reminiscent of the Ford models from the Republican era, grand horses pulling intricately decorated carriages, rickshaws, and carts. Due to several vessels being stranded in the county, the vendors at the dock outnumbered any other time, while travelers, merchants, sailors, opportunists, workers pushing wooden carts laden with goods, street performers entertaining with monkey tricks, beggars, and a myriad of individuals created a scene akin to a museum showcasing the landscapes of the Republic era in the 1930s. At the ticket window on the dock, Sugu scrutinized the schedule displayed on the glass. How much is a ticket to Guichen? Guichen is the city where Lexington is located, a considerable distance from here. The response he received revealed that the ticket fare was utterly unaffordable. Ultimately, the meager wages from his labor thus far offered little financial relief. His presence here signified a disconnection from his past savings, and currency was rendered ineffective for circulation. His earnings were entirely consumed by his living expenses, wardrobe, furniture, wash basins, all necessitating expenditure. As dusk descended, the evening glow bathed the dock in a rosy hue. He observed one ship depart, while another slowly approached the quay. On the dock, sailors cast off the mooring lines from the deck, and the dockworkers tightened the ropes. This port lacked gantry cranes, and the freighters bore no large containers. Workers constructed scaffolding for the cargo ships, with someone on board conversing, shortly followed by the sight of laborers commencing the unloading of goods. Sugu engaged in conversation with a sailor at the dock, inquiring, "Is it common to encounter deep-sea shipgirls at sea?" The sailor replied, "It is not so easy to meet deep-sea shipgirls. Every expanse of ocean is guarded by a naval base. However, shipping routes cannot approach the coast, and there are areas that the naval bases cannot monitor. Indeed, large fleets are always escorted by shipgirls, but for smaller vessels, it is merely a matter of luck." Sugu chuckled and asked, "Which city is your fleet destined for?" As night fell, dinner comprised seafood. Sitting at the table, Shouty Urbisi swung her legs and inquired, "Admiral, what have you been discussing with those people?" Sugu tapped the table with his fingers and replied, "Isn't it said that Lexington is in Guichen? We must take a boat to get there." Shouty Urbisi, having endured a tumultuous journey, found solace only upon locating her admiral. Holding her bowl, she noted that her admiral had finally displayed some semblance of an admiral's awareness, responding, "MHM," and then, under the dim light, Sugu, gripping his chopsticks, confessed, however, "The money I possess is insufficient for us to purchase tickets, so I am contemplating alternative solutions." Confident in his quick wit, Sugu proposed a solution to their dilemma. "Even in the absence of funds, I shall inquire with the sailors at the dock. Merchant vessels typically require the protection of shipgirls. We could easily secure a place on one by promising to provide escort services. You are, after all, a shipgirl." Tirpitz remained silent, diligently scraping the remnants of her meal from her bowl. Perched upon her high chair, her legs dangled in the air, swaying rhythmically as her thoughts drifted elsewhere. After a moment, she suddenly lifted her gaze and asked, "Must we travel on a cargo ship? That seems rather uncomfortable." Sugu paused, taken aback. "I would prefer not to, but alas, I lack the means to afford a passenger ship. I have already mentioned my impoverished state, but I possess some funds," Tirpitz replied, her face brightening. "They were given to me by Sister Meow, and I have yet to spend them." With that, she produced a handful of coins from her pocket and let them spill onto the table, the clinking sound echoing softly. Sugu fell into a brief silence before responding calmly, "There is another reason for avoiding passenger ships, one that is particularly significant. Cargo ships set sail much later. While once loaded, merchant vessels can depart the very next day, albeit under less than ideal conditions. However, serving as an escort for a cargo ship incurs substantial costs in fuel and ammunition, expenditures that surpass those of a passenger vessel." He fell silent once more, then inquired, "Oh, I see. By the way, is that all you plan to eat for dinner? It's essential for growing children to consume more." As night deepened, they extinguished the lights. Tirpitz found herself nestled in bed, while Sugu opted to sleep on the cool floor mat. Though they could have shared a bed, he felt it was his duty, given Tirpitz's youth, to maintain a sense of propriety. "Admiral, may I ask you to knock off the barnacles?" she inquired. "You're not staying in the water. So where would barnacles come from? Then would you assist me in changing my paint scheme? I wish to be adorned in red. Painting? That poses no issue." Suddenly, Tirpitz's voice faltered. "Admiral, may I sleep beside you?" "Why is that?" he asked, curious. I often dream of standing at the harbor, with countless planes soaring above, raining down bombs. It is truly terrifying. Sugu, well aware of the battles and tribulations faced by the battleship Tirpitz, who had seldom seen action and ultimately succumbed to British bombers, whispered softly into the darkness, "As you wish." Before long, he felt Tirpitz snuggling up beside him, her small hand clutching at his clothing. "Admiral, I've got hold of you now. You won't suddenly vanish, will you? Even if you tried, you couldn't escape." "Never," he assured her. "Admiral, I wish to hear a story," she murmured. Chapter 5. On the journey, Xiao Tilbitz often reminisces about the days of wandering after leaving the port district. She recalls afternoons spent climbing from the sea to the shore to dry her drenched garments, evenings beside a crackling bonfire filled with song, and a fleeting moment in the bustling streets where she paused, hand in hand with another, momentarily haunted by thoughts of the Admiral. She remembers the countless cities she traversed, each dawn and dusk imprinted in her memory. On the 20th day after departing from the guardhouse, she found herself at a desolate seaside. The waves crashed against the cliffs, sending forth a myriad of foam, while the empty shore was dotted with small holes excavated by crabs and seabirds settled upon the sands. Soon, the tide surged, the waves rolling in with vigor, startling the foraging birds into flight as the water lapped at her ankles. Before long, the sea receded silently, unveiling a stretch of sand adorned with shells. Standing upon the golden beach, she gazed at the tropical landscape, where palm trees thrived in lush abundance due to the copious rainfall, a sight she had never witnessed before. She also recalls a day long after leaving the guardhouse when she unexpectedly encountered former comrades on the streets. Their cheerful chatter momentarily lulled her into believing that nothing had changed, that the guardhouse still resonated with laughter. Yet, as she glanced around, she was reminded of the unfamiliar faces and towering buildings that surrounded her, awakening her to the reality that the once vibrant guardhouse had fallen into ruin. Along with the port district, she heard whispers that Sister Lexington had ventured to the distant Gue city, where she cultivated a grove of osmanthus trees, the place most reminiscent of the Admiral's homeland. The Admiral had once mentioned that in October, the streets there were filled with the fragrance of osmanthus blossoms. Yet, Gue City was not the Admiral's true hometown, for he had asserted, "You cannot visit my homeland." Sisterhood seemed to have established a grand company, transforming into a true heiress, surrounded by bodyguards. But did the shipgirls truly require human protection? This notion puzzled her slightly. Rumor had it that Sister HSD had become a lawyer and bravely traveled eastward, contemplating a name change to Changchun, a decision she found rather whimsical. Everyone had found their own paths in life. Along her journey, she had encountered many individuals and shared numerous experiences. She met fellow shipgirls, wandering together, navigating coastal routes around great mountains, and even crossing a strait. She faced formidable fleets of deep-sea shipgirls, enduring fierce battles that nearly led to their sinking. Yet they persevered. Occasionally, they would indulge in hearty meals in small towns, and once, she stumbled upon a dodgy establishment with a terrible proprietor. When reason failed to sway him, she summoned her ship form, causing quite the uproar. What kind of fool would dare provoke her, mistaking her for a mere child? Ultimately, after a lengthy detour, she returned once more to the guardhouse, which lay in a state of disrepair. Yet, it felt splendid to reunite with the Admiral. She reflected on her recent experiences, the conversations still vivid in her mind. Towels, toothbrushes, water cups, what else might she require? "Admiral, I have heard that the shipgirls outside have taken names. Without names, chaos ensues. Perhaps I shall be called Little Jai or Young Jai. I am not a homebody. Sister Tilbitz is the true homebody." She recalled sitting at the edge of the bed, watching the Admiral pack an abundance of belongings into his bag. In the past, she could travel effortlessly, carrying nothing but her spirit of adventure. Yet, the Admiral's excessive luggage seemed burdensome, prompting her to inquire, "Why are we only departing today?" The boss at her workplace was quite amiable. He had hired someone to take over her position, and the transition had been smoothly arranged. Reflecting on these mundane exchanges, tears unexpectedly streamed down her cheeks. Indeed, having the Admiral by her side felt distinctly different. While she scarcely remembered the affairs of the naval base, the events of the past few days were vividly etched in her mind. Collecting crabs and fishing by the seaside, gathering beautiful seashells. Swimming, she had only just realized how adept the Admiral was in the water. As the passenger ship swayed gently on the ocean, the little girl rested her palm on the cabin door handle, reminiscing about many moments. She ascended the staircase to the deck and spotted her Admiral gazing into the distance. She approached quietly and whispered, "Admiral, let's not speak just yet." Following her Admiral's gaze, she noticed two soldiers clad in white uniforms engaged in conversation. Giggling, the Admiral is eavesdropping. It was not a matter of prying into secrets. Their conversation on the deck was devoid of any intent to conceal. Both were also admirals, simply finding their dialogue entertaining. Then she beheld her admiral's radiant smile. Sugu gently ruffled Little Tbilisi's hair, reflecting on the fact that they had left their original county several days ago. They were now on their journey to Gue City, having passed through the third city along the route. During a stop in the previous city, they had relished a day filled with exotic experiences before boarding the ship once more. Passengers disembarked and boarded in waves, and now the vessel sailed across the boundless ocean. The sun blazed relentlessly. Naturally, the passenger ship was not equipped with air conditioning. After all, providing cool comfort for an entire shipload of travelers would necessitate an extravagant central air system, a luxury beyond the means of such a modest vessel. With little to occupy her on the ship, the initial excitement had long since waned amidst the endless voyage and its accompanying jolts. That morning, she unexpectedly encountered two admirals on the deck, discerning their identities through their conversation. They were not discussing any confidential matters, but were merely leaning against the railing, engaging in light banter. "I like Fusang. After all, it's the land of the Ball King." The younger admiral spoke. "What about Veneto and Andrea? Don't they appeal to you, despite their youthful forms?" "I dislike them. It's simply too tranquil there, on the deck." "Isn't that a bit excessive to say? What's wrong with an admiral appreciating ample bosoms?" "I admire Fusang's grand appearance. No matter how one tries, those radiant attributes cannot be concealed. However, if we speak of the finest silhouette, I believe the Lion class reigns supreme. A proud and aloof queen. How splendid it is to be born in this era. You truly are peculiar." "Is there anything wrong with an admiral being peculiar? By the way, how many shipgirls are there currently in your naval base?" "Several. But the only one I can truly claim as mine is Takao." "Ah, Sai Kaosheng. Is that it?" "Just one, Kaosheng. That settles it, senior. Your ship girl must be her, with long black hair tied into a ponytail, walking over now. I've heard she despises your frivolous demeanor. There is no need to be concerned. She has arrived, and I fear nothing." "Ahem, by the way. Can you independently conduct a retrospective analysis and tactical simulation of the Battle of Midway? Do you comprehend how to define the Guadalcanal campaign as the true turning point of the Pacific War? This matter has long been a subject of heated debate among experts." Meanwhile, in another corner of the passenger ship's deck, Little Tbilisi observed her admiral, who was not only eavesdropping but also smiling, unexpectedly discovering a different facet of her admiral. He was intently gazing at the approaching Kaosheng. Was he taken with another ship girl? What a troublesome admiral indeed. Little Tbilisi, clenching her tiny fist while watching Kaosheng in the distance, tugged at Su Gu's clothing. "Admiral, crouch down, crouch down." Confused, Su Gu complied. And Little Tbilisi leaned in close to whisper in his ear, "Admiral, there is no need for envy. I possess the most formidable construction formula in my hands." Chapter 6. Encounters in unexpected places. The saying goes that acknowledging a commander is akin to signing a bond of servitude, a notion perpetuated among the free shipgirls. The crimson-haired maiden now enjoys her liberty as a shipgirl, ascending the rope ladder of a passenger vessel from the sea's surface. In this era, any ship daring to navigate the waters requires protection, and her mission is to shield the passenger ship from the deep-sea entities. The absence of a commander signifies freedom, a release from constraints, allowing her to disregard appearances. At this moment, she climbed aboard the passenger vessel and unceremoniously sat on the corridor floor for several minutes, wringing out the damp cuffs of her trousers before retreating to her designated room. Inside, a golden-haired girl awaited her presence. "Qin Ing," she acknowledged. "Yes? How is the route?" "Unchanged. This passage is inherently safe, with naval bases stationed along the way. Should any incidents arise, the deep-sea entities would have been subdued long before. Numerous naval bases exist today, as the threat of deep-sea entities looms wherever human activity is present, leading to the establishment of these bastions. Their role as guardians of the passenger vessel is merely a precaution against any stray threats and unforeseen circumstances. Their duties do not entail significant peril that might lead to their demise. Indeed, with all these naval bases, there was a time when a commander sought to recruit me, but I declined. Speaking of which, Qin Ing, you previously belonged to a naval base, correct?" As the crimson-haired girl unfastened her soaked shirt to change into something dry, she paused, towel in hand, drying her hair, and replied hesitantly, "Yes, I did." The golden-haired girl, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What did you do at the naval base? Were there daily drills and expeditions? Was there danger in suppressing the nearby deep-sea entities?" "There were neither drills nor expeditions. Nothing of the sort occurred. I was quite inconspicuous, merely brought to the port area by a commander. I never engaged in combat, nor did I participate in any exercises. With so many individuals around, I hardly stood out. The only skill I could slightly boast of was my anti-aircraft capability, but that is the most trivial of talents. Opportunities to meet the commander were rare, and I doubt he even recognized me." "Surely not. Your current name is Qin Ing. Was it not bestowed upon you by your commander?" "How could that be?" He never named anyone. He had nicknames, though, an irreverent commander. I chose this name for myself. I used to have a rather unpleasant name, which I changed. Neither my original name nor my current one provides any sense of belonging. I could change it at will. As shipgirls, inheritors of the souls of warships. Bearing the names of these vessels seems inherently inappropriate. Though each shipgirl is unique, the distinction is akin to that between Siamese cats and ragdolls. After all, when several shipgirls, each embodying the same warship spirit, stand together without names, it becomes quite challenging to tell them apart, an issue that often arises when multiple naval bases form a joint fleet. Generally speaking, a commander typically bestows a unique name upon their shipgirls, rather than merely relying on the names inherited from the souls of the warships. The blonde girl was momentarily taken aback. This contradicted what she had heard. However, considering the possibility of an eccentric base, she inquired, "What is your base like?" "My previous base," she began, "was quite formidable. You might think I'm boasting. But envision this. It was a base where even a high-speed battleship might not have the opportunity to engage. Such strength. Speaking of which, I've never asked you why you left your base. You mentioned that your commander might not even remember you. Did you depart because you felt unappreciated? No one leaves their base simply due to a lack of recognition. We are not like humans, whose hearts are fickle. Our hearts are akin to steel. Even exposed to the elements, they merely rust. In truth, my former base was vast, yet only a select few were truly valued. Some shipgirls were initially held in high regard upon their arrival, participating in exercises and serving as secretary ships. Everyone worked diligently and quickly grew stronger. Yet as they reached unprecedented levels of power, they were suddenly cast aside, not abandoned, but rather as if everything became irrelevant to them. Exercises ceased, and no sorties required their presence. And so it went. The blonde girl leaned on the ship, swinging her legs, her chin resting on her hands. What a peculiar base. Indeed, the red-haired girl replied, reflecting on it herself, especially after being away for such a long time. I often feel our base is quite out of place compared to others. Nevertheless, she continued, you still haven't explained why you left your base. The red-haired girl donned a fresh outfit, her hands sweeping her long hair from beneath her top. After shaking her head, she replied, I left because my commander suddenly vanished, completely untraceable. Speaking of which, where is Shao Purple? She was in the cabin this morning, and when she returned at noon, she seemed quite elated. At this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if someone whisked her away one day. The red-haired girl adjusted her bangs in front of the mirror. Aware that though they were shipgirls, some even referred to as weapons, her youthful desire for beauty remained intact. Upon exiting her room, she encountered Shao Purple, a shipgirl with an exuberant personality. My dear Hikari, she greeted. Please, don't call me that. Wait, it's your turn for duty. You're up for patrol now, and I'll take over tonight. Could you cover for me just this once? I'll handle tonight's patrol. Nighttime patrols were significantly more arduous than those during the day. Previously, when it was her turn, the other would always lament. So it was unusual for her to be so eager today. What is the occasion? She asked. I've been listening to someone tell a story. Admittedly, they lack eloquence, but it's surprisingly intriguing. He mentioned he would speak to me in the afternoon. Initially, he had no intention of continuing the conversation, but upon meeting my eager gaze, he acquiesced, truly a good person. What kind of person is he, after all? They were situated in the upper structure of the passenger ship, where the corridor offered a view of the deck below. Pointing towards a pair, a man and a young girl, on the deck, she remarked. The one accompanying the little girl appears to be siblings. If they were father and daughter, she wouldn't be so large. He narrated stories to his sister, and upon hearing this, I inquired if I could listen as well, to which he consented, and I listened for an entire morning. The red-haired girl narrowed her eyes slightly. That duo was unmistakably familiar. After a prolonged silence, she stated, they are not siblings. They are an admiral and a shipgirl. She displayed a startled expression, asking, a shipgirl? Then what class of destroyer is that little girl? She is not a destroyer. She is a battleship. A battleship of such diminutive size? Never mind. It's none of my concern. Just help me manage the class for a bit. Contrary to her usual amiable demeanor, the red-haired girl firmly refused. Her gaze fixated on the pair on the deck. No, this time absolutely not. It is simply out of the question. At that moment, she pondered with some confusion. Wasn't he that scoundrel supposed to be dead? Chapter 7. A few comedians' summer has long since passed, and autumn is now upon us. It has been many days since I arrived in this world. After enjoying lunch in the dining hall of the passenger ship, I once again encountered the two admirals I had previously met. You must understand that we differ greatly from the traditional Navy. Many military disciplines do not apply to us. Although the military's regulations hold no sway over us, as admirals, our primary adversaries are the military police. There exists a certain organization, or perhaps a society, that you should never engage with, for once you are associated with them, you become enemies of the military police. I am but a novice admiral. Do not deceive me. This organization is whimsically named May I Offer You Some Rabbit Today? Its motto can be summarized in a single phrase: destroyers are simply marvelous. Such a peculiar name, indeed. But why is that so? What is so special about destroyers? Consider this. A destroyer is but a young girl, far from the age of budding romance, and she will not suddenly develop feelings for someone. It is not that the shipgirls easily abandon their initial intentions. Apart from their admiral, they seldom harbor affections for outsiders. The older admiral, momentarily irate, retorted, "Are you being contrary? Are you even listening?" Yes, please continue," I urged. A destroyer, as her admiral, assumes the role of an elder brother or father figure, and she will forever be your little sister or daughter. You may carry her about without fear of being labeled a pervert. You can lift her high or indulge in playful games like riding on your shoulders. The most trivial of treats, a scoop of ice cream, a piece of candy, or a simple compliment can bring her immense joy for an extended time. Unlike the more mature shipgirls, who incessantly demand your labor and seek to engage in intimate games, destroyers do not question your late-night returns with inquiries such as, "Have you been drinking?" Or "What about your rowdy friends?" When your attention occasionally drifts to other shipgirls, a destroyer will not cast a disdainful glance your way, uttering, a lecher. Destroyers are adorable and easy to care for. They truly are splendid. The young admiral covered the slight upward curve of his lips with his palm, his eyelids drooping slightly as he remarked, "Indeed, they are wonderful. In fact, I have a friend who says the same. We are all adults, all admirals, and we understand. Let us be generous. There is no need to claim it is merely your friend who adores them. I, too, find them delightful. Destroyers are simply marvelous. But where shall we find these destroyers? I do not know. However, senior, your shipgirl is approaching. Well, as your senior, I must offer you this counsel. Learn to adhere to naval regulations. Even a single visit to the military police leaves an indelible stain on one's record. As admirals, we must first hold ourselves to a strict standard while being lenient toward others. Remember these principles and strive to be an admiral of whom all can be proud. Bear in mind, becoming an admiral is not about indulging personal desires. It is about ensuring the happiness of those living in the shadows of the deep-sea shipgirls. One must possess ideals. Sugu gazed out at the distant sea, reflecting on the fact that he was never a person with grand aspirations. Initially, his sole purpose in preparing for exams was merely to secure a mundane job that allowed him to pass his days sipping tea and reading newspapers. Upon arriving in this place, his thoughts were consumed by the struggle for survival. Even the knowledge that he had entered a wondrous world populated by shipgirls failed to ignite any desire within him to become an admiral. Life, however, improved swiftly. Yet, the anxiety of being in an unfamiliar world and the nostalgia for the past weighed heavily on him, creating a sense of melancholy that left him disheartened. After regaining a semblance of spirit, he resolved to visit the nearby abandoned naval base. It was in this context that he met Tirpitz, a chance encounter that felt as if it were orchestrated by fate. The naval base he had once constructed in a leisurely game had materialized before his eyes. And aside from the absurdity and surrealism of it all, he found that the initial drive to revive this dilapidated outpost was absent. In retrospect, the reason for wanting to become the admiral of this base could be attributed to Tirpitz's radiant smile. The sea breeze intensified, causing the passenger ship to sway. And soon he returned to his cabin. Tirpitz, cradling her plush toy, was peacefully napping. Her pink hair splayed across the pillow, and her petite form curled up, exuding an aura of bliss. Her round, cherubic face and plump arms did not convey a sense of thinness or heaviness. Rather, they embodied the essence of childhood innocence. Untouched by adult standards of beauty, he mused quietly, recognizing that while destroyers may not epitomize cuteness, it is the adorable little girls who truly capture the heart. In the room, Sugu pulled a chair beside the bed. As the ship rocked with the waves, Tirpitz stirred, groggily sitting up and rubbing her eyes. She propped her chin on her hand, looking curiously at Sugu, and asked, "Admiral, what are you staring at?" "Nothing in particular," he replied, noticing her rubbing her arm, which had left a red mark from sleeping on the bamboo mat. The sight of her cheeks puffed up was utterly charming. And a thought crossed his mind. Before encountering the beloved little girl, one could never truly identify as a lowly enthusiast. He opened the window, commenting, "The wind outside is quite strong. I wonder if it will rain. Rain would bring a refreshing chill." Tirpitz knelt by the window, gazing out. If it rains heavily, deep-sea shipgirls might appear. Sugu followed her gaze, inexplicably sensing that the weather had grown ominous. "Surely not," he replied. "Don't worry, Admiral. I will defeat them." She assured him. "Not that I'm afraid," he clarified, "but I must remember to say something cool when they arrive." The conversation shifted, and Sugu inquired, "What would be a cool thing to say?" Tirpitz tilted her head in contemplation, eventually suggesting, "How about, are you looking for death?" "Not quite cool enough," he replied. "What would make it truly cool?" Sugu pondered for a moment and spoke. Such arrogance and reckless abandon must be met with punishment. Little Tirpitz's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as she responded, "And what else? For whom do you clench your fists in anger?" "To punish the wicked and uphold justice." "Oh, Commander, that is truly impressive." Sugu felt a swell of pride under Little Tirpitz's admiring gaze. He racked his brain and declared, "My body and soul are untainted. My every thought and action is steeped in righteousness. Or rather, I should say, my heart and deeds are as clear as a pristine mirror. And all I do is for the sake of justice." While it sounded quite dashing, it lacked a certain flair. However, this phrase is undoubtedly striking and fitting. I have witnessed the rise and fall of countless empires, and the birth and extinction of numerous species. For centuries, the folly of humankind has remained unchanged. Your presence here only serves to affirm this truth. When those deep-sea ship girls arrive, you should declare this. It would be splendid. Wouldn't it? "How cool, Commander!" Little Tirpitz exclaimed. Yet the most iconic line is undoubtedly this one. Imagine the scene. As the sky darkens, cannon fire erupts around us. Water columns splashing from the ocean's surface. Then, amidst the smoke created by the bombardment, the haze is swept away by the sea breeze, and you emerge from the mist. Uttering cold and wrathful words, you are courting your own demise. How does that sound? That line is extraordinarily powerful. Upon uttering these words, Sugu suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, such delightful melodrama. He then noticed Little Tirpitz's eyes gleaming with admiration, undoubtedly a true otaku at heart. Aside from her fondness for doujinshi and anime, it seemed she could not resist such wonderfully over-the-top sentiments. Following this exchange, regardless of Little Tirpitz's overt admiration, Sugu chose to remain silent. Soon after, she abruptly sat up in bed, crossing her legs as she said, "By the way, Commander, weren't you supposed to tell the older sister a story this morning?" Chapter 8. Who am I? The enigma of the birth of ship girls. This has been a perplexing mystery for Sugu, one that he has only partially grasped thus far. The construction of ship girls, while labeled as building, is, in truth, an act of awakening these beings from steel. However, the steel in question cannot simply be derived from a steel mill, otherwise, ship girls would be rampant. In reality, their numbers are exceedingly scant compared to humanity, as the steel required for their awakening must be salvaged from the depths of the ocean. Only steel that has endured the passage of history, imbued with human longing and memories, possesses the capacity to awaken ship girls. It is noteworthy that the vessels that manifest are predominantly those that have endured the trials of World War I and World War II. This is because these ships were commanded by countless sailors in naval battles, and the intense hopes and despair experienced during the flames of war are the paramount reasons for the emergence of ship girls. Although there are also designs like the Lion class, even these blueprint vessels encapsulate the aspirations and yearnings of numerous researchers for victory. Each ship girl, upon awakening, possesses a distinct personality, not unlike that of a child who must undergo a lengthy maturation process and extensive education to develop their worldview and knowledge. Shipgirls, however, do not require such a journey. They awaken with their own personalities, whether they be aloof or proud, cheerful or introverted. The steel salvage to awaken them often comes from decommissioned warships, with many of these vessels having long borne the weight of longing and memory. It is only through these remnants that admirals can awaken shipgirls, as they arise from the collective memories and sentiments of those who once sailed aboard these ships. This explains why shipgirls possess established personalities and knowledge upon awakening. Their existence is steeped in the memories of the past. Since shipgirls are birthed from the confluence of countless human emotions and memories woven into the history of warships, they can be likened to spirits or heroic spirits. Being born from yearning and reminiscence, shipgirls seem innately capable of discerning the intentions of those around them, showing a remarkable sensitivity to the hearts of others. While they may present a facade of innocence and charm before their admirals, those who mistakenly believe they are easy to manipulate will find themselves gravely mistaken. Even if they appear as mere young maidens, those who approach with ill intentions will ultimately pay a price. Deep-sea shipgirls, too, are born of similar circumstances. However, unlike their counterparts, while shipgirls emerge from a backdrop of beautiful memories, hope, and courage, deep-sea shipgirls arise from a maelstrom of countless grievances. Memories of struggle before death, despair, and wailing. They embody a convergence of all that is unseemly, often manifesting in forms that appear bound or constrained. Defeating deep-sea shipgirls may reveal those who are unwilling to be shackled by their grievances. When they are vanquished, their resentments dissipate, allowing them to experience beauty and ultimately break free from the depths, transforming into shipgirls. This phenomenon is what many refer to as salvaging ships. This narrative is derived from previously read books and various accounts from individuals, including those of Tbilisi and a shipgirl who insisted on sharing stories during the morning. It serves as a summation regarding the emergence of shipgirls. At this moment, he recalls that particular shipgirl who unexpectedly possesses a joyful and exuberant disposition. As Sugu arrives at the designated location, he observes the other party seated at a table, conversing with an unfamiliar young girl, their laughter ringing out with carefree abandon. Truly a reflection of the transformed shipgirl's character. Over here, upon spotting Sugu, the shipgirl immediately rises, waving her hand. I brought a friend along. Is that all right? Oh, splendid. That's good to hear. Say, since I've been listening to stories for so long, shouldn't I share something too? But I'm unsure what to say. I'm not very good at storytelling and haven't read many books. To be honest, I struggle with reading. Is that all right? You wish to hear about our daily lives? What is interesting about that? Daily life as a shipgirl? How did you know I am one? I thought I was disguised quite well. What? You saw me unfurl my ship gear while standing on the deck, advancing across the sea? Fine, fine. I suppose I can share, but I'm aware that the little girl beside you is also a shipgirl. What? You wish to know how we were awakened? No one awakened me. I came to consciousness with memories intact. How intrusive. You are quite bold to pry into my private matters. Absolutely not. I cannot divulge that. Joyful, spirited, and lively, this is the impression left on Sugu, contrasting with the other girl, who appears gentle and familiar. As twilight descends, after exchanging a few words, they bid each other farewell. Given her role as the escort for the passenger ship, she is likely well acquainted with the travel routes. As they part ways, Sugu casually inquires, when the passenger ship docks at Guicheng next, we can disembark, right? Yes, but we still have quite a long journey ahead. Do you have any particular plans once we arrive? I've heard the scenery there isn't appealing. I'm not going for tourism. I'm going there to find someone. Upon uttering this, he notices the red-haired girl accompanying the shipgirl casting a peculiar glance, though he dismisses it, as there are no connections or vested interests at stake. Soon, while walking back to his room, Sugu speaks to Tbilisi. In 2 days, we'll be able to disembark. Thankfully, I don't get seasick, but the boat is quite rocky and exceedingly dull. I should have known to bring some books along. The passenger ship does have a casino, which I checked out. It was a chaotic mess. Once we reach Guicheng, I should be able to locate Lexington. But I must also prepare for the possibility of not finding her. Even if we do find her, she might not be willing to assist us, which we cannot take for granted. At that point, we can travel eastward. I've heard that Chuangxiushi is entirely developed around a naval academy that cultivates commanders. Revitalizing the naval base requires funds, but your resources are insufficient, and I am equally short on money. We must devise a plan to earn some. Today, I encountered those shipgirls who serve as escorts for the passenger ship. They receive salaries. I wonder if we could establish a security company, or perhaps logistics. However, at the very least, there must be some initial capital. Little Tbilisi had yet to utter a word, and Sugu noticed that the red-haired girl, a guardian of the same passenger ship, had not followed her companions but seemed to be trailing him instead. He pondered her intentions. Typically, such behavior would be unusual. Perhaps she was merely passing by. Yet, it wouldn't hurt to ascertain her motives. He halted Little Tbilisi and pointed towards the horizon, remarking, "Do you perceive that the sea's surface appears somewhat curved? It is due to the Earth's spherical nature." The red-haired girl, instead of moving past them, paused beside them. Sugu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is there something you need?" The girl, with widened eyes, extended her finger towards herself and exclaimed, You don't recognize me anymore? We have met before, surely." Sugu crossed his arms and lowered his head in contemplation. Could she be a shipgirl? However, when he glanced at Little Tbilisi, the little girl looked back at him, clearly bewildered, indicating that she was not familiar with the girl. As he tried to recall red-haired shipgirls, he wondered if it could be Uberi, but dismissed that thought. Perhaps it was the mischievous little devil Alvilda? No, it was Aviel. No, that was incorrect. Was it Bielshare? No. Then could it be Taiho? No. Such musings seemed rather amusing, yet as he witnessed the girl on the verge of tears, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Finally, in resignation, Sugu asked, "Who exactly are you? My memory is rather poor." "I am the Saint Juan. The light cruiser Saint Juan." "Ah, Saint Juan. Well, hello there." At that moment, as he spoke, Sugu noticed tears cascading down the cheeks of the girl standing before him, hands clasped behind her back. Chapter 9. The Injustice of Dog Food. Have you taken notice? San Juan still vividly recalls the first encounter with the Admiral. It was a bright, sunny day, a rare warmth amidst the frigid winter. "Greetings. I am the Atlanta-class San Juan, and I look forward to your guidance." I still remember my first words to the Admiral as if it were yesterday. almost biting my tongue in the process, but fortunately, I did not embarrass myself. The naval base had already welcomed many sisters. I recall the frequency of sorties. The sisters would hastily resupply after returning from battle, only to embark on new missions almost immediately. I remember standing by the dock, gently caressing my skirt while perched on a mooring post, watching fleet after fleet set sail. Expeditions were frequent, as there was little consumption, allowing the fleets to return with spoils and set out again without delay. It seemed that my upcoming tasks would be quite demanding, and I resolved to put forth my utmost effort, resting my chin on my hand as I gazed at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Although I had prepared myself, unexpectedly, no tasks were assigned to me. There were no expeditions or sorties. The USS Vanguard and her companions had subdued another batch of deep-sea shipgirls. Still, I found myself without a purpose. We achieved a great victory, and now we could venture into new waters, yet I remained idle. The newly arrived Helena engaged in drills daily. Time passed, and I felt as if I had been forgotten, languishing in inactivity. While it was indeed pleasant to have no tasks, a profound boredom and guilt set in, as if I were an unnecessary and ineffective presence. Soon after, Bismarck and Tirpitz also took up positions at the base, making it stronger than ever. Each day, I lingered at the base, occasionally engaging in idle conversations with others. After numerous battles, despite my firepower remaining unchanged, I had learned to evade enemy attacks with greater skill. The Admiral equipped Helena with long-range cannons suitable for light cruisers. As I passed by the dormitory, I heard Kirov weeping. Why was she crying? She appeared so strong. It puzzled me. As time gradually slipped away, the naval base flourished like never before, with those battleships frequently engaged in exercises becoming formidable. The previously idle Deutschland finally had the opportunity to sortie and even became the secretary ship, causing quite a stir among the otherwise unnoticed. It was surprising that an admiral who admired heavy artillery would allow a ship like Deutschland, which lacked both firepower and heavy armor, to take action. Reflecting on my own situation, while my offensive capabilities may not be strong, my air defense was exceptional. I pondered when it would be my turn. Surely, one day would come, I thought, counting the days as they passed. I could see Deutschland beaming with joy each day, as if to say, if the admiral gives me a ring, I will marry him immediately. It is known that the admiral possesses numerous rings, but aside from the frequently deployed large vessels, none have received them, not even Tirpitz and Bismarck, who only recently acquired theirs. At times, I ponder the admiral's generosity in bestowing rings upon so many. It seems rather callous. Yet, as an outsider, I refrain from voicing too many opinions. Unfortunately, the fortune of the Deutschland soon came to an end, without any combat missions. She too remained ringless, save for a maid outfit gifted by the admiral, marking an abrupt conclusion to her expectations. Then came a day when the admiral vanished without a trace, leaving everyone perplexed. Saint Juan lay in her bunk, reminiscing about past events in the naval base. Although life had not been particularly sweet, there was always a glimmer of hope. However, the admiral's sudden departure and subsequent failure to recognize her upon their next encounter left her questioning her own insignificance, stirring an inexplicable sense of melancholy within her. Suddenly, a clattering sound echoed beside her bed. Saint Juan turned her gaze to see a golden-haired girl rapping on the bed. Qin, it's your turn to patrol now. Don't call me Qin, just refer to me as Saint Juan. I'm contemplating a name change since I've lost my aspirations. Very well, Saint Juan. It's your turn to patrol now. Saint Juan buried her head under her pillow, exclaiming, surely, it's too soon for me to take over. You've been lounging in bed for several hours. What are you doing? Don't ask me. I'm feeling quite vexed. Please take over for me. No. If you refuse, I suppose I shall skip my shift. Clutching her pillow, Saint Juan mused about what she would do if the admiral no longer desired her presence. Saint Juan, you truly possess a submissive nature. Have you been wronged? If scolded, retaliate. If struck, strike back. If you cannot hold your own, we will assist you. What good does it do to bottle it up? If abandoned, seek revenge. Ah, as the saying goes, today you treat me with indifference, tomorrow I shall make you regret it. Remember, you are the mightiest anti-aircraft light cruiser. So I should retaliate? Indeed, that is the course I shall take. In a sudden rush, Saint Juan dashed away, while Su Gu and the petite Tirpitz returned to their quarters. Su Gu recalled that Saint Juan existed, yet the specifics of when she was acquired or constructed eluded him. Perhaps, due to her frequent appearances, she had been consumed as anti-air fodder for enhancements, which was quite common in the initial stages of the game. Even if she had not been consumed and merely relegated to a collection ship, it was entirely plausible. Among the light cruisers, the only one capable of combat was Helena. While Saint Juan was neither particularly rare nor powerful, making her forgettable. That she was not as renowned as the Takao class was hardly surprising. Su Gu glanced at the petite Tirpitz, who was perched by the window, gazing outside. He nudged her gently, asking, "Do you recognize the one from the beginning? That's Saint Juan?" No. Based on his gaming experience, Saint Juan was merely an overlooked shipgirl, eternally a level 1. Indeed, it appears that there have been no prior drills. However, the Tirpitz has undergone training, and upon its retrieval, it was immediately leveled to its maximum potential, with its favorability soaring to the highest tier, thus garnering considerable attention. Reflecting on this, amidst the hundreds of vessels stationed at the base, the Tirpitz stands as a newcomer, while the San Juan is perceived as an uncherished entry in the collection. It is conceivable that the two are unfamiliar with each other. Yet, is it not possible that this San Juan is indeed our own? Are you acquainted with our base's San Juan? Does our base even possess a San Juan? Su-gu, perplexed, pondered whether he had retained the San Juan, considering its magnificent portrayal. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Are you familiar with the Ishian? And the Leipzig?" "Of course, I know them well. I recognize everyone at our base." "What about the Ingrue and Jawa? Are you familiar with them?" "I am indeed. However, I certainly do not possess Ingrue or Jawa. They are practically unattainable. If you happen to encounter Ingrue or Jawa at the base, it is likely that you would not recognize me either." At that moment, Su-gu observed the Tirpitz curled up on the bed, cradling her head. Yes, I apologize. In truth, I do not recognize the Ishian or Leipzig." Chapter 10, Condemnation. In the end, Su-gu could not bring himself to do anything to Scharnhorst, as the sight of her cradling her head with a look of utter dismay melted his heart. Unable to act, he settled beside her on the bed and remarked, "I presume that San Juan is also one of our fleet maidens." Scharnhorst crawled closer to Su-gu and raised her head, saying, "But Admiral, you made her cry." Su-gu reached out to pinch her cheek, replying, "The primary cause of her tears lies with you, does it not?" The look of grievance vanished instantly as Scharnhorst adopted a heroic demeanor, stating, "It is the adult who shirks responsibility. You must apologize and bring everyone back." "Let us seek San Juan tomorrow," Su-gu suggested. "Why not now? The sooner you apologize, the better. What time is it?" Running to a young lady's room in the dead of night might lead others to think ill of you, an abuser, a lecher, or worse. Such labels would be thrust upon you in an instant. Besides, we do not even know where her room is. Even if it is a guest ship, we cannot wander about freely. It might be misconstrued as ill-intentioned. But I am a girl too. You are merely a child. Reviving the fleet requires numerous resources, among which money and personnel hold paramount importance. The stark realities diverge greatly from the confines of a game. Many people and matters extend beyond mere gameplay. Establishing a fleet demands substantial funds, and the fleet maidens cannot simply be neglected in the docks. Currently, the original fleet is in decline, with maidens scattered. While Scharnhorst harbors hopes of rebuilding, others may not share her sentiment. For those maidens who have long been indifferent, the fleet may merely represent a cage. Who knows what San Juan truly thinks? From this perspective, one might hope San Juan will return. Yet, who can say for certain? Our fleet is presently destitute. Once the Admiral appears, everyone will return. You are just a child, of course, you would think that. Why is all the blame placed on children? If I am mistaken, feel free to refute me. Why must you label me as a child? Consider this. When one is sheltered within the fleet, they may be content with their circumstances. Yet, upon venturing into the wider world, perspectives inevitably shift. What if some maidens, disillusioned by the fleet's decline, find themselves joining other fleets? Would they not then have two admirals, one from their past and one from the present? Whom do you believe they would choose? Let us not entertain such dreadful thoughts. Generally, fleet maidens are quite lovely, pursued by many. What if they fall for someone else? Can you truly expect to summon them back to the fleet? Such scenarios will not transpire. Why not? Simply because they will not. Enough of this. Let us contemplate how we might interact with the original fleet maidens if we encounter them. To know oneself and the adversary is to ensure victory in every battle. Should we meet them in the future, we ought to be prepared, for not everyone possesses a candid disposition like Scharnhorst, who speaks her mind without reservation. As Su-gu pondered over the crimson-haired maiden, San Juan, he speculated that she was likely of high school age. Her visage was undoubtedly exquisite and charming, with a physique that could be deemed average. In terms of personality, it was challenging for him to ascertain any definitive traits in such a short span. She was certainly not devious, nor did she exhibit the characteristics of a tsundere. Perhaps she possessed a yearning for care and recognition? San Juan, with her vibrant red hair and cat ears, left him at a loss for additional attributes to describe her, just as Su-gu was lost in his musings. A voice chimed in beside him. What about Bismarck? What are her attributes? A soldier, a cat, he replied. Tirpitz? A homebody, lazy. Hood? Glasses? Fake breasts. Quincy? An idiot. Upon hearing her Admiral-esque responses, young Tirpitz, sitting cross-legged on the bed, chuckled, her eyes narrowing in amusement. Quincy is such a fool. I knew something felt off. You've led the conversation astray. In a moment of mock anger, Sugu reached out to pinch the chubby cheeks of young Tirpitz, but as his hand extended halfway, he found her sprawled on the bed, clutching a blanket. Admiral, I wish to sleep now. Then do rest early. Turn off the lights. Meanwhile, in another room aboard the passenger ship, a gathering of grievances was underway. This assembly was primarily composed of the aggrieved San Juan and the curious ship girl known as Little Z. San Juan lay on the deck, her expression one of profound indignation, while Little Z enthusiastically snacked, legs crossed. Among the 3 ship girls assigned to patrol duties, 2 were presently engaged in this meeting. While the truly beleaguered one was out at sea, enduring her 3rd consecutive patrol, Little Z jabbed a toothpick into a piece of cheese and popped it into her mouth, exclaiming, "That wretched admiral. I vow to vanquish that despicable admiral." San Juan reminisced about her past at the naval base and murmured, "Many others share my fate, the likes of Emerald and Intrepid, as well as several of the Linshan-class light cruisers. Countless souls have been abandoned at the base without a second thought. The most tragic is Edinburgh. Her gold reserves were sold off by the admiral, and she never even enjoyed a morsel of the resources that were exchanged. Edinburgh was not the most unfortunate. The true misfortune belonged to Kirov and Hornet, whose pristine equipment was seized by the admiral before they ever had the chance to utilize it, instead given to other shipgirls. How can we, as shipgirls, continue to exist if we do not overthrow such a despicable admiral?" she declared, entirely forgetting that not long ago, she had affectionately referred to him as brother. In truth, it mattered little. If it was necessary to relinquish their equipment, so be it. However, it was evident that the storeroom was overflowing with gear, and yet the admiral preferred to exchange it for paltry resources rather than bestow it upon them. I have been at the naval base for so long, yet I have not embarked on a single sortie, nor have I even glimpsed the appearance of deep-sea shipgirls. Am I truly this feeble? An admiral who shows no concern for his shipgirls, what use is he to us? In an endeavor to salvage a submarine, for shipgirls formed a squadron, embarking on relentless sorties day and night. Particularly, Rafi and Lingbo displayed unwavering tenacity, enduring immense damage without respite, even for repairs. Tragically, despite countless attempts, they failed to secure the desired vessel. It is especially lamentable for Lingbo, who, despite her formidable prowess as the one who vanquished the deep-sea Tirpitz, was left without the promised ring. In the end, her inability to retrieve the destroyer cast her in the role of a scapegoat. The fickleness of affection is palpable, with even the innocent being caught in its web. What perplexes me is my ignorance of my own missteps. He pretends not to recognize me, casting me aside. Thus, we should confront him with fortitude. Yet, is that truly wise? Your overly accommodating nature is evident. One ought to inquire about his thoughts instead of feigning ignorance. Perhaps he simply forgot? But what does it signify when I return in tears? I hadn't considered it deeply. Xiaozi, with a sly grin reminiscent of a cunning fox, proposed, regardless of the circumstances, we shall seek him out tomorrow. Chapter 11. The correct method of salvaging ships. The passenger vessel had traversed the ocean for many days, leading most individuals to languish in idle monotony. However, for a select few, these moments were the epitome of bliss. The lower deck of the ship had long been transformed into a casino, filled with the sounds of roulette, dice, and poker. Despite the pervasive haze of smoke, many found delight in this escape, rationalizing that, aside from the casino, there was little else to engage in upon the vast ocean. Yet, as with all things, where there are enthusiasts, there are also detractors, such as the soldiers. On the deck of the ship stood 2 soldiers, their disdain for the casino palpable. In order to stave off the tedium of their days, they resorted to conversation. The elder of the 2, a commander, tapped the railing with a finger and remarked, "JK, an abbreviation for Joshi Kakusei, which translates to high school girl." When one utters the term high school girl, what does our commander envision? Indeed, it evokes thoughts of light cruisers. What is it about light cruisers? What is the most beautiful age for young women? High school girls epitomize this age. If elementary school girls are akin to budding flowers, high school girls are in the full bloom of youth, innocent yet captivating. They are not as naive as younger girls. Even the most beastly of men would refrain from overstepping boundaries. They remain untainted, yearning not for material possessions such as homes or cars, but solely for love. Picture yourself riding a bicycle with them perched on the back seat, the wind tousling their hair as they glide along the road, the river beside them rippling in the breeze, and the willows dancing gracefully. Such imagery alone is enough to evoke an endless reverie. What are you trying to convey? The commander inquired, his expression one of heartfelt lament. He continued, "I merely wish to express that JKs are truly remarkable, and light cruisers are magnificent." "Indeed," his companion replied, "but you cannot merely echo my sentiments, offer some constructive thoughts." "Yet I am unfamiliar with any light cruisers," the commander confessed. "Ah, so you are but a novice commander. Are you acquainted with the Sirius?" "What of it?" "I'll mention a few traits: white hair, 3 nose, an eye patch, and camel toe." And what of it? The companion retorted. Is that not sufficient for your boastfulness, rookie? Speaking of which, do you know the Pinghai? I've heard it is a relatively weaker light cruiser. While there are many powerful shipgirls, you dolt, where will you find a shipgirl who embodies lowly, ample bosom, and vivacity all at once? My junior. You are still young. Surely you must know of the Helena? I've heard she is considered a traitor among light cruisers. Previously, that may have been so. But do you know what she becomes as she matures? A dark-clad, alluring woman in high-cut attire, those aspects aside. Do you comprehend the significance of her ample bosom and teardrop-shaped figure? Capable of aerial assault while simultaneously obliterating submarines, delivering devastating strikes against battleships, and effortlessly dispatching destroyers. For a small vessel, she is an excellent caretaker. For larger ships, an invaluable support. Who among the shipgirls can rival these abilities? Aside from Helena, can you name anyone else? The Helena cult. Join it for your safety. The young admiral seldom condescended to cooperate, stating, I truly desire it. Desire? The admirals of the Helena class could form a line that would encircle the earth thrice. After articulating such thoughts, he pondered whether his message had been comprehended. The younger admiral, evidently less experienced, found himself at a loss regarding the intentions of his senior. After a moment's contemplation, he could only respond, understand what? JK. Light cruisers symbolize boundless possibilities. As he uttered these words, the admiral leaned against the railing of the passenger ship, gazing at the young girl passing before him. He contemplated whistling but ultimately refrained, deeming it too frivolous. Initially, he had leaned awkwardly against the railing, his arms entwined around the cold steel like serpents. Now, he lowered his arms, adjusted his collar, and transformed his previously playful expression into one of seriousness, catching the eye of another admiral beside him, who looked momentarily taken aback. Observing the two young girls, he recognized them as light cruisers, the guardians of the passenger vessel, wild shipgirls. Do you know how to catch a ship? Just like I do. He approached the red-haired girl who was walking towards him, saying, Hello. I've heard that the activities of the deep-sea shipgirls have been quite frequent lately. However, I recall that we had just conducted a suppression here. This shouldn't be the case. May I inquire about the reason? The red-haired girl, seemingly preoccupied, replied, I'm not sure. With his junior watching, he felt compelled not to falter. He hurried after the girl, exclaiming, Don't rush so, take your time. Move aside. The admiral squinted, contemplating that sometimes it isn't crucial to strike up a conversation smoothly, providing an opportunity for future dialogue suffices. He then resolved to employ a different tactic, gesturing towards the girl and saying, Apologies for the interruption. The situation is as follows. I made a bet with my colleague for a contact number. I mean no harm. Consider it a favor. My colleague is rather boastful, having bested him, and I shall treat you to a meal later. Why should I care? Move away, or I will take action. Following this, he was ruthlessly shoved aside, colliding with the wall of the corridor, the force nearly causing him to kneel. Moments later, his junior approached and helped him up. He assumed a stern demeanor and remarked, Wild shipgirls always regard us admirals with suspicion. It is entirely normal to fail on the first attempt. As a junior, the young admiral refrained from further comment, merely reflecting that, given the hurried demeanor of others, it was indeed peculiar to attempt conversation at such a moment. No wonder, at his age, he remained without a girlfriend, his only companion being the shipgirl Takao. He lowered his head in contemplation, pondering how best to articulate this. Yes, indeed, this was what one might call an utter lack of social awareness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sugu, plagued by a slight case of procrastination, struggled to rise from bed, having pondered the matter of San Juan throughout the previous night. Ultimately, reflecting upon the indulgences of the past, one realizes that gaming is primarily driven by strength, rarity, and character design. The depiction of Saint Juan is quite commendable. Yet the other two aspects fall short of expectations. He remains unaware of what his own base might truly resemble when confronted with reality, but regardless, he harbors no particular feelings towards the shipgirls. Indeed, the shipgirls are undeniably beautiful, and while he might claim to like them, it is merely a fleeting affection typical of a man's admiration for women, an infatuation that fades with time. As he prepares to face Saint Juan, he is uncertain of the demeanor he should adopt. Commander, wake up, wake up. In truth, he had already roused himself but still relished the charming call of the little girl urging him to rise. Naturally, he would not spring out of bed at once. That would be disingenuous, and he was quite adept at feigning. He turned over in bed and propped himself up with his hands. Sharing a room with the little girl did not necessitate being completely undressed. A little tidying of his attire sufficed. Commander, wake up quickly. You still need to apologize to Sister Saint Juan. There's no rush, it's still quite early. It's already broad daylight, and you're still lazing about. Feeling somewhat vexed, he found no desire to rise and simply lay back down. However, Little Tirpitz was resolute in her mission to restore joy to the base, and she promptly nudged him at the bedside. Unsure of how to approach the situation, he contemplated burying his head in the sand instead. Yet, at that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chapter 12. Inescapable. You scoundrel, there are many individuals in this world who bear striking resemblances to one another, yet, akin to the uniqueness of leaves, even twins can be easily distinguished by those familiar with them. Some assert that there exists a spiritual connection between shipgirls and their respective commanders, while others refute this notion. For no one has been able to provide irrefutable evidence of such a bond. However, one thing is certain, a shipgirl will never mistake her commander. Little Tirpitz, in her youthful form, stands alone among the shipgirls she knows, and only her commander can accompany her. A commander is undeniably a commander, regardless of external factors. How could she, as a shipgirl, possibly misidentify her own commander? From a distance, she instinctively recognized him, yet questions lingered. Why had her commander, who had been missing for so long, suddenly reappeared? Where had he been? Especially perplexing was his demeanor when he stood before her, feigning unfamiliarity, his gaze resembling that directed at a stranger. Nevertheless, his appearance, habits, and voice undeniably confirmed his identity as her commander. Where's the commander's room? St. Juan, in her capacity as a shipgirl, easily uncovered this information under the guise of safety. Standing before the door, she adjusted her hair, sweeping her bangs to one side. She pondered, reaching to touch her collar. Was it properly arranged? Her delicate fingers grazed the buttons. Today, she had fastened 3. Fastening 3 felt peculiar. Fastening just 1 seemed too casual, yet she had always opted for 2. Would fastening 3 give off an impression of severity and earnestness? Usually, she paid no mind to such details, but today her thoughts wandered. Moreover, having opened her ship's attire, she hoped her commander would recognize her. Yet, would it evoke a sense of reproach? St. Juan raised her hand to knock, recalling that 3 taps were considered the most polite. Shortly thereafter, the door opened to reveal Little Tirpitz. Little Tirpitz, she remembered her as the shipgirl most favored by the commander back at the base. Whether it was Lion or Hood, they had earned their training opportunities due to their formidable prowess. In contrast, Little Tirpitz, while slightly lacking in strength compared to those mature battleships, had been granted almost all of Bismarck's training opportunities by the commander. As the star of the base, she was certainly recognizable to St. Juan, though it was understandable that Tirpitz would not recognize her. After all, she was merely an ordinary shipgirl. Little Tirpitz opened the cabin door just a crack, and St. Juan peered inside. The interior was a simple cabin, far less adorned than her own quarters. She opened her mouth to speak. Although she was not typically quick-witted, she felt confident in her ability to articulate her thoughts without appearing awkward or stuttering. Yet, at that moment, her mind felt clouded, torn between questioning and accusation. Just as she gathered her thoughts to speak, Tirpitz greeted her. Good morning. Inside the room, Sugu observed St. Juan's appearance, noting the transformation since the previous day. Her long hair still cascaded to her waist, and she wore the same attire, yet it was evident that today she was fully adorned in her ship's outfit. At this moment, the metallic high heels clacked against the floor. Looking up, one could see pristine white thighs adorned with miniature turrets, a red tail playfully swinging an anchor, ammunition hanging at the waist, and a pair of cat ears perched atop the head. Sugu raised her palm in greeting. Hello. Today, San Juan had come alone. The shipgirl known as Xiaozi was preoccupied with her duties and would have preferred to stay away, given her boisterous nature. Another shipgirl, having completed 3 consecutive missions, was likely still asleep, so there was no need to concern oneself with her. When the naval base had fallen apart, she had chosen not to follow her sisters. Instead, while wandering alone on the sea, she encountered Xiaozi, whom she assisted with a minor task. Upon learning that she had emerged from the naval base without any immediate plans, Xiaozi invited her to join as an escort for a passenger ship. Being an escort was not particularly demanding. Once the ship set sail, they worked in shifts. However, missions were infrequent, and the time spent at sea was minimal, resulting in ample rest throughout the month. Of course, there were those who wished to invite her back to the naval base, both male and female commanders. But she had declined all offers. In truth, it had not been long since the commander had gone missing, and to change one's allegiance in such a short time seemed rather hasty. Moreover, rumors of death remained mere conjecture, without a body. There lingered a glimmer of hope among everyone. Having served as an escort for a considerable time, she felt that her life would continue in this manner. After leaving the naval base, she realized how vast and fascinating the world was. It was not that her previous days had been unpleasant, but rather that each day felt excessively monotonous. In this world, there were many shipgirls, albeit fewer than humans. Yet, like attracts like, being a shipgirl, she interacted mostly with others of her kind, which made it seem as though there were countless shipgirls around. Xiao Zi was the embodiment of the spirit of the light cruiser, Kawanai, a shipgirl unlike any she had encountered at the naval base. Upon their first meeting, she had even been teased for her lack of experience. According to human records, Kawanai was a Japanese vessel, while she belonged to the American fleet, suggesting a historical enmity. However, their interactions had revealed no such friction. Ultimately, history was history, and shipgirls were shipgirls. Among the 3 escorts for the passenger ship, the blonde was Omaha, who bore little resemblance to the Omaha she had known at the naval base, differing vastly in both appearance and personality. Despite inheriting the same battleship spirit, each shipgirl was uniquely individual. Upon encountering the commander again, she found herself at a loss. She felt bewildered by her companion's mischievous suggestions, especially as the commander seemed to fail to recognize her entirely, which tugged at her heartstrings. Nevertheless, regardless of how outlandish her companion's ideas were, they had inevitably influenced her. Those two were quintessential troublemakers, and her first task upon arriving was to find a way to distract them. Just as the thought struck her, the cat ears atop her head twitched. Was there an enemy presence? San Juan pondered this and quickly took a step back, noticing 2 shadows retreating in the corridor. In the midst of Tbilisi's bewilderment, San Juan turned in a particular direction and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" "Ah, that one just happened to be passing by." "And Little Purple, this is no longer your task." "Ah, well, I thought that there shouldn't be any issues here since there is a guard station nearby." "How can you be so careless? What if enemies appear?" "Don't take it so seriously. Aside from our passenger ship having radar, the visibility during the day is quite good, so there shouldn't be many problems." "Even so, why have you come here?" "I told you. We just happened to be passing by." The 2 young girls were scrutinized intensely by San Juan. Omaha, less shameless than Little Purple, spoke up. "We just wanted to see the commotion." San Juan maintained a stern silence, and after a brief moment, said, "Come here, I'll enhance your status." It was then that Su Gu, believing that San Juan had suddenly dashed out, followed her outside and witnessed San Juan hurling the 2 girls into the sea. Although the moment they hit the water, they floated to the surface, San Juan proceeded to throw anything within reach towards the 2, including a flower pot, a small water bucket, a wrench, and a broom, all indiscriminately tossed down. Su Gu then caught San Juan's gaze and suddenly realized he must fabricate a lie. However, considering the ship girl's acute sensitivity to human emotions and the inadequacy of time to weave a perfect deception, he felt compelled to make his forthcoming words sound more tragic, attributing his disappearance to the faults of this world. Chapter 13. The challenge. The ship girls, unlike ordinary individuals, possess a unique essence. Their daily sustenance may mirror that of humans, and they may appear as youthful maidens with fair skin that feels warm and soft to the touch. However, when the latent power within them surges forth, these seemingly delicate girls can withstand the force of a speeding train. The appellation shipgirl is not merely due to their origins from the steel and aluminum of ancient warships salvaged from the depths of the sea. It fundamentally derives from their ability to wield formidable armaments and strength akin to that of a battleship. The sheer force required to hurl a person aside with a single hand is beyond what any ordinary human could achieve. Yet, Saint Juan effortlessly cast her 2 companions into the sea without exerting herself, for despite her slender arms, she embodies a strength unimaginable, comparable to that of heavy hydraulic machinery. The ship girls, of course, are impervious to injury, though they may appear somewhat disheveled. The 2 maidens, confronted by the ire of their aggrieved companion, felt a twinge of guilt, leading them to initially refrain from exerting their full strength. After all, aside from Saint Juan, a battleship, none could replicate such feats. At this moment, the 2 stood upon the undulating surface of the sea. Omaha complained, "We shouldn't have followed so closely, yet you insisted on doing so." "But you followed as well. If I had been discovered, you would have been unable to escape either. Had I known better than to accompany you?" Whether eavesdropping or being caught, it seems you are always the harbinger of trouble. While Omaha lamented the folly of her teammate upon the waves, Sugu in the room experienced his own turmoil, deeply pondering the words he wished to convey. Should he weave a tale that blended truth and fiction? Saint Juan, you may be unaware of the tribulations I have faced. For shipgirls, such experiences might seem trivial, yet for us, ordinary mortals, they are harrowing disasters. I encountered monstrous waves at the shore, towering over a dozen meters. When I fortuitously dragged myself from the sea, I felt as though all my bones had shattered. Why didn't I return to the naval base, you ask? Surely, once there, solutions would abound? And after being missing for such a protracted period? Since you inquired. Let me ponder why. I seem to have forgotten my role as an admiral. This little detail could be attested by Tirpitz. Ah, you are unaware. but I should consider myself fortunate to have glanced at the naval base. Otherwise, I might have nearly become someone else's son-in-law. Yes, let us indulge in some gossip. Girls often find their attention diverted by such tales. He recounted his experiences piece by piece, suddenly realizing that his narrative held an element of intrigue. Setting aside the initial feelings of confusion and anxiety, he spoke of rising from the ocean only to find himself stranded in a nearby county, equipped with belongings rendered useless, and his money proving worthless. Even his bank card had lost its significance. However, I made the decision to seek employment within a very short span of time, introducing myself to various establishments in hopes of securing a position. Yet, I appeared rather disheveled at that moment. I contemplated tidying up my image before embarking on the job hunt again. Fortunately, I was taken in by a benevolent employer, which later made it quite awkward for me to express my desire to leave, as I felt compelled to ensure a proper handover of my responsibilities. Sugu rested his chin on his hand and remarked, "The work is not particularly exhausting, but the remuneration is quite meager." Lacking funds, I was hesitant to roam freely. It seemed that seeking employment in a bustling metropolis would offer greater challenges and opportunities. However, my mind had suffered some trauma, rendering me somewhat oblivious at the time. There were indeed young women who found me appealing. When asked about their appearance, I would say their skin was slightly dark, and while they were not conventionally beautiful, they possessed a certain charm. You might wonder why they were drawn to me. Although I may not be exceptionally handsome, I am presentable enough and, after all, have attended university. This world is far less developed than the one I once inhabited, where opportunities for ordinary individuals to receive an education are scarce. At this juncture, Little Tbilisi suddenly wore an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "Commander, you actually attended university?" "Of course, I did," I replied. "Then why have you done nothing all this time and constantly harassed the sisters?" The one voicing this was none other than Little Tbilisi, whose innocent words held no filter. Ahem. Well, you seem to have digressed. At that time, I had just emerged from the sea, having forgotten everything. I had heard of an abandoned naval base nearby and, driven by curiosity, decided to investigate. Whether it was mere coincidence or fate, I cannot articulate, but it was there that I encountered Little Tbilisi. Gradually, I began to recollect certain memories. She expressed a desire to reconstruct the naval base, yet I had no idea how to proceed with such an endeavor. It was clear that financial resources and expertise in this domain were paramount, which led us to plan a journey to Guaching, where I had heard Lexington was located. Given her previous oversight of the naval base, she would likely possess the necessary knowledge for its reconstruction. Then, I met you aboard this vessel. Initially, I truly could not recognize you. I owe my clarity to Little Jai. After listening for quite some time, I finally understood the circumstances, which brought a sense of relief. Saint Juan remarked, "If it weren't for Little Tbilisi, I too would not have recognized the commander right away." As one by one, everyone departed from the naval base. I eventually left as well, continuing on as a guard. The two shipgirls you just saw are indeed the escorts for this passenger ship. In truth, we belong to a small company comprised of several shipgirls, totaling around 7 or 8 individuals. Initially, I was quite upset to see the commander feigning ignorance of me, although I was aware of my own limitations. It was only after leaving the naval base that I realized the vast disparity between myself and my seniors. Back then, I was utterly naive, unable to even fulfill my duties effectively. If there were a ranking system, I would estimate myself at a mere level 1, while my predecessors, like Hood, would easily be at 100. However, this matter is indeed your fault, Admiral. Having spent such a lengthy time at the naval base without a single opportunity for an engagement or drill, I possess not an ounce of combat experience. Saint Juan remarked. Now that I have ventured out, I realize that whether within the confines of the naval base or elsewhere, the tasks remain the same, without anyone overseeing. It is even more liberating. She continued, if my affection were to reach 100, I would acquiesce to your proposal. Yet, at this moment, my fondness for you stands at a mere 50, not particularly favorable, but not entirely negative. I don't particularly favor someone like you, but I must admit, I find myself thinking of you just a bit. Sugu opened his mouth, intending to deliver a carefully crafted response, only to have the words escape him in the face of her candidness. He said, I have often pondered how it would be if I were to truly encounter you all. Indeed, it is splendid. Tears glistened in Saint Juan's eyes before she broke into a sweet smile, and at that moment, Sugu felt as if a phrase signifying an increase in affection was floating above her head. Once Saint Juan departed, Sugu lay on his bed, turning his face towards Tbilisi and asked, Did I speak my lies well? In fact, you spoke the truth. He often fancied himself a silver-tongued orator, capable of defeating anyone with full force. However, he despised witnessing the disappointment on others' faces. He contemplated the numerous shipgirls like Saint Juan, who would draw close to him while he remained utterly oblivious to them, and he clutched his pillow, lamenting, "Let me perish." At that moment, Tirpitz wore an expression of revelation and remarked, "But Admiral, you appear quite pleased." Chapter 14. The unrevealed shortcomings on board the passenger ship. Two admirals stood upon the deck. The elder of the two fashioned his hands into a wide-angle lens shape, having achieved a state of tranquility regarding his earlier failed attempts at flirtation after a day of adjustment. This calmness, of course, did not stem from an absence of prior failures. While light cruisers embody boundless possibilities, one must ponder the rationale behind pursuing such potential. Would it not be more prudent to chase after the tangible successes that already exist? Thus, investing in established companies appears far more secure than engaging in speculative ventures. How, then, should we designate those who capture the public's gaze? There exists a term for this: idol. When we speak of idols, the first image that springs to mind is that of the heavy cruiser. The sublimation of dry ice envelopes the stage in a cloud of mist, vibrant neon lights flashing, casting dazzling hues that are almost blinding. Accompanied by music and the deafening cheers of a multitude, the idol, adorned in shimmering silver stiletto heels, gracefully ascends the stage, exuding an allure that is both lethal and captivating. He gazed at the azure sky and fluffy clouds, inhaling deeply, savoring a taste of nostalgia, and then slowly spoke, "I am not particularly fond of light cruisers. While the youthful form may be lovely, the fruit is unpalatable while still unripe. I prefer the succulent, fully ripened peaches and persimmons, which fill the mouth with their luscious flesh at the slightest sip." Supply ships and submarines represent the innocence of youth. Even if one were to push them onto the bed, they would merely cry out in naive surprise. Destroyers are akin to young girls, often referred to as elementary school students, blissfully unaware of the complexities surrounding them. Light cruisers embody the essence of adolescence, embodying all the beautiful notions one might associate with the figure of their most cherished school days. Meanwhile, heavy cruisers are akin to idols, greeted by the adulation of the masses. The Prinz Eugen. I wonder if you're familiar with her. Back in my school days, performances would occasionally take place in the grand auditorium. Whenever Prinz Eugen made an appearance, the hall would be nearly at capacity. She was the original idol, her presence even giving rise to an organization known as the Eugen cult. The younger admiral remarked, "I know of Prinz Eugen, but she does not strike me as anything extraordinary, merely an ordinary shipgirl. You have not experienced that era. It was a time filled with sentiment. Now, we also have the Quincy cult and the Aoba cult, but the latter lacks any real combat prowess compared to Quincy. Nonetheless, it is futile to dwell on the past. Let us speak plainly. Are you acquainted with the Opida? No, I mean the Wichita, a shipgirl of formidable firepower and exceptional combat skills, renowned for her ability to deliver a critical strike, specifically targeting ammunition depots. Of course, her deadly curves often have a similar devastating effect on admirals. Indeed, the younger admiral responded casually, finding it difficult to withstand the fervor of his senior, who was both a mentor and a predecessor. The generational gap, often said to be 3 years, loomed large in his mind as he contemplated the stubble adorning his senior's lips. "How many years have you studied at school?" "Just 1 year. I am a resident trainee." "Do you have a favorite shipgirl?" The young admiral glanced around, realizing that his shipgirls were nowhere in sight. He pressed his lips together, contemplating how his predecessor had never concealed his affections, and he felt it was high time to be honest himself. Slowly parting his lips, his voice imbued with yearning, he spoke. "Akagi, the newly appointed aircraft carrier instructor at school, is a gentlewoman akin to Yamato, who also teaches archery. I once caught a distant glimpse of her from an upper floor. She stood on the lawn, an arrow target in the background, drawing her bow. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing her wide sleeves to flutter gracefully. In that fleeting moment, I declared to myself that I had fallen for her." The beauty of youthful admiration was palpable, yet it was unfortunate that the veteran admiral lacked any sense of the atmosphere. "Overindulging, are we? You should know. She has a sister named Kaga, who is quite the glutton too. Ha ha ha. I'm familiar with that." He remained oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on his junior's face as he continued unabashedly. Then, a cold voice interrupted. "Look, that person has fished out that light cruiser. It's unmistakable. Just look at that sweet smile." The veteran admiral's laughter and chatter suddenly ceased. On the other side of the deck, Sugu was conversing with Tirpitz and San Juan. San Juan remarked, "Why are we so far from home? Bismarck and Prince of Wales are arguing more fiercely by the day. In her relentless pursuit of you, Bismarck is launching daily sorties, but her resources are dwindling rapidly. If this continues, the dock's supplies will not last long, leading to a deficit." Prince of Wales suggested that Bismarck and the others should remain at the dock and wait for news, while they handle the search for the admiral. The combination of Prince of Wales, Hood, renown, and lion is formidable. However, the proposal was swiftly rejected. It was to be expected. Given Bismarck's pride would never allow her to accept such a suggestion. Furthermore, Prince of Wales and her team were also depleting resources significantly, especially lion, whose consumption surpassed that of all others. Eventually, Bismarck departed the dock with Tirpitz. It was the larger Tirpitz. The smaller Tirpitz stayed behind, claiming she would search for you alone. Indeed, she was the one who found you. San Juan leaned against the deck railing, her long hair tousled by the sea breeze, her youthful grace on full display. She continued, I left only after Lexington departed, taking her sister Saratoga with her. I did not accompany my sisters. Although they are referred to as such, Santiago feels more like a younger sister, and Juno is a bit Sundara. Only Atlanta is somewhat reliable, though not by much. I later heard that after my departure, Deutschland also took her 2 younger sisters away, dressed in her maid outfit. Deutschland, the one you often refer to as the petite spiritual ship. Why has everyone left? It's difficult to articulate, but perhaps it's a sense of feeling, an overwhelming sense that the admiral is no longer alive. Even if it is a matter of metaphysics, many believe that the shipgirls are spirits or heroic spirits born from steel. This belief renders us sensitive to various matters, creating a profound sense of loss as if the commander has vanished from the world entirely. It is not merely a case of being missing or possibly injured or deceased. It feels as though the commander has completely disappeared, a stark contrast to the occasional absences we have grown accustomed to. Sugu rested her chin in contemplation, recalling how hard she had studied for her exams, striving to eliminate distractions. It seemed she had even uninstalled the game. Having removed the game gave the impression of not just a departure but an absolute disappearance. Soon, the sea breeze intensified, prompting them to return to their cabin on the ship. The room was small and devoid of a table, so they all sat by the edge of the vessel. St. Juan glanced around and inquired, by the way, Commander, why did you purchase third-class tickets? Because we lack the funds, came the reply. Oh, no money, I see. Little Tirpitz interjected. The ticket money was mine. Sister Meow gave it to me. A slight sense of shame washed over Sugu. In her brief time here, aside from the initial confusion, the remaining funds were hardly sufficient for her to navigate this unfamiliar world. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, stating, work does not yield much of a salary, and with the need to purchase daily necessities and rent a place, I had to leave everything behind for the landlord. Are you living off a little girl? St. Juan began, but quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had been influenced by her companions. That is not how it is. I am merely holding on to it for her future education and to win a wife later, Sugu clarified. St. Juan was taken aback, thinking the excuse was rather flimsy. Shipgirls do not seek wives. Sugu replied with remarkable calmness, until you meet a girl you truly like, you might mistakenly believe that your preferences lie with boys. After seeing St. Juan off, Sugu was walking down the corridor of the ship when she suddenly felt the weight of an unfriendly gaze upon her. Turning her head, she identified the 2 commanders she had encountered days prior. One of them spoke. Brother, your ship handling skills are quite impressive. Sugu humbly responded, oh, it's nothing. Just someone I knew before. Do you know? For a commander, having too many shipgirls is not necessarily a good thing. Chapter 15. Twisted Love Amidst the Sea Breeze. The Admiral inquired, is she now your shipgirl? Well, I'm not entirely certain. However, whether she is my shipgirl or not is not for me to declare. It is for her to decide. Then, are you an admiral? Which academy did you graduate from? If possessing a shipgirl qualifies one as an admiral, then so be it, but I no longer have a naval base. As for my education, I did not attend any academy. I studied engineering. Then you are not a soldier? Perhaps not, I suppose. Why do you speak in such vague terms? Perhaps, maybe. Sugu turned his face away. You are rather familiar. Does your family know? He received no response. Have you ever wronged a shipgirl? Of course not. Now, that sounds remarkably confident. Annoyed. Sugu thought to himself, but spoke nonetheless. You ask if I have wronged anyone, but I am certain I have not committed any injustices. I never do. But what if you believe you have done no wrong, yet your shipgirl feels otherwise? That is unclear, but I doubt I have done anything wrong. By the way, which battleship does she represent? San Juan. Does she have feelings for you? She probably does not. San Juan only has a 50 in affection. As I have never utilized her, I am quite aware of that. That's good. Why is that? Do you know? Many shipgirls are rather obsessive. They may sink into despair if their admiral perishes, essentially, committing suicide. Suicide, in some religions, is believed to lead to damnation, and many view it as the most cowardly act. Yet, shipgirls do not share this sentiment. They are resolute in their actions. If you have wronged them and your relationship is not particularly strong, that is one thing. However, if your bond is intimate, the deeper their love, the greater their hatred can become. If that occurs, I'm afraid you will be in for some misfortune. The admiral covered his mouth, appearing contemplative, before replying, "Speaking of which, I recall a story from over a decade ago, titled Twisted Love. I heard it from a senior of mine." It was a tale concerning his classmate. The story began quite ordinarily, featuring a young admiral who had a ship girl. They lived together for a long time, and unsurprisingly, the ship girl fell deeply in love with her admiral. However, due to an unforeseen incident, the admiral left the naval base for an extended period. It was only much later that they reunited, but before he could express his longing, the ship girl fatally stabbed her admiral with a dagger. Was it out of resentment for his sudden departure, or did she transform into a deep-sea ship girl out of hatred? No, it was entirely out of love. How could that be? It sounds like a melodramatic plot. The ship girl killed her admiral and preserved him in formaldehyde, ensuring that he would remain with her forever. It's not as if ship girls are incapable of wrongdoing. However, for the ship girl, this is not a misfortune. She does not perceive her actions as erroneous. It is merely her obsession with wanting the admiral to remain by her side that led her to take his life. After all, the notions of justice and morality vary from person to person. Although individual perspectives differ, universal values tend to align closely. It is fundamentally wrong for anyone to regard such actions as acceptable. Upon realizing that his tale lacked the depth to provoke contemplation, he paused and continued. "All right. This is merely a story. However, there is a truth I wish to share, for it is an experience I have lived through. Although I was not the protagonist, I was present at the conclusion of this narrative. My classmate was kidnapped and imprisoned by his ship girl. The trigger was a letter from home urging him to return for an arranged marriage, with a suitable match from an esteemed family. This news was discovered by his ship girl, leading to his confinement within his own room. When we eventually rescued him, he appeared utterly despondent. Much like many admirals who treat their ship girls as possessions, many ship girls reciprocate this sentiment, viewing their admirals as their own belongings. And what was the outcome? He married. To the lady of noble birth? No, to his ship girl. That cannot be right. This narrative seems flawed. A fair-skinned, beautiful, short-haired ship girl with an ample bosom desires to marry you, endowed with formidable powers and a touch of madness. If you refuse, she might eliminate you. Would you not accept?" Sugu remained silent for a moment before responding. "I would. And do you now understand why it is not advantageous for an admiral to possess an abundance of ship girls? I still do not comprehend. Consider this. The greater the number of ship girls, the higher the probability of complications arising. Yet, one must not allow fear to stifle action." The admiral gazed at Sugu, pondering that today's newcomers are increasingly formidable. The two tales he had previously heard from his seniors had left him in shock. Could it be that the immersion was insufficient? "No, my story is unparalleled. How many ship girls do you possess?" "I suppose I have a few." Sugu contemplated briefly before stating this, as admitting to having 100 or 200 ship girls would be inappropriate. "How old are you?" "In my 20s, I suppose. As a senior, I feel compelled to impart some wisdom to you. I must tell you, the concept of monogamy exists to protect the male party, regrettably. Admirals do not fall within the purview of this legal protection." At this moment, another young admiral could no longer contain himself. He glanced at his senior, questioning whether this was mere nonsense or if this was the reason he only possessed a single tikau. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. It was the voice of Little Tirpitz. "Admiral, Admiral." Sugu departed, realizing he had been away for quite some time, prompting Little Tirpitz to come out looking for him. As Sugu felt Little Tirpitz embracing his waist, he extended his hand to wrap around her back. "Who is this child? Your sister?" "No. A ship girl?" "Indeed. What type of destroyer is she?" Before Sugu could utter a word, Tirpitz proclaimed loudly, "I am a battleship, the Tirpitz, and certainly not a destroyer." "You are the destroyer." Small in stature, whether as a little girl or a battleship, she embodied the essence of a true lowly battleship, distinct from the pseudo-lowless like Veneto. Contemplating this, he reached out to pat Little Tirpitz on the head, but his hand was swatted away halfway by the girl. "Do not touch me. I apologize." With her pink hair adorned with adorable cat ear headphones, she spoke with vigor and affectionately embraced her admiral's legs. What a delightful little lowly she was. Gazing out at the distant sea, she softly remarked, "Where justice prevails, freedom must reign, yet here, freedom is absent." Shortly thereafter, as Sugu made his way back to his room, Little Tirpitz inquired, "Admiral, who are those two people?" Sugu affectionately stroked Little Tirpitz's head until she impatiently clutched her own. Reflecting on the admiral who poorly narrated stories, he replied, "One is an admiral, and the other is a perverted admiral. Do not engage with them if you encounter them again." Meanwhile, on the other side, thoughts wandered, if given the chance. "I would willingly surrender to the deep sea, to the ample bosom of deep-sea Tirpitz, the exquisite posterior of deep-sea Bismarck, and the long legs of deep-sea Akagi and deep-sea Kaga. Even in surrendering to the deep sea, one must still salvage ships, right? Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my love runs profound. Yet, mere depth of love is insufficient. One must also have fortune on their side. I shall return to the ship's cabin, and upon my return to the naval base, I will marry my Takao, and after a few years as an admiral, I shall return to my hometown to run a farm. Chapter 16. Disembarking Sugu stood upon the deck of the passenger ship, the San Juan. As it advanced across the sea in a serpentine manner, suddenly, while maintaining a swift pace, it executed a sharp turn, with her left hand pressed against the water. Forming a pivot, her right foot carved a semicircle upon the surface, culminating in a dramatic 90-degree maneuver. High-speed navigation, abrupt turns, and positional shifts had always been the quintessential strategies for evading enemy fire and securing a tactical advantage in combat. However, in engagements against the abyssal shipgirls, naval warfare was devoid of elaborate stratagems, no elaborate feints, no desperate rescues, nor deceptive exchanges. The battles against these feral abyssal entities lacked the cadence of drums. Morale was a foreign concept to such beasts. Thus, it was a simple axiom: in the face of danger, only the brave would prevail. Within the vast expanse of the ocean, the essence of combat was straightforward. Hitting the enemy and dodging their attacks were the foremost skills to master. In truth, the San Juan had not engaged in battle for quite some time. Its route had always been remarkably secure, with its escort duties primarily aimed at preventing any potential breaches from the nearby naval bases. Having not practiced tactical maneuvers for ages, she felt a spontaneous desire to impress, especially with the admiral observing on board. Her execution was impeccable, and she considered the difficulty level quite high. Following her performance, she ascended the soft ladder along the side of the ship. Sugu, indifferent to accolades, remarked, "That was quite an impressive maneuver." Though she had never launched an attack before, she had now endured numerous battles. Sugu chuckled, acknowledging the past failures to engage, attributing it to his own shortcomings. With formidable firepower, agile movements, and a diminutive target profile, these were the hallmarks of shipgirls. In fact, with the emergence of shipgirls, traditional warships had gradually faded from public consciousness. Originally designed for combat, warships now seemed obsolete in the face of the powerful and nimble shipgirls. A reality mirrored in confrontations with the abyssal forces as well. Consequently, few nations continued to invest vast resources into the construction of warships. Even existing vessels were often retrofitted into transport ships and passenger liners. Although the war had long since ended, some nations still retained their warships. Initially, shipgirls had participated in human conflicts, but as their numbers grew, the potential devastation they could wreak upon humanity became too great. Furthermore, shipgirls themselves were averse to combat, leading to the establishment of customary regulations that forbade their involvement in human wars, whether on land or at sea. Their sole purpose was to suppress the abyssal shipgirls. To this day, the admiral occupies a somewhat unique position compared to typical naval officers. Many assert that the admiral possesses a nationality, yet in truth, the admiral is stateless. On the passenger ship, the San Juan twisted her drenched pant legs. "Aren't you going to change into dry clothes?" "It's of no consequence," came the reply. "We shall soon be ashore. We need to find Lexington in Gue City. Speaking of which, it's quite peculiar that Lexington has taken to working as a clerk." San Juan explained that without harnessing the power of the battleship's soul, there was no need to replenish fuel and ammunition. Even engaging in mundane tasks and consuming ordinary food would suffice for survival. However, she found it somewhat perplexing to engage in such commonplace endeavors as a shipgirl, akin to a hero forsaking the defeat of a demon king to instead till the fields. It was merely a consequence of the admiral's abrupt departure. "What does that concern me?" she mused. "Your absence led to the disbandment of the stronghold. Such a formidable bastion could not simply dissolve. Many of my sisters lost their courage to confront the abyssal fleet. How could that be? Courage does not vanish so easily. If I were to be slain by the abyssal, it should instill even greater loathing, and thus fortify everyone's resolve against them. A careless admiral who leaves without a word is of no consequence. Losing courage is less about fear and more about losing the will to fight." Little Tirpitz, shorter than the others, perched on her toes against the railing, gazing at the sea. Hearing San Juan's words, she remarked, "For what do the flames of war ignite? Why do the autumn leaves fall? Nature cannot be stripped away. We too harbor doubts. For whom do we clench our fists in anger? To protect our nation and punish the wicked, to eradicate the inner demons by the laws of nature. War is relentless, and calamity does not cease. How then shall we wage this battle?" Indeed, it seemed that even the younger Tirpitz enjoyed such musings. Turning to her admiral, little Tirpitz declared, "I do not fancy such things. Those were your words, Admiral." "How juvenile," came the retort. "How am I being juvenile? Such declarations are quite juvenile indeed." "Perhaps there is some truth to that. Not long after, the passenger ship docked at a nearby town, with a layover lasting several hours before continuing eastward. However, for Sugu, this was the terminus of their journey. Their next endeavor was to board a train to Gue City and seek out Lexington. San Juan could not accompany them. As the escort of the passenger ship, she had to see it through to the end, and as of now, Sugu's own stronghold had yet to acquire even a prototype. After disembarking, the group gathered near the dock for a meal, as the food aboard the passenger ship had been rather unpalatable. At the dining table, San Juan presented a metal box to Sugu, who opened it to reveal a gleaming trove of coins. "What is this for?" he inquired. "For you," she replied. "Did you not say that money belonged to Little Tbilisi? She likely possesses little, and you will need funds to find Lexington in Gue City. Train fare requires money, and so does lodging." To be honest, he was reluctant to accept. It felt too much like accepting charity, even though he indeed had scant funds. "That's not appropriate. I do not wish to rely on your generosity." San Juan blinked innocently. Which admiral does not benefit from the support of shipgirls? Compared to their capabilities, what admiral could ever compete? Even those who have risen to the ranks of general or marshal would amount to nothing without their shipgirls. Consider yourself fortunate to have encountered me. Had it been Leipzig, you would owe her a considerable sum in wages. Sugu grasped the chopsticks. Finding the meat he brought to his lips rather tasteless, he mused to himself, how insightful that was. However, one ought to feign reluctance at least once more. If Saint Juan persisted, he would accept it, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. If preparations were indeed underway for the establishment of the garrison, a letter would suffice to inform him. But would the garrison still be erected at the original site? Uncertain. Well, I shall take my leave now. You were fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, how would I have found Lexington in Gue City? Thankfully, I had met her before, and I had shared the address with you. If she has moved, then I am at a loss. So farewell. Moreover, Saint Juan, the task of a guard cannot be deemed exceedingly safe. Should danger arise in battle, it is best to retreat. I have always adhered to the principle of prioritizing withdrawal at the first sign of calamity. The preservation of personnel is paramount, while all else is trivial. Thus, safe travels. Safe travels. Embracing the iron box, Sugu bid farewell to Saint Juan and stepped away from the dock. Little Tbilisi inquired, "Admiral, what occupies your thoughts?" "Nothing much," Sugu replied, furrowing his brow as he pondered. Did Saint Juan truly possess only a 50 in favorability? Moreover, even if she seemed utterly inept within the confines of the game, reduced to mere fodder, she remained strikingly beautiful and charming upon her appearance. To the average person, she was an unattainable existence, while he merely regarded himself as a fortunate beneficiary of luck. I too have a desire to establish the most formidable garrison, relying on my own capabilities. There is no need for your abilities. Simply gather the sisters, and the garrison shall be the mightiest. Whether or not you assist, it matters not, Tbilisi replied. Sugu pinched Little Tbilisi's cheek, saying, "Since when did you become so glib?" "Lexington, I am on my way." Chapter 17. A moment of impulse on an autumn day. 5 days had elapsed since the journey to seek Lexington commenced. At this moment, Sugu strolled along the pier accompanied by Little Tbilisi. I stood upon the city tower admiring the mountain scenery, while the tumultuous sounds from outside the city reached my ears. Flags fluttered in the air, casting strange shadows, as it turned out to be troops dispatched by Sima. Little Tbilisi, listening to her admiral's oddly inflected voice, inquired, "What song is that?" "Not a song, it is Peking opera." "Oh, I've never heard of it. What comes next?" "I can't recall the rest." "How disappointing." Sugu reached out to pinch her cheek, only to have it swatted away by Little Tbilisi, followed by her complaints. Immediately, Little Tbilisi, rubbing her face, said, "Then sing another one." Standing on the pier, Sugu listened to the sound of the waves, and for a moment felt his heart swell like the vast ocean, singing, "The mighty Yangtze River flows eastward. Waves wash away the heroes." "Sing another one." "Yangtze, Great Wall, Huangshan, Yellow River, in my heart, they are worth their weight in gold." "Another one, please." "I'm not a jukebox. How could I simply change songs at your whim? That would be quite embarrassing for me." "All right then. When I was a child, my mother told me the sea was my homeland, born by the shore and raised in the ocean." "Is the Admiral's hometown by the sea?" "No, it is inland." "Then why say the sea is my homeland?" "I'm singing, not writing an autobiography." At this moment, Sugu, with Little Tbilisi, walked against the sea breeze on the pier, where few people were present. In the distance, a naval officer commanded the movement of rusted steel from the sea onto the shore. "Do you see what they are salvaging over there?" Sugu asked. "I don't know. There's no restriction in that area, and quite a number of people are watching." The steel on the pier was nearly unrecognizable, resembling scrap metal from a ship, complete with a deck, broken masts, and distorted hatches, yet it was impossible to distinguish where the deck ended and where the cabin began. The anchor dragged along its corroded chain across the cobblestones, resembling a serpent, alongside marine life that had been pulled up, crabs and shells scattered nearby. Sugu observed the remnants of the sunken battleship, which had been dredged from the depths of history, now resurfacing to the light of day. The uneven craters evoked memories of a long-buried past. Is it all right to touch? Little Tbilisi asked quietly. It won't be a problem, right? Sugu glanced around and saw no one paying attention, then crouched down to touch the anchor. His fingers brushed against the remnants of the battleship and the discarded steel. Tapping on the metal, rust fell away with each strike. Just as he prepared to withdraw his hand, he turned to the side and noticed Little Tbilisi speaking. Though her voice was inaudible, the scenery before him began to sway. He gave his head a light thump, and in a daze, the surroundings rapidly faded from view. What is this? The ship is swaying. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing upon a steel deck. Turning back, he beheld the colossal bridge and towering masts silhouetted against the night sky, the flags fluttering in the ocean breeze. He surveyed his surroundings once more. Surrounded by an expanse of gray steel, with cables and pillars encircling the deck in a stark monochrome tableau. Soon, he noticed someone approaching, a sailor clad in uniform, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. As he opened his mouth to inquire about the situation, he was taken aback to discover that the figure passed right through him. Am I the apparition, or are they mere phantoms? Contemplating this, he crouched down, extending his hand to touch the steel deck, his fingers unmistakably making contact. While the sound of crashing waves filled his ears, he raised his gaze only to find the ship's entirety obscured from view. Unable to discern which warship he was aboard by its intricate details, suddenly, brilliant lights illuminated him, and he squinted against the glare, instantly realizing that the vessel had been caught in the searchlight's beam. Are they foes? Almost immediately, he witnessed the ship's gun turrets begin to rotate. Before they could be fully positioned, enemy shells were already soaring towards them, creating towering columns of water as they struck the surface. The ship's main cannon aligned itself with the illuminated enemy, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Shells transformed into fiery orbs against the night, 2 projectiles striking their target, one directly hitting the enemy bridge. What puzzled him, however, was that the battleship ceased fire after just 2 volleys, and he overheard sailors conversing nearby. Their words were in English. Though his proficiency was lacking, he understood them clearly at that moment. The commander announced that those were friendly forces, preparing to send a signal. Soon, several warships emerged from the darkness, their menacing forms cutting through the waves, accompanied by shouts, swaying, and the thunder of ordnance. He watched as a colossal and fearsome warship broke through the surf, the enemy vessels splitting into 2 columns to launch a dual assault, shells relentlessly battering the ship. Amidst the chaos, someone nearby was shattered by an explosion, yet miraculously, he remained unscathed despite being at the center of the onslaught. He roamed the deck, now under heavy fire, when suddenly the ship lurched violently. A torpedo struck the port side, the engine room erupted in flames. Intense fire engulfed the area. Sailors sprinting in a desperate final stand, yet the sinking seemed inevitable. He had previously studied warships and watched documentaries, but he had never experienced the brutal reality of naval combat. Although he had opportunities to enlist in the Navy as an officer, he had declined. The battle before him was so visceral it set his blood aflame, yet it was a confrontation unlike any he had previously witnessed, since he had never encountered it before. It was not merely a memory. Indeed, it could not manifest in dreams, for no matter how powerful the mind, dreamscapes remained hazy. The vividness of the battle scene was beyond the realm of imagination, replete with smoke, towering waves, and fireballs streaking across the sky. Suddenly, he felt a hand patting his shoulder, which startled him, causing him to squint his eyes and realize that he had returned to the bustling dock of the seaside town. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun shone dazzlingly bright. Carriages and pedestrians passed by, while Scharnhorst swayed her hand gently. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder, making his heart race. Turning his head, he discovered that the one who had tapped him was a naval officer directing activities at the dock, a striking female officer with her hair neatly pinned up beneath her cap. "Young man, these resources belong to me," she stated. Sugu, perplexed, replied, "What resources? Don't you understand?" No. This is the resource for constructing shipgirls, comprising the steel imbued with countless sailors' longings and memories from the old world. What you witnessed just now was something extraordinary. The scenes you saw are the experiences of the steel, and the protagonists in those scenes are the potential shipgirls. Sugu immediately recalled the knowledge he had acquired previously, where people could awaken shipgirls from the steel salvaged from the depths of the sea. "I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure." "Then you may leave." I truly apologize." As Sugu prepared to depart, Scharnhorst tugged at his trouser leg and whispered, "Admiral." At that moment, he noticed himself being scrutinized by a piercing gaze. "Wait a moment." Chapter 18. Step aside, this is my little home. Wait a moment, the female officer interjected. At that moment, The atmosphere became rather awkward. Although he claimed ignorance regarding the construction of shipgirls, he was, in fact, somewhat unclear about it. However, as a commander, it was only natural for him to be familiar with the concept, akin to being caught in the act. The sword of hostility loomed overhead, and Sugu awaited his impending punishment, only to suddenly realize that the female officer had circled around him. Hang on, this rhythm feels off. Was that wait a moment directed at me? Sugu then observed the officer, her face adorned with a bright smile, as she approached the petite Tirpitz. The officer's charming almond-shaped eyes nearly morphed into hearts as she exclaimed, "Hello there. You are also a ship girl." To be honest, Tirpitz appeared somewhat bewildered at this moment and replied simply, "Yes. And what type of destroyer are you?" Before receiving an answer, the officer promptly raised her palm, signaling Tirpitz to hold her tongue. "Don't speak just yet. If you reveal your ship form, I shall certainly deduce your identity." However, Tirpitz lacked the spirit of cooperation and retorted immediately, "You are the destroyer. I am a battleship." "Oh my, a battleship? And such a diminutive one at that? Unveil your ship form, and I shall ascertain who you are." Even the spirited little Tirpitz was taken aback by the excitement radiating from the officer's face. She clutched Sugu's pant leg tightly and pleaded, "Please don't." The little girl's adorable protest only heightened the officer's enthusiasm, who adopted a rather mischievous expression and said, "Come now, my little darling, I can offer you candy. Please, no?" After a prolonged moment, the officer turned to Sugu, her tone now devoid of its earlier warmth, and inquired, "Are you her commander? Are you just now noticing me?" "It seems I lack presence," Sugu admitted, having just made a misstep. "Well, sort of." "What do you mean by sort of? Then what type of warship is she?" "Tirpitz." The officer took a step back, her expression morphing into one of astonishment. "Tirpitz? How wonderful. Please, give her to me." Sugu responded with unwavering decisiveness, "Absolutely not." "Then allow me to offer you a substantial amount of resources in exchange." "That is not an option. Yet it is a considerable amount, enough for you to construct Bismarck, Lion, or Richelieu, each of which surpasses Tirpitz in prowess. I lack the knowledge to be deceived. Constructing is an enigma and cannot be controlled by mere words." Of course, Sugu would not voice such thoughts directly. After a moment of silence, he replied, "She is not mine to give away. She is not an object. I have always regarded her as my companion, a friend, or perhaps a daughter. If she wishes to stay by my side, she may. If she desires to leave, she is free to do so. She belongs to no one but herself." For reasons unknown, a sudden realization struck him. He felt as though he had already lost in this contest. Yet, this was not a contest at all. From the very beginning, his little home belonged to him, belonged to Sugu himself. However, Sugu soon observed the female officer blink and say, "Since that is the case, it seems you have no pressing matters. Would you care to visit my garrison? This entire maritime area is under my protection, not far from here. If you have matters to attend to, you should not be idly watching the unloading of steel retrieved from the depths of the ocean. To extend an invitation after just a few casual exchanges is rather unusual. I must admit, I have never encountered someone like you before. Moreover, your interest in my Tirpitz appears rather conspicuous." Sugu replied, "No, thank you. Come on, come on." She insisted. As Sugu prepared to decline once more, he realized her gaze was not directed at him, but rather fixated with a fervor on Tirpitz beside him. Noticing Tirpitz glance back at him, he winked, sharing a moment of mutual understanding. Although Tirpitz was a spirited young lady, she was certainly no fool. Tirpitz interjected, "No." Sugu echoed, "No, we truly have matters to attend to." "Ah, you're not coming? I have so many toys, little cars, excavators, puzzles. Oh, and we have a grand amusement park, which I specifically requested to be built within the garrison. There are slides, seesaws, swings, and so much more. Plus, a plethora of snacks, fruits, chips, cookies, cotton candy, chocolates, and the like. It's not as if you were required to do anything. It is merely an invitation to explore our garrison. It is not a treacherous endeavor, and what is there to fear? You, a shipgirl endowed with the power of a battleship, should have nothing to dread." Sugu was taken aback. The situation grew increasingly peculiar. "I am the commander. Why is she directing all this talk towards Tirpitz? Moreover, her behavior is hardly superior to those fishy characters, and she even resorted to provocation in the end." Tirpitz looked at her commander, who wore a serious expression. "Tell her, we have matters to attend to, and we shall visit another time." The obedient Tirpitz responded, "No, sister." Left with no choice, the female officer appeared dejected. The charming young lady's obligations made things quite tricky. Still, she said, "Oh, that's all right. But you must come to visit me next time." "Indeed." As they walked along the path, Sugu remarked, "No matter how I contemplate it, an inexplicable invitation from a woman leads me to surmise only a few possibilities. A ruse for drinks, a dining trap, or perhaps a deceitful scheme? None of us know each other. Would you suddenly invite a stranger into your home? Regardless, unsolicited affection often harbors ulterior motives. I do not suggest she is malevolent. Yet one must always remain vigilant. No, she has harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning. It is only sensible that we decline her invitation. Just as Sugu finished speaking, a voice emerged from behind him, softly lingering in the air. I believe another invitation should be extended. So I followed and happened to overhear your conversation. The terms wine guide, meal guide, and may be somewhat perplexing in meaning, yet they undoubtedly carry negative connotations. Must the prospect of friendship invariably be entangled with ulterior motives or deception? It is indeed a rhetorical question, beyond the realm of scheming. Who would suddenly befriend a stranger with no shared connections or mutual acquaintances, especially when one does not possess the allure of a handsome figure? The female officer continued, expressing her desire to befriend. Was she not referring to me? That seems rather excessive. I have long perceived your intentions. My shall remain exclusively mine, never to be shared with you or anyone else. Just as Sugu was about to firmly decline, a woman approached, clutching a substantial stack of documents. She remarked, the Admiral harbors no ill will. She merely possesses a peculiar fondness for youthful charm. Sugu turned to face her. She too was clad in military attire, yet distinct from the female officer, for she donned a short skirt instead of trousers, with glasses perched on her nose and her hair elegantly pinned up. Though her documents obscured her figure, they did little to deter speculation about her ample bosom. If one were to encapsulate her essence in a single word, it would be alluring, or more colloquially, seductive. I am and this is my Admiral. Aside from her peculiar preferences, she is entirely harmless. However, at that moment, Sugu was oblivious to the newcomer's words, lost in thought about did I possess such inclinations? It seemed so, albeit I had cast them aside, leaving them to languish in memory, suddenly filled with nostalgia. Yet, he soon regained his focus, contemplating that such peculiar preferences indeed suggest a potential for harm. With this realization, Sugu tightened his grip on the delicate hand of Chapter 19, Young Wife Sugu, who once resided in a society marked by emotional detachment and mutual suspicion among individuals, found himself in a markedly different environment upon arriving here. Although he was aware that the local populace was relatively more sincere, he initially hesitated to accept invitations after only a brief exchange. However, upon learning that the shipgirls originated from cherished memories and were inherently devoid of malevolent traits, he ultimately succumbed to the invitation. The location of the opposing naval base was not near the dock, and he was uncertain of its precise whereabouts. Nevertheless, the small vehicle they were traveling in had been navigating the streets of the county for over 10 minutes. Gazing out the window, Sugu observed that the county was modest in size, with the surrounding architecture evoking a nostalgic atmosphere reminiscent of the 1980s and 1990s. The vehicle, a black pickup truck with 4 seats, bore a cargo bed filled with steel that had been unloaded from the seaside. The ride was bumpy, with the petite Tirpitz resting on his lap, peering out the window. Beside her was the rather sinister-looking female officer named Eugene, who had insisted on sitting next to Tirpitz, forsaking the front passenger seat. In the truck, Sugu inquired, you must be the Admiral, right? Why are you handling the cargo yourself? Surely, you must have assistants for such tasks. Squeezed between Eugene and Tirpitz, she replied, my naval base does not require the presence of men. However, the military is predominantly composed of men. Surprised, Sugu was met with a response from the driver. Moo, in truth, we do not operate within the same framework as the Navy. Our duty is to suppress deep-sea shipgirls, and we are prohibited from engaging in warfare between nations. Thus, we cannot rely on the military for assistance. I personally handle the renovations and electrical work at our base. I did not seek help from any men outside, Eugene added swiftly, emphasizing her strength not out of necessity, but from her own competence. Sugu suggested, then why not seek assistance from women? It shouldn't be an issue even if men were to help. Eugene's expression shifted to one of melancholy. If men from outside were to come, it would lead to NTR. Can you imagine the feeling of your beloved destroyer calling another man brother or uncle? Absolutely intolerable. The transformation of the striking female officer into a seemingly obsessive figure caught Sugu off guard. After all, merely addressing someone as brother or uncle hardly constituted NTR. At that moment, the driver, Moo, turned to her, addressing her candidly. Do not frighten the newcomers, you peculiar homebody. You are merely unique. Do not mislead others. Concepts like NTR and the likes are trivial. Shipgirls awaken from steel, their hearts as steadfast as iron, unlike the fickle hearts of humans. Eugene chuckled, realizing that although the man beside her was not particularly youthful, he clearly appeared to be a novice admiral. Certain terms were popular within the shipgirl and admiral circles. having been absorbed from numerous magazines during their school days, yet these concepts remained largely unfamiliar to the average person. By the way, do you know what NTR means? That signifies a beautiful blessing. Sugu glanced at the woman beside him, who was beaming radiantly, pondering whether she was teasing him for his ignorance. He remarked, "Then I wish you the misfortune of being cuckolded." Sugu's smile was sincere, leaving Eugene momentarily uncertain whether he truly understood or feigned ignorance. However, Liu Ao burst into laughter. "Admiral, you are merely half-informed. You only delved into a few volumes to learn about tirpitz. Now, you flaunt your scant knowledge, a mere amateur." "Liu Ao, whose shipgirl are you, you rascal?" She retorted through clenched teeth, yet managed to smile as she addressed Sugu. "That is indeed a blessing. I hope you experience NTR." Before Sugu could respond, little Tirpitz climbed off his lap and declared, "Rebound." Instantly, Liu Ao from the driver's seat erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Eugene in the back seat, hearing her shipgirl's laughter, wore a grim expression and turned to Sugu, inquiring, "Liu Ao is quite beautiful, isn't she?" Sugu, known not to withhold compliments, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Liu Ao's voluptuous figure indeed epitomized the term ample. "So, let's make a swap," she proposed. "What did you just say?" "Let us exchange, my shipgirl, Liu Ao, for your little Tirpitz." Liu Ao, with an angelic face and devilish figure, "For your petite battleship, oh, lad. You be making a fortune." Sugu deftly sidestepped the topic, fully aware that becoming entangled would yield no favorable outcome. As anticipated, Liu Ao chimed in, "Admiral, refrain from speaking nonsense. Why not offer yourself instead? Your physique isn't half bad, even if your chest is somewhat lacking. Ha ha. It's no wonder you always disguise yourself as a man. Being flat-chested as a woman would indeed be peculiar. I merely see your mature form needing care. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" "Thank you and your entire family," Sugu replied, his expression a blend of incredulity and amusement. "Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. Liu Ao, are you looking for a fight? If so, come at me." As the vehicle jolted on the road and continued for a few more minutes, the walls of the naval base came into view. However, despite being termed a naval base, it appeared rather modest in size. Eugene remarked, "There isn't even a deep water port here. Large vessels cannot dock, so this isn't a significant military installation. Nonetheless, it is sufficient for everyone to reside, though it may feel excessively spacious." Shortly thereafter, they parked in an open area, and a figure emerged from a nearby building. It was a young girl with a delicate appearance and long blue hair, clad in an apron, holding a ladle in one hand. Given that their naval base seldom welcomed guests, the girl's face displayed surprise upon encountering two strangers. Blinking in realization, she felt a flush of embarrassment at her appearance. At that moment, the female officer Eugene swiftly grasped the girl's arm, pulling her closer. "Stop staring. This is my wife, my young bride, Shiryuki." Hey. I said don't look at me with that strange gaze. It's merely a simple Yuri, nothing more. The character of one's own admiral is such that, as the secretary's ship, one cannot alter it regardless of the reminders. Matsu gazed at the two individuals opposite her, who appeared astonished with slightly parted lips. She placed her hand upon her face and remarked, "Hey, Admiral, isn't Yuri rather peculiar as well?" Observing this scene, Eugene removed her white naval cap, allowing her smooth, flowing hair to cascade down. A touch of allure graced her originally handsome visage. She tilted her head, resting it gently against her shipgirl Shiyuki's. The young Shiryuki, with her waist-length blue hair and a face of pure, ethereal beauty, displayed a hint of embarrassment upon realizing the presence of outsiders, coupled with a sense of resignation towards her admiral's antics. However, her extraordinary gentle nature shone through as she rested her hands aimlessly by her side, smiling with a blend of helplessness and tenderness. Sugu's mouth slightly agape, thought to herself, "What is so strange? All I wish to express is how truly remarkable Yuri is." Chapter 20. The Admiral's Code at the Docks of the Naval Base. Eugene was elucidating to Sugu the essential considerations for both admirals and their shipgirls. Shipgirls are strictly prohibited from engaging in any matters beyond the suppression of deep-sea shipgirls. Particularly, they must never enlist in the military of any nation. This was a foundational decision made collectively by many admirals and shipgirls. They must remain uninvolved in interstate conflicts, and under no circumstances should weapons be directed inward, lest they plunge into irretrievable ruin. While the world may profess peace, myriad conflicts persist in various locales. For instance, disputed territories and islands remain fiercely contested, with no nation willing to concede even an inch, for to relinquish land is to incur eternal infamy, whether one be a president or a king. In some regions, warlords engage in skirmishes, inevitably resulting in numerous casualties. Tanks, armored vehicles, and aircraft wreak havoc upon cities, yet such destruction is contained within certain bounds. However, Should shipgirls appear on the battlefield, their presence, though somewhat constrained on land, would wield far greater firepower than tanks and artillery. The primary advantage of shipgirls lies in their agility. Unlike the vastness of the sea, the land offers numerous avenues for concealment, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate a shipgirl. Should they unleash their wrath, it could indeed herald the end of the world. In such a scenario, enmity would reign supreme, and the shipgirls would lose their innocence, devolving into mere instruments of war, despised by countless souls. Thus, it is prudent to abstain from such involvement from the outset. Sugu expressed some confusion, inquiring, is it truly feasible? Those politicians will not idly watch such formidable power linger nearby. Indeed, they will not permit such power to roam unchecked, yet certain truths were unveiled on the battlefield. Firstly, the morality of war between individuals is often nebulous. There have been instances where shipgirls have directed their fire upon innocents, only to be driven to madness upon witnessing the devastation they wrought. Shipgirls, born of all that is virtuous, can become consumed by madness, greed, selfishness, and depravity, ultimately transforming into deep-sea shipgirls, beyond the control of humanity. Hence, to avert such calamities, the non-involvement of shipgirls in warfare between nations has become an established norm among all countries. Eugene continued, neither admirals nor shipgirls desire to tread upon the battlefield. Consequently, shipgirls have evolved into a formidable force, distanced from the nations. Sugu queried, surely, there will be those who wish to manipulate shipgirls, politicians, with their cunning and eloquence, believing that schemes can triumph over straightforward tactics. Eugene replied, indeed, one could attempt to draw shipgirls into warfare, yet the headquarters of the shipgirls would provide assistance to their adversaries. Ultimately, while a shipgirl may stand alone against humanity, she pales in comparison when faced with multiple shipgirls. If she obstinately disregards counsel, she may ultimately find herself sunk. Indeed, it is a harsh and bloody reality. However, in order to ensure the downfall of more shipgirls, there seems to be no alternative. If conspiracies prove ineffective, what of open strategies? Although some shipgirls may appear simple-minded and certain destroyers exhibit childlike behavior, the commander is no fool. The shipgirls represent a guarantee of military strength, while the commander serves as the counterpart, ensuring that the shipgirls are not easily deceived. Sugu remained somewhat perplexed. What if they were all deceived? Both the shipgirls and the commander? Such deceptions would eventually come to light. Anyone who has coerced a shipgirl, whether through material means or emotional manipulation, would face consequences. The discoverers of such transgressions could be rival commanders or enemies. There will always be someone who uncovers the truth. At this moment, Sugu felt ensnared in a conundrum and inquired, what if he has deceived everyone? Eugene clapped her hands and responded, you are quite troublesome. He has deceived everyone. Well, if he is that formidable, let us all submit to him, given his undeniable prowess. And what of the commander committing wrongful acts? Sugu asked. As for the commander, he has become entirely independent of the various nations. Consequently, both the shipgirls and the commander are prohibited from engaging in national affairs, and they are not permitted to voice opinions on any system, whether it be virtuous or flawed. These restrictions are the conditions that bind the shipgirls and the commanders. Eugene gazed at the novice commander before her. It is customary for seasoned commanders to guide newcomers within their circle, which is precisely why she was determined to invite Sugu to her fortress. She said, let me tell you this, even if you become a commander endowed with formidable power, should you misuse that power for reckless endeavors, the military police will impose sanctions upon you. And the military police are comprised of shipgirls, who are quite formidable. However, do not worry. As long as you act within reason, there shall be no repercussions. Seeking personal gain through minor indiscretions in ambiguous matters is permissible. After all, the commander is merely human, and achieving saintliness is unattainable. Not every transgression warrants condemnation. Eugene continued, it is rare to encounter someone like you. I am curious how you crossed paths with Little Tbilisi, considering you have so many questions. You can be classified as a novice. Thus there are certain matters I wish to share with you. Do not regard me with such looks, even if they are well concealed. Understand that even if you were to encounter another commander, they would impart similar wisdom. This is not an unusual occurrence. There exists little in the way of vested interests among commanders. Mutual assistance is quite common. One could say we embody the spirit of chivalry. As Eugene observed the destroyers frolicking upon the sea, her expression softened. I did not become a commander in the same manner as you. I earned my position through rigorous examination and study. First and foremost, one must achieve commendable results. However, excellence does not necessitate being the top scholar. Merely surpassing the average individual suffices. More than mere academic prowess, a sound moral compass is paramount, though there are no concrete standards. For a commander, The fundamental requirement is to possess one's own thoughts and not to heed every word blindly. The initial examination was undoubtedly chaotic. However, in retrospect, one cannot help but admire the questions crafted by the predecessors. Fools are unequivocally unwelcome, as are nefarious individuals. Ideally, it is those with unwavering resolve who should ascend to the position of admiral, even those who exhibit a calm and indifferent demeanor. Individuals overly passionate or those yearning for world peace should be excluded, for the notion of universal harmony is, in essence, an unattainable ideal. Even those who are universally regarded as embodiments of truth, goodness, and beauty, the shipgirls, harbor feelings of jealousy and greed is a trait inherent to all. Wherever there are people, there exists a complex web of interactions. Hence, overly idealistic individuals are ill-suited for the role of admiral. Sugu remarked, but what of deception? Who can discern whether one is virtuous or malevolent, composed or idealistic? Do not entertain thoughts of deceit. The shipgirls are born from steel, akin to spirits or heroic souls, and they possess a heightened sensitivity to the human heart. I wish to impart some wisdom to you, the novice admirals. Regardless, the realm of admirals and shipgirls requires sustenance from its members. The more newcomers, the better. In conclusion, Eugene slightly squinted her eyes and sincerely stated, "Today, I have shared much with you. This is the responsibility of every admiral. Should you encounter newcomers in the future, I hope you will pass on this knowledge to them. Nevertheless, having conveyed so much today, you are now aware of the essential considerations required of an admiral. I have indeed accomplished a significant task." Sugu nodded, acknowledging that the other party had imparted a wealth of knowledge today, a fact he could not deny. "So, may Little Tirpitz accompany me to sleep tonight?" "That is not permissible." Chapter 21 Blessings for this world at the dock of the county town in the afternoon, beneath the setting sun. Sugu observed a mature and beautiful blonde woman pushing a wheelchair. In the wheelchair sat a middle-aged man clad in white uniform, greeted by passers-by along the way. At that moment, Eugene, standing beside Sugu, remarked, "That is also a commander, though he resigned after sustaining injuries." Sugu responded, "Did he retire just because of an injury? I mean, is it truly necessary to resign due to an injury? That's not what I meant. I merely wish to express that sitting in a wheelchair suggests he is unable to walk. With such severe injuries, resigning or retiring seems entirely justified. He does not appear particularly old. Despite his injuries, would he truly be content with such a resignation? If it were me, I would certainly feel discontented. What does it matter if he feels discontented? The majority of his fleet has nearly sunk. During the Great War, the Abyssal Fleet advanced ferociously, and by all accounts, he should have retreated. However, behind him lay the county town. Retreating would have left the entire city engulfed in flames. He fought valiantly, refusing to yield, ultimately paying a heavy price to defeat the Abyssal Fleet. His injuries were sustained in that very battle, after which he resigned. He is the former commander of my naval base." Sugu gazed at the silhouette of the man against the sunset and softly uttered, "A hero. What is there to praise?" "He is merely a scoundrel," interjected the figure beside them, Mutsu. Mutsu peered across the dock into the distance and said, "Originally, everyone had the chance to escape, but he believed that if he fled, the county town would be attacked. If the commander did not flee, how could the fleet? The battle was arduous, and in the end, although they barely achieved victory, only one shipgirl survived. As a commander, he is a man, burdened with ideals of justice, glory, and dignity. For these ideals, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life. However, the shipgirls are different. While justice and kindness hold significance, what matters most is their commander. The shipgirls always place their commander as their utmost priority, while commanders seldom regard their shipgirls in the same light, often harboring greater complexities within their hearts. They could have fled, yet for the sake of his stubbornness, so many shipgirls paid the ultimate price. What a scoundrel." Sugu countered, "But he protected so many people." Mutsu replied, "The lives of so many are indeed significant, but do the lives of the shipgirls hold no value? Yet, undertaking that role, serving the country is inherently a duty. For the commander, it is a responsibility. For the shipgirls, they merely follow their commander. Even in suppressing the Abyssal Fleet, they merely accompany their commander forward, not necessarily harboring deep-seated enmity against the Abyssals. Furthermore, he might perish here, yet the shipgirls could escape. Leaving does not equate to fleeing, retreating, or strategic withdrawal. In my view, even a retreat would not inflict substantial harm upon the county town. He simply clings to a man's stubbornness. Ultimately, he is merely a scoundrel, treating shipgirls as tools rather than lives. Differing values lead to varying resolves. Such matters are beyond Sugu's capacity for commentary. He observed a blonde woman pushing a wheelchair at the dock and inquired, "Is that a shipgirl? Who is she?" "Ah, she is the only one alive, the Firefly," came the reply. Sugu was taken aback, for he distinctly recalled the Firefly as a little girl with twin ponytails. With a hint of confusion, he questioned. Aren't destroyers supposed to be little girls? Aren't ship girls incapable of growing up? Who told you that? Eugene responded. It seems your knowledge requires considerable enhancement. Most destroyers are indeed little girls, yet there are mature ones as well. While ship girls may not grow in the same manner as ordinary humans, they can indeed evolve. They are born from steel imbued with the memories and longings of the past, resembling both spirits and heroic figures, distinctly different from normal individuals. It is said that one's appearance is a reflection of one's heart. When a ship girl perceives herself as having grown, her form will transform accordingly. When they believe they have matured, they can transition from little girls to adults. This is particularly evident with the Z-series destroyers, as their minds mature. They often undergo a physical transformation alongside an enhancement of their abilities. Sugu acknowledged that he was aware of the Z-series destroyers' evolution from little girls to adults. But he had not anticipated such a development occurring in reality. Matsu adjusted her attire and gazed skyward, speaking solemnly. The naval base has been utterly destroyed. The admiral gravely injured, and aside from themselves, the sisters have succumbed to the depths. Even the originally innocent little girls must shoulder the future in such circumstances. How can one maintain their childhood innocence? Thus, the little girls inevitably grow into young women. He has never married, seldom returns home, and no one knows where his hometown lies. He has no children, and due to his physical limitations, has been cared for by Firefly all these years. She is his initial ship. Who could have imagined that a girl who pretended to be a magical girl wielding a cane and proclaiming I cast upon you the magic of courage would evolve into this? Sugu remarked. Yet, since there are ship girls willing to accompany him, he must be quite attentive to them. Matsu brushed aside her bangs and glanced at her admiral, suddenly realizing that despite his lack of decorum, he possessed commendable qualities. He was originally a soldier, later leaving the army to become an admiral, with Firefly as his destroyer. Do not assume he is an admirable person. He is neither gentle nor perceptive, and romance is utterly absent. He tends to wear a stern expression. If I were to seek a husband, I would certainly not choose someone like him. But how does such a person become an admiral? Surely, there must be some redeeming qualities. Redeeming qualities? Perhaps a sense of justice or integrity, an unwavering commitment as a soldier, always at the forefront of any endeavor. He may be a hero, but he is certainly not a good man. As Sugu observed in the distance, Firefly was approaching, pushing her admiral towards him, drawing nearer with each passing moment. Eugene quickly waved in greeting, and the other party responded with a smile. The wheelchair gradually receded, and Sugu distinctly perceived the gentle smile adorning Ing Huichong's face. Had he not spoken, he would never have imagined that this was the same individual who, in the game, exhibited a blend of naivety and confusion, with twin ponytails and a penchant for headbutting. Now, however, this person had matured into a gentle presence, her golden hair cascading straight down, leaving only the scarf around her neck as a remnant of her former self. The resolute smile of the middle-aged admiral lingered in his memory, prompting Sugu to reflect on the past struggles. In that great war, how many had forsaken their families solely to defend their homeland? They may not have been exemplary husbands or fathers, yet without their sacrifices, how many families would have been torn apart? They undeniably embodied the essence of heroism. Matsu, merely a ship girl, how much did she truly comprehend the admiral's steadfastness? As for the sacrifices made by other ship girls, who knows the extent of his remorse? Perhaps it merely remained unexpressed. Ultimately, differing perspectives lead to divergent decisions. And a tinge of sorrow nestled in Sugu's heart. Little Tirpitz, most attuned to his emotions, lifted her head and inquired, Admiral, what troubles you? Sugu gazed at the towering warehouses surrounding the dock, the vessels upon the sea, the children laughing as they passed, and the fishmongers calling out. Without the sacrifices of certain individuals, how could such a world exist? He gently patted little Tirpitz on the head and replied, It is nothing. Merely a desire to offer blessings for those sacrifices for this beautiful world. To embark on a mission yet perish before it begins, forever shall heroes weep. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a few returned to the naval base. Sugu suddenly posed a question, by the way. Can an admiral have children with a ship girl? Whom do you wish to have children with? Regardless, it is impermissible to lay hands on a little girl. The military police would apprehend you, and you would face divine retribution. I have no desire to discuss such matters with a perverted, lowly enthusiast. Fish Jean waved her hand dismissively, signaling that no praise was necessary. She then turned her gaze towards little Tirpitz and unexpectedly suggested, Speaking of which, shall we conduct a drill? Chapter 22. I shall torment the novices. The Tirpitz is a formidable battleship, revered throughout the annals of the old world as history. And this reverence persists among the shipgirls who embody the spirits of those bygone vessels. She was even once dubbed the Lonely Queen of the North. Eugene had never encountered Tirpitz before. She had only heard whispers of the shipgirl possessing shoulder-length pink hair and an imposing bosom. particularly noting the poignant expression of distress she wore when injured. Of course, not every Tirpitz bears the same visage. Generally, in naval parlance, ships are referred to using feminine pronouns, as they are inherently associated with women. The shipgirls are born from the collective nostalgia and memories of the past, and thus, they too are predominantly female. One might ponder how sailors of yore, who navigated these mighty vessels, envisioned their ships as personifications. Tirpitz seldom ventured out to sea. She must be a homebody at heart. In contrast, Richelieu, who refused to serve Vichy France, was likely a valiant and striking figure, waging battles across the oceans. The imaginations of countless individuals regarding these warships have culminated in the diverse representations of shipgirls we see today. Each shipgirl possesses a distinct persona. And while Eugene once held a belief, upon encountering the diminutive Tirpitz, she has transformed that belief into unwavering conviction. The emergence of the Little Tirpitz surely stems from the nostalgia harbored by the sailors of the original battleship, yearning for the children of their homeland. Moreover, Tirpitz once sported a unique livery, adorned with charming little windows, a whimsical design conceived when she witnessed the petite Tirpitz frolicking upon the waves. Clad in her striking pink paint, over the many years since the advent of shipgirls, the appearances of Tirpitz can be counted on one hand. Throughout the world, countless admirals have emerged each year, some formidable, others less so. Some who, in a fit of reckless ambition post-construction, met their demise in despair, and others who, in their hubris, were ultimately betrayed by their shipgirls after suffering catastrophic defeats. Nevertheless, it is a rarity for an admiral to possess such a powerful shipgirl. Within the admiralty circles, those fortunate souls are dubbed European admirals, while those less fortunate are referred to as African admirals. Many have toiled for years, only to find themselves wed to destroyers. And it is inevitable that such admirals will find themselves in the clutches of the military police. Yet, to possess a shipgirl of Tirpitz's caliber is in itself a mark of distinction worthy of a European admiral. One can only imagine the lamentations of countless African admirals, whose envy might drive them to desperate measures. Particularly with the presence of the petite Tirpitz, it is no wonder that resentment brews. As she gazed at the little Tirpitz frolicking with her destroyers on the surface of the sea, memories of the past flooded her mind. Aside from her duties at the naval base, she had spent a considerable duration at the Naval Academy, where she still vividly recalls the heart-wrenching cries of her fellow admirals. In the 2 years of academy life, she had witnessed both sweet laughter and sorrowful wails, though the latter far outweighed the former. If not for the experiences of those years, she would have never comprehended the sight of an admiral, who always appeared composed and commanding, succumbing to tears. I have 3 elementary school children now. I do not wish to be a mere caretaker. As long as one invests ample resources, success is bound to follow. The Kaohsiung. He claimed he had no need for friendships with Africans. Another one from class 3 has lost their mind. Europeans? Take that. Eventually, once my academic life concluded, I departed from that sorrowful place, leaving behind a scene where a European reveled amidst the blood and tears of Africans. She no longer wished to recall those former days, which had transformed her from an older sister enthusiast into one captivated by younger girls. The Snow White was indeed a wedding from that time, though reflecting on it now, it seems advantageous. Regarding what I wish to do to the European admiral now, I envision inflicting torment upon the new European recruits. Sugu initially declined the invitation to participate in the drill, as he distinctly perceived the malice behind the other's smile. Eugene remarked, "There is no need to refuse. Drills are quite commonplace for shipgirls. They say that sweating in peacetime leads to less bloodshed in war, and battles against deep-sea shipgirls can be exceedingly brutal, where a single misstep may lead to sinking. To avert such circumstances, training and drills are essential. There will be no injuries since we use flares during drills. The damage will be assessed based on the type of shipgirl, the artillery employed, and the type of shipgirl under attack, ultimately determining the victor." Sugu responded, "But the little one is still young. Regardless of age, every shipgirl will eventually face the battlefield. It is possible to opt out of battle, isn't it? The decision to engage in combat lies with the individual. As an admiral, it is certainly your duty to protect your homeland, safeguard the lives and properties of the people, and subdue the deep-sea shipgirls. This is the responsibility of every admiral. So one could simply refrain from being an admiral, then. Even if you do not take on the role of admiral, the duty to protect your homeland remains yours. It is not merely a matter of enjoying rights and thus bearing obligations. I do not enjoy the rights of an admiral. Therefore, I should not be compelled to shoulder the obligations of one." That notion of rights and obligations seems to resonate somehow. Yet, you proclaimed yesterday that others are heroes. He is a hero. I never claimed to be one myself. Eugene slightly turned her head and immediately beheld the smiling face of Mutsu beside her, reflecting that the new recruits today lack any charm. Of course, Sugu ultimately acquiesced to the request for the drill, recognizing the considerable assistance offered to him. although he was quite familiar with the game from the past. The reality of everything unfolding before him left him bewildered. After all, the previous game lacked a coherent worldview, and indeed, those drills posed no threat of harm. He also harbored uncertainty regarding the strength of his shipgirls. He had never engaged in reckless behavior, such as sending Little Tbilisi out to sea in search of deep-sea shipgirls to test her strength, nor would he direct her to fire upon anything. Today presented an opportunity to better understand the capabilities of shipgirls in this world. At this moment, Sugu crouched down to converse with Little Tbilisi, reassuring her. It's merely a drill, so do not be afraid. I am not afraid. I have participated in numerous performances, and as the Admiral, you have stated that my abilities are already quite formidable, leaving no room for further improvement. Hence I am not allowed to partake in drills, Little Tbilisi replied. Sugu mused. What utility is there in conducting drills when one has reached the pinnacle of their capabilities? Yet, that is merely within the realm of the game. Gently, he caressed Little Tbilisi's pink hair, removing the headphones from her head, and said, hand over your cat sister doll as well. It might become a hindrance during the battle. Before long, Sugu brought Little Tbilisi before the opposing side and inquired, all right then, if we are to engage in a drill, with whom shall we spar? Eugene responded, Little Jai is a battleship, and since it is daytime, a destroyer cannot participate. Neither can light cruisers nor heavy cruisers, and I lack an aircraft carrier. The only one in my fleet capable of sparring with Little Jai is Mua. Sugu turned to glance at Mua, who was tying her hair up, and saw her approach the surface of the water with a light laugh. Rest assured, it is but a performance, and you will not be harmed. However, as a European admiral, I have a piece of advice for you, one meant solely for European admirals. She paused for effect, observing Sugu's puzzled expression before her smile blossomed. In the battles of shipgirls, the type of ship is not the decisive factor. Rather, it is the combat experience of a shipgirl that determines victory. Which is to say, their training level. Your Little Tbilisi lacks this, while my Mu possesses an abundance. Upon hearing her admiral's words, Mu, standing upon the water, blew a kiss toward Sugu. Do not wear such a serious expression, young admiral. I promise you, should your Little Jai emerge victorious, I shall accompany you in whatever you desire, even matters of a more intimate nature. Sugu regarded Mu, who radiated allure, and thought to himself, my dear, I harbor not the slightest interest in you. Well, perhaps I do find you quite intriguing after all. Chapter 23, Exercise inside Sugu and Eugene stood at the dock, their roles as admirals rendering them unnecessary on the battlefield. The fleet's maneuvers were largely independent of their directives. Who to engage and how to engage were decisions solely made by the shipgirls, with their intelligence often determining the outcome of encounters. The sight of a battleship confronting a destroyer was indeed disheartening. As the sea breeze tousled her hair, Eugene reminisced, recalling the initial hardships faced by the naval base, a region overlooked by many. This area was not a crucial maritime route between nations or cities. It was merely a quaint tourist town, lacking in notable attractions. Despite its designation as a county, it possessed little of significance, no unique landscapes or special seafood delicacies to boast of. Many admirals regarded their assignments here as unfortunate, with no prominent achievements to be made. Even a year of diligent service and safeguarding the peace yielded nothing more than mediocrity in evaluation. The difficulties encountered upon her arrival were unimaginable. There was an old adage about splitting a coin in two, and at that time, it felt quite similar. The naval base was initially a desolate expanse, strewn with rubble and overgrown weeds, with the few machines present rusted and long neglected. The warehouses were barren. One could gallop a horse through them without encountering any resources. Not a single decent dormitory existed. As I previously mentioned, during the tenure of the last admiral, the base had been ravaged by deep-sea shipgirls, leaving its structures in ruins. With nothing but an appointment letter in hand, I assumed command, utterly alone save for the presence of the Shirikomo. Ah, my beloved young wife. Following my takeover of the base, I initiated expeditions to suppress the nearby deep-sea shipgirls, often resorting to hand-to-hand combat when ammunition ran low, akin to ships colliding. The toll on my body was significant, yet there was little choice. I had to address government-related issues, often unable to assist her. She had to repair her own equipment during those trying times. Eugene, having rarely encountered an admiral willing to listen, found solace in sharing her arduous experiences over the years spent establishing the naval base. Gradually, as she persevered through those challenging times, life improved. She constructed new shipgirls, allowing the base to regain stability. Mutsu was one such vessel, built 2 years after she took command, following her departure from school. Progress against the nearby deep-sea shipgirls had been slow until her arrival, which revitalized the naval base and broke its downward spiral. Turning to Sugu, Eugene inquired, what do you know of the history of the Old World? The former battleship Mutsu was part of the Imperial Japanese Navy's combined fleet during World War II. a Nagato-class battleship officially constructed under the 88 Fleet program, and it was among the first super dreadnoughts in the world to be equipped with 16-inch main guns. Though her birth was marked by a series of tribulations, she ultimately emerged as one of the illustrious 7 of the naval holiday era, thanks to the naval treaties. Matsu garnered considerable admiration, not merely for her voluptuous figure, though that was certainly a contributing factor, but rather for her formidable prowess. It was said that suitors would come to the naval base seeking her affection. Ah, indeed, I must admit. I once had to expel one such individual for daring to approach a fleet admiral as shipgirl. How audacious. The fact that I refrained from causing him great harm only attests to my benevolence. Now, returning to the crux of the matter, if young men were enamored by her beauty, the affection she received from people of all ages in the nearby town speaks volumes. Her popularity is not attributed to her alluring gaze or her ample bosom. It is solely due to her exceptional strength. Armed with quad 41mm cannons and Type 3 shells, she has single-handedly vanquished entire squadrons of deep-sea shipgirls, including formidable deep-sea battleships wielding serpentine armaments. Matsu reigns as the unacknowledged queen of my naval base. And wherever I may take her, she is invariably the focal point of any gathering. Her existence elevates my status as a European admiral. Do you understand how to calculate damage in exercises? Sugu shook his head. While combat may elude quantification, every battleship possesses defined parameters. And as inheritors of the souls of these vessels, each shipgirl's strength is universally acknowledged through established standards. Just as we measure force in newtons and electric current in amperes, we have devised a means to quantify the strength of each shipgirl. Tirpitz boasts an armor rating of 80, while Matsu typically has a firepower of 82. This is widely accepted, though fireworks pose no threat to shipgirls. When Tirpitz is struck by one of Matsu's shells, we can determine the damage inflicted based on Matsu's firepower and Tirpitz's armor. Each shipgirl also has a durability statistic. And when one's durability reaches 0, it signifies defeat. This method of determining victory in exercises is commonly acknowledged. Matsu possesses 82 points of firepower, augmented by her quad 41mm cannons which contribute an additional 20 points. I concede that your small shipgirl is indeed formidable, having inherited the strength of the battleship Tirpitz. However, it is not sheer firepower or armor that dictates victory in these exercises. My Matsu can easily strike your small shipgirl, rendering her attacks futile against Matsu's evasive maneuvers. If you aspire to become a powerful admiral, I urge you to nurture your small shipgirl diligently. Perhaps she will grow in strength, but as it stands, she is lacking. Do not be deceived by Matsu's appearance. She is, unexpectedly, a combat enthusiast. Eugene spread her arms wide in the wind, already envisioning her triumph. Haha. Should fortune smile upon you and grant you victory, I could bestow upon you a revolver, a fine specimen indeed. Although, under ordinary circumstances, it is seldom needed. For the admiral is always accompanied by his fleet maidens, and no ne'er-do-well would dare to strike. And should the adversary be one of the fleet maidens, your weapon would prove of little consequence. Ah, yet is it not the allure of such arms that captivates you gentlemen? This particular treasure was won during my first year at the academy, in a game of chance, roulette, as you might be aware. Provoked, I wagered against that fellow. Reflecting upon it now sends shivers down my spine, for I was quite audacious back then. Only later did I discover that his revolver was devoid of ammunition. In any case, after I discharged a round towards myself, this weapon became mine. A radiant smile adorned Eugene's face, almost blinding, as she raised her hand and snapped her fingers, commanding, "Bring me 2 telescopes." Chapter 24. Astonishing, my little home on the dock. Eugene stood with pride. At that moment, Matsu also exuded a sense of pride as she addressed Tirpitz, stating, "Over the years, I have encountered many formidable battleships, be it Richelieu, Vanguard, or Venado. Despite being inherently powerful shipgirls, their lack of training and infrequent participation in drills have rendered them inferior to those initially less skilled. I was once one of the 7 titans of the naval holiday era, possessing an innate sense of pride from the outset. However, since my awakening, I have never once neglected my training. In the beginning, the base was populated with numerous destroyers, incapable of sustaining its operations. Thus, shortly after my arrival, I assumed the role of secretaryship. Although the duties of a secretary are manifold, managing and inventorying supplies, educating destroyers, or reconciling finances with outsiders, I have never wavered in my training. If the day offered no time, I would seize the night. For instance, I would fill the sea with barrels of oil and practice high-speed turns and targeting drills using them. Consequently, those shipgirls who had joined the base before me were swiftly outperformed. Matsu spoke softly. "I do not intend to criticize your admiral. I merely wish to convey that he indulges you too much. We are shipgirls, born for the purpose of battle. You are still young, and there are truths I wish to impart to you early on. Being a battleship by birthright is not a cause for pride. Striving harder is the utmost importance. Since my arrival at the base, I have participated in 55 drills, inviting any potential opponents to engage and practice. I have conducted drills with shipgirls from nearby bases, including Tennessee, Assault, Yamashiro, and Hyuga. I have faced battleships and aircraft carriers, and even taken on several heavy cruisers alone. I have tasted both victory and defeat. Yet I have never ceased my progress. I have fought 73 battles against the deep-sea shipgirls, including 19 engagements against deep-sea battleships, all of which I emerged victorious. I wonder if you have encountered those deep-sea flagship vessels, the truly formidable deep-sea battleships. Many only know of deep-sea Akagi and deep-sea Kaga for their inky black or silvery long hair, or perhaps their alluringly tattooed thighs and exquisitely delicate feet. There are even novice admirals who foolishly exclaim, "Queen, how I long to be trampled." They see only the beauty of the deep-sea shipgirls. But the genuine terror remains unknown until faced directly. I witnessed them once as a joint fleet composed of numerous bases formed an elite temporary squadron. By sheer luck, I was included in that formation. From a distance, I observed the overwhelming onslaught of aircraft. I am unsure if you are aware of deep-sea tirpitz. If your endurance is 91, your armor 80, and your firepower 72. In reference to the deep-sea tirpitz, her endurance measures 385. Her armor stands at 233, and her firepower reaches 176. She epitomizes a truly terrifying deep-sea battleship, having never been vanquished by any foe. Residing in the depths of the ocean. To be candid, I have encountered her only once and have no desire to face her again. However, my reluctance stems not from fear but from sheer unwillingness. Upon learning of the formidable deep-sea shipgirls, I hope you can conjure some thoughts, much like those regarding powerful battleship shipgirls, which are rather scarce in this world. Yet, every year, a few emerge, and even for a battleship as formidable as yourself, sinking is often an inevitable fate. The exercise has yet to commence. We are merely adjusting the ship's equipment. Matsu softly inquired. Has your admiral ever engaged you in battle against the deep-sea shipgirls? Little Tirpitz furrowed her brow. She had participated in numerous encounters with deep-sea shipgirls while wandering outside. Yet during her time at the naval base, her admiral had never sent her out to battle. Thus, she shook her head. How many drills have you participated in? Before Little Tirpitz could respond, Matsu raised her palm and declared, You need not answer. I know you have not participated in any. Although Little Tirpitz had indeed taken part in several drills, she was on the verge of retorting when Matsu asked, Has your admiral ever faced a deep-sea shipgirl directly? To this, Little Tirpitz could affirmatively respond, No. Your admiral has likely seen very few shipgirls, hasn't he? Not at all. Our naval base boasts over 100 shipgirls. Matsu attempted to provoke Little Tirpitz, stating, Your admiral is utterly inconsequential. At this juncture, Matsu, with her alluringly voluptuous figure, lost her flirtatious demeanor, revealing an air of determination that Little Tirpitz had never before witnessed, reminiscent of her sister Bismarck, a feeling she could distinctly sense. However, Little Tirpitz was not intimidated by the fierce expression on Matsu's face. She felt her anger rising. Typically, when her admiral affectionately patted her head, she did not mind. Nor did she react when he pinched her cheeks or when she was bested by an adversary during drills. Even when her beloved cat doll was hidden away or when labeled a homebody, she remained unperturbed, except when it came to disparaging remarks about her admiral. In that moment, Little Tirpitz was genuinely incensed. Matsu, with one arm crossed over her chest and her chin resting on her hand, paid no heed to Little Tirpitz's fury as she remarked, all right, such vigor is commendable. It seems you enjoy reprimanding new recruits in the military and tormenting rookies as well, my dear Little Tirpitz, my precious one. Let the exercise commence. In an instant, both began to accelerate across the ocean's surface. Historically, naval engagements involved ship-to-ship combat. However, with the advancement of artillery, such close-quarters battles became obsolete, as victory no longer relied on sailors' hand-to-hand combat but on the might of powerful cannons that are the lifeblood of warships. Yet, in this modern age, shipgirls retain the formidable strength and speed akin to battleships, yet without their massive physical form. Throughout the annals of history, battleships have wielded unparalleled dominion over the battlefield, although their esteemed position has gradually been usurped by aircraft carriers. It is in the era of fleet girls that battleships reign supreme as the undisputed sovereigns. The confrontations between battleships are anything but trivial. As the Matsu glided swiftly across the waves, she recalled her past studies, for even though fleet girls awaken with an innate understanding, certain specialized knowledge remains elusive. With the emergence of fleet girls over the years, the Naval Academy had meticulously compiled data on them. In this moment, she reflected on the statistics of the Tirpitz. While metrics such as accuracy and evasion are inherently unpredictable, parameters concerning firepower, armor, and speed have been quantified to a certain extent. She calculated everything with precision. In the fierce contest of lions versus hares, one must exert full effort. Even against the seemingly diminutive Tirpitz, she felt no inclination to relent. At that moment, Matsu and the petite Tirpitz sailed side by side. Observing the resolute expression on Tirpitz's face, she remarked, "We are advancing in the same direction. This is what we call a parallel battle." As Matsu moved forward, she endeavored to impart her knowledge to the young Tirpitz. "I know," came the response, as Tirpitz readied her formidable arsenal. "Haven't you fully deployed your ship's armament? Even if you do now, it won't serve as a secret weapon." As Matsu spoke, she noticed the 4 triple-mounted 16-inch guns adorning Tirpitz, armaments reserved for the illustrious Nelson-class battleships. Each gun purportedly boasted a firepower enhancement of 23 points. How could her opponent possess so many? At that moment, she felt a sense of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Tirpitz, filled with indignation, recalled her past drills. Recognizing her own limitations, she lacked the prowess to incapacitate an enemy flagship like her sister Bismarck. Nor could she command a fleet to enhance their accuracy like her sister Prince of Wales. Despite feeling inadequate compared to the formidable lion, she resolved never to concede. "I will defeat you," Tirpitz declared, launching a shell towards Matsu with fervor. "That won't work. You won't hit me. Have you never practiced?" Just as Matsu uttered these words, a shell struck her directly. Observing from the sidelines, the fleet girl serving as the judge gazed in astonishment at Tirpitz's magnificent equipment, her mouth agape in disbelief. After a prolonged moment, she raised a small flag and proclaimed, "Battleship Tirpitz, equipped with 4 triple 16-inch guns. According to calculations, small Tirpitz emerges victorious." Chapter 25. The tender abode. The sun was nearing its descent, with half of its orb submerged beneath the horizon, casting a warm orange hue upon the undulating surface of the sea. A silhouette of a little girl stood amidst the radiant twilight. In the midst of the smoke billowing from the explosion that had struck her ship, Matsu found herself in a state of bewilderment. How had she been hit? Although she suffered no physical harm, the rising smoke incessantly reminded her of a stark reality. She had been struck and subsequently defeated. How had this defeat come to pass? Matsu stood, dazed, upon the water's surface, her hand reaching up to touch the ornate bun of her long hair. She plucked a fragment of the colorful debris from the celebratory explosion, her silence enveloping her in an aura of despondency. Her gaze fell upon the formidable triple 16-inch guns mounted on Tirpitz's battleship. With a voice rendered hoarse by the sea breeze, she questioned, "From whence do you acquire such armaments? Which Rodney or Nelson has bestowed them upon you? Even if they had, surely they could not grant you so many." Matsu bellowed into the wind, "Your movements are remarkably adept. You must have rehearsed countless times. Just how many drills have you undertaken?" On the dock, Eugen lowered his telescope and, after a moment of contemplation, exclaimed, "How many times have you practiced? Why is your accuracy so astounding?" Tirpitz struggled to recall the number of drills she had conducted. Trivial memories eluded her. Yet, the frantic inquiries of the woman before her compelled her to ponder this matter. Had she engaged in 150 exercises? After all, the game offered 15 opportunities for practice each day, a chance to accrue experience points. But 10 days would scarcely suffice for a girl to reach maximum level. Perhaps 300 drills? That seemed plausible, yet even that would render it challenging to attain full proficiency in merely 20 days. As he prepared to raise 4 fingers in response, he abruptly realized that his interlocutor was not genuinely concerned with the specifics of Tirpitz's training. She merely sought an outlet for her own tumultuous emotions. Eugen then gestured towards Tirpitz, who was returning from the sea, her arms waving in triumph. The menacing turrets atop her battleship contrasted oddly with the youthful charm of the petite Tirpitz, yet they harmoniously showcased her unparalleled firepower. "Where do you procure such formidable artillery?" "Those are triple 16-inch guns, an armament exclusive to the illustrious Nelson-class shipgirls. Are you, perchance, the legendary second-generation admiral? I have scarcely glimpsed the likes of Nelson or Rodney. And even if I had, they guard their equipment jealously. I surmise that apart from their own admiral's requests, no one could persuade them to part with their armaments. Ah, how enviable this is. Equipped with 4 such cannons, your firepower must surely exceed 160, if not more. Where do you acquire them? Where indeed?" The interlocutor's inquiries left Su Gu at a loss for words. "Could it be that I once possessed dozens of Rodney and Nelson's rations, which I utilized to enhance my beloved shipgirls, thus acquiring a multitude of cannons, albeit these were merely the most basic armaments of my cherished girls? Yet, uttering such a statement would undoubtedly render me a fool. How could there possibly be so many shipgirls of Nelson's caliber? One must remember, this is not a game. The emergence of a single shipgirl is indeed a rare occurrence." Although unsure of how to respond to the questions posed, Sugu was well aware of how to conclude this topic. He inquired, "Is the promise that Matsu initially spoke of genuine?" Upon hearing this, he noticed Eugen's complexion paled, her previously agitated demeanor shifting to one of calm. The notion of allowing his beloved shipgirl to share a bed with another was something no commander would ever entertain. Eugen vociferously declared, "Of course, it is false." The table had been arranged into a long banquet setting, and by evening, all the shipgirls of the defense fleet had gathered together. Eugen's fleet comprised 7 or 8 shipgirls, predominantly destroyers and light cruisers. The destroyer shipgirls predominantly manifested in the guise of young girls, frolicking around the long table in a game of hide-and-seek, their personalities mirroring that of innocent children. At the opposite end of the long table sat Mutsu, her expression a portrait of embarrassment and grievance. Although she had initially reveled in teasing Sugu, she now dared not utter a word to him. Soon, the food was laid out upon the long table, which, from Sugu's perspective, exuded a distinctly Japanese flair. Reportedly crafted by Shirayuki, the chief cook, the Japanese shipgirls held a particular fondness for their native cuisine. As the food continued to be served, in the kitchen of the defense fleet, Shirayuki observed her commander rummaging through the pantry. "Commander, what are you searching for?" "Nothing, nothing," Eugen replied, waving his hand dismissively. He glanced around the kitchen, noting the dwindling supplies. Although autumn was not particularly hot, the perishability of ingredients posed a challenge, and they had not procured in abundance initially. Tomatoes rested in a small bamboo basket, but few remained. Some eggs were still available, as the fleet kept a few hens. And there was an ample supply of dried kelp. Eugen casually picked up a tomato, crouched down, and took a bite, the sweet and sour flavor bursting in his mouth. Shirayuki gazed at her commander with curiosity, her petite figure clad in a white apron as she watched him eat while searching. With damp hands, she tugged at him, asking, "What exactly are you looking for?" Eugen responded, "Alcohol, the liquor I stashed away, the high-proof kind. I intend to get him thoroughly intoxicated tonight. Perhaps it is in your office?" "Not at all. To prevent anyone from pilfering it, the bottles in my office are filled with water instead." Another round of rummaging ensued. Shirayuki inquired, "Have you found it? By the way, Commander, we are out of fresh food. Shall we consider dispatching one of the hens?" "Whatever you deem fit." Eugene was uncertain whether he had located Jio Sugu, as he was currently instructing Xiao Tierbai on the items upon the long table. "Commander, what is that green item?" "Mustard. May I taste it?" "Let us wait until the meal is served. It would be impolite to use chopsticks now." "I'm not very adept with chopsticks." "Then what about that item over there?" "That is merely soy sauce." "What dish is this?" "Sorry. And this one?" "It appears to be a type of celestial net, though I am not entirely sure." Before long, Xiao Tierbai was surrounded by the destroyer ship girls within the naval base. Sugu observed the array of adorable little girls around him, marveling at the fortune of the base's commander. Suddenly, a voice emerged. "You all seem quite impressive." Sugu turned towards the sound, revealing it to be the bird-class ship Nihai, who had served as the judge during the exercises. She seemed to harbor resentment over the defeat of her esteemed secretary ship, Muo. Sugu quickly waved his hands. Oh no, it was merely luck. At that moment, a chorus of wow erupted, drawing his attention to the destroyer ship girls encircling Xiao Tierbai. The latter had unveiled her ship attire, prompting the little girls to exclaim in awe as they reached out to touch it. The metallic gun turrets felt somewhat cold to the touch, and upon contact, the girls joyfully leaped, exclaiming, "Wow, how impressive! Is this the cannon that defeated Sister Muo? I too wish to carry a cannon, but I can only launch torpedoes, and I must be very close to hit anything. Who provided you with all this equipment?" Xiao Tierbai placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "Of course. It was the commander who bestowed it upon me, hence I adore him the most." Sugu gazed at the scene with admiration, reflecting, "My little abode is truly delightful." Meanwhile, Muo, who appeared disgruntled, voiced her dissatisfaction over being bested by Xiao Tierbai. "How dare you speak ill of my commander," she thought. In that moment, Xiao Tierbai, with an innocent expression, turned to Muo and asked, "Sister Muo, will you be sleeping beside the commander tonight?" Muo's face flushed with embarrassment, while Sugu couldn't help but smile before promptly adopting a serious demeanor. "My little abode is ever so considerate." Chapter 26. Departure by train. Leaving the command post of Eugene occurred a few days after the exercises. Although the host was exceedingly hospitable, it was not prudent to linger in a place that was not one's own. Early in the morning, Sugu took the young Tbilisi to the train station, where they procured tickets. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the train to Gue City was delayed until the afternoon. At that moment, he sat in the waiting area, gazing at the letter of introduction that Eugene had bestowed upon him. This letter was intended for his entrance to the Naval Academy, providing him with an opportunity to take the entrance examination. He contemplated that if he could not locate the Lexington in Gue City, the Naval Academy would become his next destination. After perusing the letter, he lifted his gaze to observe the bustling crowd in the distance. Beside him, Tbilisi, with her wide eyes, excitedly pointed at the trains outside the waiting room, exclaiming, "Chug chug, thump thump, The big train. Sugu stored the letter away, gently ruffling Tbilisi's hair as he cautioned, "What is there to be so thrilled about? The journey from here to Gue City will take several hours. Soon enough, you shall find it tiresome. However, even amidst the tedium, we must refrain from causing a ruckus on the train." "Not at all," she retorted, her enthusiasm undeterred. "But perhaps we should buy some snacks before boarding." In an uncharacteristic display of dissent, Tbilisi protested, "Admiral, please. The train might leave without us. It is already an hour delayed. It will not suddenly depart. Let us procure some fruit instead. The local specialty is mango." Tbilisi raised her chin, suggesting, "Then let us also buy some biscuits and candied fruits." At this, Sugu noticed that the once heavy paper bag the pink-haired girl had been clutching had significantly lightened. The provisions for their journey, bread, nuts, candied fruits, and biscuits had dwindled considerably. Tbilisi, realizing Sugu's gaze upon her, puffed out her cheeks adorably, resembling a little hamster. Amused yet exasperated, Sugu found it impossible to be cross with the charming girl. Hand in hand, they strolled outside the station. Sugu absent-mindedly felt the coins in his pocket. Although paper currency was available, in this world reminiscent of the Second World War, only precious metals constituted true hard currency, as there were no robust banks to issue paper notes. The train station buzzed with more lively activity than the streets of the county town, filled with vendors peddling local specialties and handicrafts. Tbilisi was captivated by everything around her. Pointing to a child holding a red balloon in the distance, she inquired, "Why does that balloon float?" "Because it is filled with hydrogen," he explained. "Why does hydrogen make it float?" "Because hydrogen is less dense than air, which primarily consists of nitrogen and oxygen, both heavier than hydrogen." Tbilisi tilted her head in confusion. "I do not understand." "Then why ask?" Moments later, Tbilisi nearly bounced with excitement as she spotted something intriguing, exclaiming, "Why is that person playing with a cannon?" "That is not a cannon. It is a popcorn maker." "Popcorn? And what about that?" "Cotton candy." In no time, Tbilisi's bag was filled once again, and an abundance of fruit had been procured. They returned to the waiting room. Tbilisi urged, "Once we arrive in Guicheng, we must seek out Lexington, sister." "Perhaps. Hadn't we agreed upon this?" Plans rarely withstand the test of change. He held a certain reluctance towards finding Lexington. Regardless of her feelings towards him, he felt a disconnection with his own shipgirl. If he were to articulate it, it would stem from his profound aversion to awkwardness. At times, he imagined the scenario where he might encounter Lexington, and she would gaze at him, questioning, "Who are you?" Just the thought of it made his face flush, yearning to find a crevice to hide within. However, Tbilisi suddenly grasped his garment. "No, Commander, you cannot back out now. We are going to find Lexington, and then Bismarck, sister. It's not that we want tea search, rather, it's not urgent. Speaking of which, have you ever tasted ice cream? Or cones, slushies? The desert ship on crushed ice, pour cream, and then top it with fruits like chilled watermelon and bananas. Along with some kiwis and mangoes, combine them all, and it becomes a grand vessel, extraordinary. In this weather, there is a saying about autumn peeling away. Perhaps in a few days, the heat will return, making these treats quite suitable. I haven't tasted it, but I wish to. Yet have you ever had cotton candy? Popcorn or chocolate? Or nuts, peanuts, walnuts, hazelnuts, dried fruits, preserved plums, candied fruits, and chips, French fries, rice crusts? There are countless snacks you must have yet to try. They are utterly delightful. However, we still need to find Lexington, sister. It's not that we want tea search, we're just not in haste. Let the commander take you for roasted chicken legs, or perhaps spicy pig trotters and clay pot base, or spicy chicken and pineapple fried rice would be splendid as well." As he spoke, Sugu suddenly felt quite cowardly. Yet Tbilisi, observing her commander, resolved to unleash her trump card. "But, after all that talk, Commander, you actually have no money, do you?" Alas, he recalled this detail. He had been living off the kindness of San Juan's hospitality for quite some time. The train had departed in the evening. They had been aboard for a considerable duration, with little to occupy their time, other than her playful antics. Tbilisi was unable to engage in any meaningful conversation, and the detestable green train had been delayed for several minutes. Unable to endure the lengthy tedium, Sugu soon retrieved paper and pen from the backpack containing their luggage. "Little Jai, let us play Gamoku. The loser must give their snacks to the winner." Tbilisi, completely oblivious to Sugu's underlying intentions, pointed at the paper and asked, "How do we play this?" He recounted the rules to Tbilisi. Yet the little girl's memory was rather unreliable. She nodded along as he spoke, only to forget everything as soon as she turned her head. "You draw circles. I'll draw crosses. Let us commence." Tbilisi might possess formidable power, but in other aspects, she remained an undeniably ordinary girl. At this moment, Sugu was undoubtedly triumphant. "I'm drawing crosses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that makes 5. You've lost. Now your cookies belong to me. Before long." Sugu filled in another box on the paper with a cross. He had won once more, achieving a streak of victories. Before him lay a pile of nuts. One from Tbilisi's hand. Clearly, Tbilisi was not pleased. She grasped her pen, glaring at the paper before her. Unable to fathom how she had managed to form 5 pieces without perceiving any flaws. Finally, Sugu donned a villainous grin and proclaimed, "Little Jai, you are out of chips." He then suggested, "Let us draw on your face. For each loss, we'll make a mark. Little Jai, I'll draw a character for king. You are now a fierce tiger." Next came the whiskers. "Never mind, let us not continue. Stow your backpack deep inside, lest it be stolen. I shall take a nap. Tomorrow will come soon." Ultimately, bullying Tbilisi proved to be a poor way to pass the time, and soon, Sugu returned to his mundane slumber. The following day, he was roused by Tbilisi's gentle nudging. Gazing out the window, he observed the dawn breaking with a soft light. He felt lethargic, yet Tbilisi was surprisingly energetic. Pushing him as she exclaimed, "Admiral, we've arrived. We've arrived. We must find Sister Lexington." Chapter 27. The Troubles of Lexington. This tale unfolds within a company located in Guicheng. "My dearest Aunt Sue, may I inquire about a matter?" The affectionate yet slightly petulant tone emanated from the lips of a grown man, which struck an odd chord. The woman addressed as Aunt Sue appeared to be in her 40s, possessing a history as a secretary and assistant. In the corporate realm, she had long played the role of the strict enforcer, projecting an image of meticulous seriousness to outsiders. However, upon recognizing that the speaker was not only the child of her close friend but also the owner of the company, her stern demeanor softened into a gentle smile. Gazing at the eager young man before her, she raised her hand with a light chuckle and remarked, "I find myself a tad parched." Almost immediately, hurried footsteps echoed, and a teacup was placed in her hands. "Do not keep me in suspense, Aunt Sue," he implored. "Well, since you insist, I suppose I have no choice. What is it about that girl that has you so flustered?" "Xinyun, the new clerk, and, truth be told, I am quite enamored with her," he confessed. Aunt Sue paused, tapping her fingers against the still-warm teacup, her gaze fixed on the young man she had watched grow up. She mused to herself, regardless of his affections. His parents would undoubtedly disapprove of any thoughts of marriage. But she is already wed. I am aware. I have perused her resume. However, I heard from colleagues that they visited Xinyun's home, and there was not a trace of any man present. Even if she is married, she is likely divorced now. I yearn to learn more about her preferences, habits, and the type of man she favors. Aunt Sue recalled the woman named Xinyun who had recently interviewed for the clerical position. It was no wonder this young man, akin to her own child, was so infatuated. Were she a man, she might feel the same. Xinyun possessed an exquisite visage and long, flaxen hair, exuding a charm that straddled the line between youthful innocence and mature grace. On the day of her interview, she donned a simple yet form-fitting white dress. Afterward, Aunt Sue even purchased a similar outfit for her daughter, only to find that the results were far from satisfactory. Her daughter lacked that gentle demeanor and the statuesque figure. As she observed the eager young man before her, she thought, regardless of the circumstances, the woman was married. He had missed his chance. Even if she were now divorced, his parents would never permit him to pursue her. Yet, recalling Xinyun's gentle aura and nearly flawless beauty, which exuded warmth at a mere glance, she pondered. Perhaps, even coming from a stringent household such as his, a second chance could be granted. Meanwhile, Xinyun, the woman from Lexington, absently caressed the ring on her left hand's ring finger, feeling a tinge of frustration. She had resigned from her previous job due to the relentless advances of men. And now, having joined this new company, she found herself entangled in complications once more. Indeed, it seemed that all misfortunes could be traced back to the commander. If he were by my side, none of these troublesome matters would exist. Since the departure of the admiral, it has been a considerable time since I left the naval base with my sister Saratoga. As a shipgirl endowed with the powers of an aircraft carrier, I could ostensibly secure a comfortable and effortless position anywhere, yet I have no desire to work for anyone other than the admiral. Former comrades have invited me to rejoin the naval base, but I ultimately declined. Without the admiral, my identity as a shipgirl feels rendered void. Subsequently, in order to sustain myself, I adopted the alias Xinyun, masquerading as an ordinary person to seek employment. And it was from that point that I found myself ensnared in a web of complications. At times, I ponder whether I truly attract undue attention. My initial job was at a trading company, where I applied for a financial position, having served for an extended period as a secretary ship, managing the vast naval base. I was adept at such tasks. I recall a charming little girl who often wandered around the office. The juxtaposition of a large corporation and a small child seemed incongruous. However, I later learned she was the child of the company's owner, a divorced man who, unable to leave his child solely in the care of a nanny, frequently brought her to work, embodying both the roles of a boss and a father. How did this predicament begin? It likely started when the child fell ill, and, overwhelmed by the demands of the company, I was asked to assist in caring for her. It was then that matters spiraled into complications. The following day, I was invited to dinner as a token of gratitude for my help. Although I initially declined, I ultimately acquiesced to the child's persistent pleas. It should have been evident, an estranged man with a child was bound to bring trouble. Despite repeatedly asserting that I was married, I lacked any tangible proof. To the outside world, my demeanor suggested I was single. Indeed, it was all the Admiral's fault. He had given me a ring, symbolizing our union, which had inexplicably vanished. Soon after, I resigned from that company. Although outsiders viewed the handsome man managing a large corporation as the epitome of perfection, having been married once, I knew better than to be swayed by such appearances. Disinterest is disinterest, and I wish to avoid even the slightest misunderstanding. Who knows? Perhaps the missing Admiral will one day return. Subsequently, I transitioned to another company, where I filled out my resume indicating my marital status from the outset. Initially, all seemed well, yet I gradually noticed many male colleagues attempting to engage me in conversation. With a hint of narcissism, I wondered if they were fond of me. After all, the Admiral was the first to bestow a ring upon me. Perhaps I am indeed quite beautiful. The company owner also took a liking to assigning me tasks. Despite my application for a clerical role, I found myself inundated with assistant and secretary duties. I have made it abundantly clear that I am married and have a beloved husband, yet the situation remains unchanged. It is appalling for men to pursue someone who is already married, and thus, I resolved to resign before the end of my probationary period. Lexington sat at her desk, cradling a cup of water, her thoughts drifting to her sister Saratoga. How was she faring at school? Without her presence, it seemed unlikely that anyone could keep a watchful eye on her. What might the Admiral be doing if he were still alive? Upon returning to the naval base, he would likely find nothing but ruins. Surely, he was now on a journey to gradually reunite with the sisters who had departed from the naval base. If he had resigned from his duties, perhaps it was time for him to return and check in. On an autumn afternoon, after a light rain had graced the sky, a woman named Shinyun, who was unfamiliar to those who knew Lexington, gazed out of the large office window in a company located in the western part of Guicheng. Admiral, how I long for you still. Chapter 28. A visit. Little Tbilisi listened with an expression of rapt attention, cupping her face in her hands, while Sugu tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, narrating. Just as the moment arrived, Mr. Duck unleashed his compassionate palm strike, and the ugly duckling, having leapt into the air to evade Mr. Duck's whirlwind kick, found himself bereft of any means to dodge. However, with thoughts racing like lightning, he executed a precise sunflower acupoint strike right onto Mr. Duck's palm. According to the principle of pressure, with force held constant, a smaller area results in greater pressure. And this very strike countered Mr. Duck's grandiose palm technique. Yet, Mr. Duck, already a master of the craft, was not easily bested. He transformed his palm into a fist, launching a dragon-subduing R-hit fist in response. Mr. Duck had 5 offspring, with the ugly duckling being the youngest, nestled at the end of the line behind 4 elder siblings. The eldest, Mr. Duck himself, had mastered his martial arts, with both his palm and fist techniques reaching unparalleled heights. The second sibling, Miss Duck, was a strategist, aptly nicknamed Little Juga. The third, Miss Duck, excelled in disguise and deception. The fourth, Brother Duck, was renowned for his kicking skills, famous for his invisible kick from Foshan. The ugly duckling, being the youngest, was favored by their mother. Yet he garnered no affection from his father or siblings, who all bore little resemblance to him. The origins of the ugly duckling's birth were shrouded in a secret that Mother Duck hesitated to reveal, harking back to a time when she was gravely injured by the Royal Guard's hound, only to fortuitously encounter Uncle Swan. Uncle Swan was the leader of the Ming sect, and the ugly duckling was his offspring. To shield Uncle Swan's child, Mother Duck proclaimed the ugly duckling as her own, willingly bearing the misunderstandings of Mr. Duck, all in pursuit of hope for the world. When they first arrived in Gui City, it was the early hours of the morning, with dawn just breaking. They settled in a small shop at the bus station, ordering 2 breakfasts to pass the time. During this meal, under Little Tbilisi's charming insistence, Sugu found himself defeated and, as a reward for her persistence, agreed to tell her a story. Though Little Tbilisi had outgrown the age for fairy tales, Sugu had no choice but to recount a modified version of the ugly duckling's tale. In the end, the ugly duckling transformed into a magnificent swan master, even reaching the realm of martial arts enlightenment. Upon escaping from his confines, he fortuitously encountered Sister Swan, who had aided him throughout his journey, and she became his wife. Together, they embarked on a joyful life, while the story of their resistance against the tyrannical reign of the court would unfold through their children. This narrative imparts a profound truth. Gold will always shine, while stones remain dull. Only the ugly duckling can metamorphose into a swan, while ducks will forever remain ducks. Having concluded the story as dawn broke, Sugu commenced the journey with Little Tbilisi to seek Lexington. Upon exiting the train station, he suddenly pondered. If we are to visit without prior notice, it would be prudent to bring a gift, as arriving empty-handed may seem discourteous. Little Tbilisi, what do you enjoy eating? Shouty Urbitz was still pondering the story from earlier, struggling to keep pace with her admiral's thoughts. They had just discussed the idea of gift-giving. And suddenly he was inquiring about her preferences. Bewildered, she asked, weren't we talking about presents? Sugu's gaze wandered among the surrounding edifices, an antiquated rice noodle shop, a general store selling daily necessities and hardware, a small convenience store displaying inferior glass and wooden cabinets filled with assorted biscuits. In front of the street stood a row of fruit stalls, their wares sheltered beneath thick fabric, resembling tents. His eyes shifted to the other side of the railway, where a modest vegetable market bustled with farmers, customers, butchers, discarded vegetable leaves, filthy puddles, and a cacophony of voices. Suddenly, a clattering noise emanated from the nearby railway, and the alarm sounded, lowering the barriers at the roadside. It seemed another train was approaching. Indeed, gifts are to be given, but do you know what Lexington prefers? I do not. Then it is sufficient to purchase what we like. If she declines to accept them, we can enjoy them ourselves. And should she decide to join our ranks, the gifts will still be ours to savor. Shouty Urbitz gazed at her admiral with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. What a peculiar commander he was. Yet, in an instant, her spirits lifted, and she exclaimed, then I shall have biscuits and chicken legs. Sugu furrowed his brow in contemplation and replied, a chicken leg may not be suitable. Let us opt for a bag of biscuits instead. And we must procure a box of apples as well, preferably those with softer flesh, for I favor the tender ones. The crisp variety is less palatable. Before long, they had acquired their gifts. He retrieved a small piece of paper from his pocket. It contained Lexington's address, given to him by San Juan. They traversed a street together. And soon Sugu led Shouty Urbitz down a narrow path. The morning sun illuminated one side of the wall along this path, though the large characters painted upon it had become nearly illegible. At the base of the wall lay a small heap of discarded newspapers and plastic bags. A dustpan nearby contained remnants of burned brown coal, indicating they had entered a village within the city. Upon reaching the end of the path, they were confronted by a tall surrounding wall adorned with bright yellow glazed tiles. Beneath this wall rested an old bicycle, its once black frame now stripped of much of its paint, a relic of an earlier time. Next to the bicycle, he noticed a deep passageway. Following this passage, which was low yet not dark, the tiles above obscured only half the sky, light still filtered through, reminiscent of the buildings in his hometown. Albeit those had recently been repainted, creating a stark contrast. The walls of the passageway showed signs of age, and every 10 paces revealed windows painted in green resembling a grid pattern, alongside wooden doors secured with small locks. At the end of the passage stood an iron gate, firmly sealing off the corridor. A large lock dangled from the iron bolt, yet the gate remained unfastened. He reached out to remove the heavy lock and unlatched the iron bolt, pulling open the door, which creaked disconcertingly on its hinges. Beyond the threshold lay a street, serving as a conduit between the alley and the thoroughfare. The atmosphere on this side of the street grew lively, dominated by a towering locust tree, beneath which benches were arranged. A mirror hung against the wall in front of the benches, marking the presence of a barber shop. Surrounding the modest barber shop, a circle of onlookers had gathered under the tree, engrossed in a game of chess. At that moment, the spectators, often more animated than the players themselves, filled the area in layers. This was the address of Lexington. Sugu, gazing at the buildings beside him, lifted his head and remarked, why did we choose to reside in this place? The environment appears quite pleasant, and the greenery is well maintained. They ascended the aged staircase to the 3rd floor, comparing the address on the note in their hands with the house numbers. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. However, after a while, the door remained shut. Suddenly, another door on the same floor swung open, revealing an elderly woman who peered out with an expression of indignation. Why do you people keep bothering us? The lady of the house is already married. Lexington is married? The daughter from your family has become someone else's wife? Sugu was left utterly astounded. Chapter 29. The significance of the ring. Has she married? Sugu had often pondered the possible scenarios of encountering Lexington. Yet he could never have anticipated such a situation. In the games Sugu previously engaged with, Lexington was affectionately referred to as the Lady, a title bestowed upon her by countless admirers due to her exquisite illustrations and dialogues that exuded beauty, intellect, and gentleness. Summarizing it all, Lexington epitomized the perfect choice for a lady, which earned her this endearing nickname. However, this reverence was not limited to the realm of gaming. Historically, the USS Lexington was also known as Lady Lex within the Navy. In the annals of history, Lexington once provided electricity to the residents of Tacoma. who were suffering from power shortages due to drought. Perhaps it was this noble act that ingrained in the minds of sailors the image of Lexington as a graceful, elegant, and understanding lady. After countless years, the woman awakened from her steel confines by memory and longing aligned almost flawlessly with the perceptions of many from the past. She had indeed become the quintessential lady. Sugu recalled that his first marriage was with Lexington. He was unwavering in his conviction. Initially, he had chosen her merely because offering her a ring would yield a wedding dress. Over time, Lexington accompanied him through countless gaming hours. From his most challenging beginnings to moments when he had to abandon the game for work and exams. Even when the port bristled with talent, Lexington retained her esteemed position. It was only then that he truly recognized her deserving of the title the lady. Lexington was married, and the groom was not him. Yet, regardless of Sugu's bewilderment, the elderly woman displayed a look of skepticism and distrust, inquiring, "What is your relation to her?" "Considered a friend, I assure you, I am no villain." "Look, what kind of miscreant would bring a child along?" As he spoke, Sugu gently patted the head of Little Tbilisi, whose innocent blink instantly melted the old woman's defenses. The elderly are often quite susceptible to the charms of adorable children. Sugu was not one to be easily stirred. He calmly asked, "Then who is her husband? Have you seen him?" Initially, she had only opened the door a crack. But now, reassured by the amiable demeanor of the man before her, she opened it halfway. The elderly woman, having lost her partner early in life, found her daughter seldom bringing her granddaughter to visit, leaving her lonely. It was rare to have someone to converse with. Wearing slippers and propping herself against the door, she raised a finger, gesturing as if imagining, and said, "She rarely goes out and is usually at home alone. However, that day, having just mopped the floor, I left the door ajar to hasten the drying. I saw her approach with a man. He was carrying a bag and a bouquet of flowers. But before he could step inside, he was turned away. I remarked to that individual, 'You see, you can never return, and now your wife is angry with you.' He chuckled and nodded, handing me the bag he had been carrying, saying, 'Indeed, my wife has expelled me. She is married now. And if you ever see a man seeking her out, inform him that she is wed and that he holds no hope.'" The elderly lady, in a tone of admonition, seemed fearful of being doubted. She stated, "It is indeed true. She wears a ring on her finger, and I even spotted a wedding gown on her balcony." I inquired, "And she confirmed her marriage?" "I noticed a ring adorning her left ring finger, sparkling with a large, brilliant diamond. My daughter told me that wearing a ring on the left ring finger signifies marriage." Sugu was well aware of this symbolism. Yet, there lingered an air of insincerity. After some time spent in conversation, Sugu prepared to depart with Little Tbilisi. "All right, Little Jai, let us be off." Little Tbilisi looked up and said, "But we have yet to find Lexington's sister. No need to search now. We shall return later. We must first prepare ourselves mentally." Observing the disappointment on her commander's face, Little Tbilisi, being considerate, refrained from pressing further. Although Lexington's sister was gentle, the commander was truly the best. Especially after having spent so much time together, the commander cared for her even more than Meow's sister. Should the commander become upset, even Lexington's sister would not be spared. Little Tbilisi pondered for quite some time, but could not devise a suitable punishment for the upset Lexington's sister. However, as soon as they descended the stairs, her curiosity got the better of her. Under the sunlight streaming through the corridor window, she extended her hand, fingers unfurling in the light, and asked, "Hey, Commander, why does wearing a ring on the ring finger signify marriage?" Many believe that the vein in the left ring finger connects directly to the heart, and adorning the finger closest to the heart with a diamond ring, a symbol of love, brings love nearer. Some even wear their diamond rings on a necklace, allowing the cherished ring to feel the heartbeat more intimately. It is said that those who adhere to certain beliefs regard the moment in the wedding ceremony when the pastor touches the couple's left hand with the Bible and proclaims, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit," as significant. Hence, the ring should be placed on the fourth finger of the left hand, leading to the custom of wearing wedding rings on the left ring finger. The symbolism of this practice is clear. Everyone believes that the wedding ring embodies the sacred bond of marriage, the dwelling place of love. Sugu extended his hand, tapping Little Tbilisi's finger. As she turned to look at him, he unfurled his fist, revealing each finger in succession. He explained, "The left hand's index finger symbolizes the desire for marriage without the bond, the middle finger signifies the longing for romance, the ring finger denotes marriage, and the pinky represents singleness." In the morning light, Little Tbilisi stood on tiptoe and asked, "What about the thumb?" "The ring that should adorn the thumb is a thumb ring, a symbol that signifies one has ascended to the realm of the influential and powerful. So, Admiral, can you wear one? Even if you could, it would be quite commonplace. Might you bestow upon me a ring?" "Naturally, I would love to say so." But ultimately he replied, "You are still young." Little Tbilisi gazed upward at her admiral and inquired, "Where shall we go now?" At that moment, Su Gu descended the stairs, carrying the gifts he had prepared. Bathed in sunlight and accompanied by the distant honks of cars, his previously heavy heart felt considerably lighter. He suggested, "Let us stroll through the park. Will we return? We'll see. Speaking of which, little Zhai, have you ever experienced despair?" Little Tirpitz, with a bewildered tilt of her head, stared at her admiral, only to suddenly collide with a lamppost. Meanwhile, two individuals ascended the staircase. The woman leaned against the door in mild annoyance, her tone a mix of exasperation and desperation. "I told you I am married. Please do not disturb me any further." Chapter 30. Lexington's Pursuit. I have already mentioned that I am married. Please do not bother me any further. In the dimly lit corridor, the man in a suit remained indifferent to the woman's exasperated tone. He gazed at the green-painted wooden door and inquired, "Given that we are already here, will you not invite me inside?" Standing before her residence, the woman known as Xinyun, or Lexington, made no move to retrieve her keys. She replied, however, "I have no intention of welcoming an unwelcome guest." "Unwelcome guest? How could you say such a thing?" "I assure you, I would come bearing gifts." "Very well. If you choose not to let me in, then let us dine together this evening. I have reserved a table with fresh seafood at Jiangnan Restaurant." Lexington tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, leaning against the wall to deliberately avoid the man before her. "I have already stated that I am married. If I were to dine with another man, my husband would be quite upset. Moreover, I recall you had numerous matters to attend to this afternoon, did you not? Was there not a visit from representatives of another company? That would surely be a significant contract, would it not? Yet here you are, entangling yourself with a married woman. What could your intentions possibly be?" Lexington felt a sense of helplessness, occasionally wishing that the man before her were of a more despicable character, perhaps one prone to inappropriate advances. In such a case, she would have no qualms about teaching him a lesson. However, this man had always received accolades within the company, and even in his pursuit of her, he had never crossed any lines. It would hardly be justifiable to retaliate against someone simply for being courteous. Yet, as she pondered, the fact that he was persistently pursuing a married woman, regardless of his demeanor, was inherently objectionable. With this thought in mind, Lexington prepared to roll up her sleeves. However, the man in the suit showed no signs of discouragement. "If one is divorced, does that not mean she is no longer married?" he asserted, having conducted extensive research. He was aware that she had not engaged with any man. Lexington rubbed her forehead, feeling reluctant. "You are the one who is divorced. However, I assure you, my relationship with my husband is quite strong, and I have never been divorced. I have inquired, and it seems no men have ever visited your abode. Either they are unmarried or have divorced if they were married. My husband's absence is due to certain special circumstances, which are not as you might imagine." "Very well. Even if you are married, one can still divorce, cannot they?" Lexington furrowed her brow. Previously, her boss would occasionally strike up a conversation with her, and out of courtesy, she would respond. However, he had never before uttered such outrageous words. "I have no intentions of divorce whatsoever. If you continue to pester me, I will resort to physical means. I truly will." Noticing her irritation, the man quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, understanding that haste is not conducive to success. "All right, my apologies. I shall take my leave." At last, the troublesome individual had been sent away, and Lexington felt an increasing desire to resign. She reached into her handbag in search of her keys when, unexpectedly, the door of the resident opposite her swung open. It was an elderly lady, with whom Lexington had had some acquaintance, albeit lacking in depth. People in the city, even neighbors, often remained strangers to one another, and she considered herself fortunate in that regard. The old woman inquired, "Have you had a quarrel with your husband?" "That is not my husband," Lexington replied. "He claimed to be," the woman insisted. Lexington sighed. "He is lying. He deceived you." "Oh, I see. Someone came to look for you around noon. I told him you were married, and he left looking somewhat disheartened. He asked me who your husband was, and I mentioned the man from earlier. It turns out that was not the case." Lexington paid little heed to the matter, assuming it to be a mere stranger, for she had never had male friends. As she fished the keys from her handbag, preparing to unlock her door, the elderly lady continued to chatter. "That man claimed to be your friend, and he was accompanied by a little girl." "Accompanied by a little girl?" Lexington mused, almost certain that it was her former employer from the company, who indeed possessed a rather tenacious spirit. "I have no male friends who bring children with them, nor do I know what he wanted," she replied softly. The old woman had no recollection of the man, but vividly remembered the little girl he brought along. That's well, but the girl he brought was quite adorable. She had short hair, but it was surprisingly pink. I heard him call her Xiao Zhai, rather an odd name. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Lexington halted her hand, which was turning the key. The little girl with pink short hair named Xiao Zhai struck a strangely familiar chord within her. The former sentry ship, Tirbits was also known as Xiao Shai. She had heard that she did not follow Bismarck and the others but chose to seek the admiral on her own. Lexington wondered what had become of her. So, was she accompanied by a man to find herself? Could that man be the admiral? Such a notion seemed absurd, given how long they had searched for the admiral at the former sentry ship without a trace. Furthermore, as a shipgirl, she felt no connection to information about the admiral. For many at the former sentry ship, the admiral could be said to have vanished entirely. For some, he may well have never existed, as no evidence of his presence could be found. Lexington, tall and statuesque, raised her hand skeptically to her forehead, gesturing to the old woman. "Is that man about this tall?" Roughly, came the reply. "Does he have rather small eyes, which narrow when he smiles?" "Perhaps." Lexington's slender fingers traced her own face, and the man bore an uncanny resemblance to her admiral. She hurriedly inquired, "Does he have a small scar here, almost imperceptible? And are his eyebrows quite faint?" The elderly woman was perplexed as the gentle lady before her suddenly adopted a more impatient tone. The man in question had not made a profound impression on her. Her only recollection was of him accompanied by a delightful child, speaking at a leisurely pace. She replied, "I am not sure. I did not pay much attention. What about here? And here? Is there a scar on your neck? A scar on your wrist as well? I did not notice. Well, what about the little girl? Is her pink hair just reaching her shoulders? Is she wearing pink headphones? And is she about this tall?" "Yes. Yes. Does she carry a doll? Is that doll adorned with cat ears and dressed in military attire, which she refers to as Sister Meow?" "Roughly, she is about that height." "Holding a doll, but beyond that, I cannot say. I did not pay attention." "How could you not notice anything at all?" The elderly woman felt a wave of irritation as she faced the seemingly gentle woman from the adjacent room, who was now complaining. She had merely intended to offer a kind reminder, but was met with grievances instead. Surprisingly, she did not feel anger for the first time. Looking at the anxious woman before her, who was inquiring about what she had just witnessed, she began to question if she had erred in some way. However, in the next moment, Lexington offered an apology for her earlier tone, stating, "I apologize. I may have sounded a bit hasty." Yet what a jest it was. The admiral sought her out only to learn that she was already married to another. She felt a pang of disappointment at the thought of him leaving. Had the admiral lost his senses? Wasn't it he who had wed her and placed a ring upon her finger? Regardless of her mounting frustration, the notion that the admiral might misconstrue her situation and depart filled her with despair. The elderly woman, perplexed, inquired, "What is he to you?" "Perhaps my husband," came the response. The subsequent actions of the woman left the elderly lady utterly astonished. The one who had always exuded warmth and grace, the lady whose conversations were met with smiles, the intelligent and beautiful woman, now cast aside all semblance of decorum and fearlessly leaped from the stairwell, which stood 3 stories high. Chapter 31. A sudden reflection. Lexington still vividly recalls the day she wed her admiral. It was the 15th day after her arrival at the guard station, and equally, the 15th day since she became the secretary ship. Under ordinary circumstances, even in a relationship as inherently intimate as that between a shipgirl and her admiral, a marriage after merely 15 days could be deemed a whirlwind romance, perhaps a fleeting infatuation devoid of true understanding. Yet, she feels that the bond shared between herself and her admiral transcends mere infatuation, blossoming into an exceptionally profound affection, a perfect score of 100 in emotional connection. While from an outsider's perspective, a mere fortnight may seem insufficient for such intimacy to flourish, the feelings had indeed blossomed. She loves her admiral dearly, with an intensity that knows no bounds. The memories of her time spent with the admiral are somewhat hazy. She cannot recall if they ever shared embraces or kisses. However, she distinctly remembers donning her wedding gown and placing the ring bestowed upon her by the admiral upon her finger. She struggles to recollect whether she prepared breakfast for him, be it sandwiches with poached eggs paired with milk, or burgers accompanied by salad. Yet she remains firmly anchored to the memories of accompanying the admiral as they reclaimed one deep-sea occupied territory after another, transforming the once feeble guard station into a formidable bastion. She recalls her admiral's visage with clarity, his preferences etched in her mind, and his character equally well remembered. The admiral has a penchant for grand battleships, showing little interest in destroyers, with only a fondness for Laffy and Congo among the numerous destroyers. Throughout the admiral's tenure at the guard station, many ship girls admired him. Yet only a select few received a ring from him, those who truly brought countless victories to the station with their formidable battleships. As for the admiral, he possesses a rather fickle nature, frequently changing his secretary ship within short spans. At times, one might ponder the harshness of his character. There was a period when Helena served as the secretary ship, compelled to don a swimsuit throughout the day, engaged in various tasks while also facing unwarranted advances. And most notably, she had yet to receive a ring. Though, in truth, her own situation was not much better. as she too had to wear her wedding gown all day, despite its impracticality. At times, it seems the Admiral serves little purpose, his greatest utility lying in merely directing everyone where to strike next. Yet, despite his cantankerous demeanor and idle disposition, she finds herself utterly enamored. She cannot bear the thought of losing him. On a secluded street in Kure, by a crossroads, a beautiful woman, anxious and distressed, navigates through the throng of pedestrians and vendors, her thoughts racing. Have you seen a man? He is tall, accompanied by a girl with pink hair? Excuse me. Have you seen a man who is tall and with a girl sporting pink hair? He is not a trafficker. He hasn't abducted my daughter. He is my husband. Please. There is no need to call the police. It would be of no use. Forget it. Thank you. That way, you say? I see. Thank you. Thank you very much. On the other side, Sugu departed from Lexington with Tirpitz meandering nearby, yet their forthcoming itinerary remained undecided. Later, they ought to return to Lexington for confirmation. But it was prudent to prepare for the worst and find an inn if necessary, despite the multitude of tasks at hand. They found themselves seated in a quaint little shop, savoring rolled rice noodles, a modest establishment sheltered by a canopy on the street. At that moment, Sugu, grasping his chopsticks, remarked, "It turns out that the admiral I encountered, named Eugene, mentioned that all I needed was to pass the examination at the Naval Academy to secure an admiral's post. He even provided me with a letter of introduction. Considering my original position is likely no longer available, once I attain the admiral rank, vacancies at the guardhouse shall follow suit. Do not underestimate your admiral. During my preparations, I would tackle 3 sets of exam papers daily, dedicating all my time outside work and meals to study. Aside from specialized examinations, the general assessments, such as administrative tests, were trivial. You must understand, your admiral is formidable, truly remarkable." Tirpitz, using a small spoon to bring the rolled noodles to her mouth, mumbled, "Really? Indeed. More genuine than gold and silver," he replied. "However, once we establish the guardhouse, we must seek out Sister Miao, who is said to be in the south." "The south? How are we to find her across such a vast expanse? Besides, even if we are presently in the southern region of East Asia, I have yet to see your Bismarck sister." "My Bismarck sister is also your wife," she retorted. Sugu chuckled, instinctively responding, "Where would I get a wife? I don't even have a girlfriend." "But you gave the Bismarck sister a ring, didn't you? Didn't you say that giving a ring signifies marriage?" "Nonsense. I haven't given a ring to anyone." Yet, he suddenly recalled that he had indeed given a ring to Bismarck in the game. But what of Lexington? Was there something amiss about the events of noon? Reflecting on the rings, he thought of Tirpitz, the larger Tirpitz, whom he believed should be called North Residence rather than Little Residence. He inquired, "Our guardhouse will still have a Grand Tirpitz, right? What relationship do you have with her?" Little Tirpitz replied, "I call her sister, but we're not related at all. She is Tirpitz, and I am also Tirpitz. It's as simple as that." "She must be quite the homebody," Sugu mused, awaiting little Tirpitz's response. However, she gazed out at the street and suddenly exclaimed, Admiral, Sister Lexington is approaching." Turning toward the street at her remark, Sugu, who had been facing away, glimpsed a figure darting past him. The street was bustling, and children with windmills running by were certainly not her, nor was the elderly woman walking her dog in a hat. If it were Lexington, she ought to be the foremost woman among the few, with flaxen hair, attired in a white shirt and black trousers. She dashed past him and crossed the street, leaving Sugu only the sight of her retreating figure, barefoot, with a pair of high-heeled shoes in her hands. In today's world, the streets are not bustling with traffic, and this particular road in Guicheng is rather secluded. She weaves through the sparse crowd, and passers-by pause to gaze at her, perhaps feeling a bit weary or disheartened. She soon bends down, resting her hands on her knees, her flaxen hair cascading down from either side. Even from behind, her silhouette evokes admiration for her beauty. Shortly thereafter, she perches herself on the steps by the roadside, curling her legs as she slips on her shoes. If there exists a connection of the heart, it is in moments like these. Sugu, grasping a rice roll with chopsticks, happens to glance in that direction, just as Lexington turns around. The distance between them is not great, merely a street, but Lexington, anxious and preoccupied with the throngs of people, only now notices Sugu and Shittier Basai, who are seated in a small eatery, enjoying their rice rolls. She blinks, seemingly in disbelief at the scene before her, then reaches up to sweep aside her disheveled bangs and dashes across the street. Subsequently, she leaps forward. Chapter 32. The gentle and virtuous Lexington. Sugu observed the simple yet elegant abode of Lexington. Opposite him, Lexington spoke intermittently, expressing, "I have been searching for you on the streets, pondering where you might have wandered off to. I did not expect to find you dining by the roadside. Despite my anxiety, you seem to maintain a casual demeanor while eating here. Speaking of which, I have frequented that very establishment." though the one at the street corner offers a superior taste. In my quest to locate you, I contemplated the possibility of deploying aircraft if I could not find you. Even amidst the city, naturally, one cannot recklessly unleash aircraft in urban areas, while Gue City is inland. Many here have never encountered a shipgirl in their lifetime. In coastal cities, if aircraft were to circle the skies, the air raid sirens would blare, potentially leading to chaos. As for that old woman, she knows nothing. I am not acquainted with her, and her musings are merely conjecture. The Admiral, too, should have inquired personally. Misunderstandings arise in such manners. Is it so simple to draw conclusions without verification? The man you mentioned is likely my boss, a rather tenacious individual who has persistently pursued me. Thus, I must remind the Admiral to treat me well, for I am indeed sought after by many. His claims are entirely unfounded, aside from work-related matters. I have scarcely exchanged words with him. He resembles the South Dakota in some respects. When you departed from the naval base, having left your belongings behind, the ring you left was divided among us as a keepsake. Only South Dakota took a ring and claimed it was given by you. Yet I know you never bestowed such a gift upon her, that chubby girl. Hence, it is crucial not to accept important matters at face value. Those who lack understanding may easily be led astray, as evidenced by Lafayette and others who believed South Dakota's words. My intended partner is none other than you, Admiral. You entrusted me with the ring. Should I marry again, it would constitute bigamy. However, speaking candidly, you are the one who is engaging in bigamy. When I departed, the secretary ship was the Deutschland. Many have speculated why you appointed her as secretary. Though she is diligent, her aptitude falls short. Since her arrival at the naval base, she has not even had the opportunity to sortie, yet one day she suddenly became the secretary. While you were present, no one dared to voice their opinions. After your departure, however, things unraveled. It is not a matter of bullying her. The secretary was unable to manage many affairs at the base, and occasional disputes were beyond her control. She could not reign in the formidable shipgirls, such as Prince of Wales. Eventually, she resigned from her position and, emulating the likes of Prestige and Repulse, turned to domestic duties. During your tenure, the secretary position changed frequently. Everyone presumed it was to foster growth among the staff. Yet that was far from the truth. Unlike other naval bases, our secretary ship has become more of a mascot. The moment you left, chaos ensued. I have also taken on a name for myself, Shinyun. After listening to Lexington's lengthy discourse, Sugu recalled that the Deutschland was merely a diminutive battlecruiser, significantly lacking in both size and combat prowess compared to other battlecruisers. It had long been regarded by him as merely a vessel for reference. It was only upon the introduction of the maid outfit that he remembered the existence of such a shipgirl. Designating her as his secretary was solely an endeavor to enhance affection levels. However, after finally acquiring the maid outfit, he nearly abandoned the game altogether, only to find that the small maid had unexpectedly become a part of his journey. From his perspective, Sugu could not fathom the tribulations faced by the naval base. Yet after absorbing Lexington's words, he sighed and remarked, "Thank you for your hard work." No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt Lexington embrace him from behind. The gentle warmth radiating through his back, followed by the sensation of her chin resting on his shoulder. What hardship could there be for the Admiral? Lexington replied, before gently releasing Sugu and retreating to the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, Lexington emerged from the kitchen, presenting a platter of fruit, featuring peeled and diced apples, with toothpicks neatly arranged alongside. Now that the Admiral is here, you shan't be leaving, right? Please indulge in some fruit. We can discuss matters at our leisure. At that moment, the young Tirpitz, eager for a taste, reached out for the platter, only to have her small hand swiftly recoiled by Sugu's gentle admonition. She looked at her Admiral in confusion. Wash your hands first. Look at how dirty they are. Even if you don't wash them, at least use a toothpick to eat. Dejectedly, little Tirpitz turned and headed towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Sugu inadvertently turned his head. Catching sight of Lexington seated at the table, her arm propped upon the surface, her hand cradling her cheek, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at him. Curiosity piqued, Sugu inquired, "What is on your mind?" "Nothing in particular. I was merely contemplating how you would teach our future children, and I have no doubt you would excel at it." Lexington's response left Sugu momentarily speechless. "By the way, how did the Admiral come to be here?" "Little Jai was aware of your whereabouts, but the precise address was provided to us by San Juan. We encountered her on the ship to Gue City, where she now serves as a guardian. Her mission is not yet complete, so she cannot accompany us, but she mentioned that we could call for her when needed." "Have you visited the naval base?" "The naval base has been reduced to ruins, and we are contemplating its reconstruction. However, I possess little knowledge regarding the rebuilding process. Little Jai informed me that you were quite knowledgeable about these matters, hence our visit. Indeed, if anyone is suited to be a secretary ship, it would undoubtedly be you. You arrived at the naval base during its formative days. Throughout its growth and the multitude of battles, your presence has been essential. Every critical engagement necessitated your involvement. I believe you are the most informed regarding the affairs of the naval base. If we were to follow the trajectory of the game, Lexington has always been the earliest and has never departed from the main fleet. According to the dialogues within the game, Lexington is also the most adept at managing the port's admiralty. With her hands cradling her face, she gazed at Sugu and sighed. Ah. The admiral sought me out due to the matters of the admiralty. I thought he wanted to see me personally. Such dialogue was somewhat outside Sugu's comfort zone. Unlike Lexington's feelings towards him, he felt no emotional foundation towards her. Upon hearing that Lexington's sister was married, the admiral appeared quite sorrowful. He was not skilled at articulating his feelings, but Little Tbilisi quickly revealed everything, as he had initially anticipated that such an event would occur, leaving him quite displeased. Lexington immediately broke into a smile, affectionately ruffling Little Tbilisi's hair, saying, "Is that so? Is that so?" After exchanging some casual words, Sugu eventually stood up, gazing out at the night sky, and remarked, "It is quite late. We shall discuss matters tomorrow." He lowered his gaze to Little Tbilisi and stated, "Then we shall take our leave." Upon hearing Sugu's words, Lexington blinked in confusion and inquired, "Why must we leave? It is late, and we ought to find a nearby inn. We had no intention of renting a place upon arriving so late, as I feared there might be no rooms available. Is it that you find my accommodations lacking? Not at all. Your place is simply a one-bedroom apartment, is it not? There may not be enough rooms. We could all sleep together. Or is the admiral merely trying to remind me that I should not address you as admiral? For an admiral should not casually sleep with a shipgirl? Since a ring has been given, I should call you husband instead. If I call you husband, then we could freely share a bed." Lexington sat upright in her chair, stroking the ring on her left hand, and with a sweet smile, she called out, "Husband." Chapter 33. The Little Demon of Lexington. This narrative unfolds on the second day following the encounter with Lexington. Sugu, responding to her request, accompanies her to the company to resign. For Lexington, having found her admiral, her current employment holds little significance. By this time, Lexington has already been inside the company for a while, and Sugu prefers not to enter, choosing instead to stand outside with the small Tbilisi. Engaging in casual conversation with Tbilisi, a black car suddenly halts beside them, and the driver's side window gradually descends. The man within the vehicle, Guiyang, is the owner of the company, and he is taken aback to find that he does not recognize the two individuals before him. Recalling a recruitment notice he had posted a few days prior, he wonders if they are here for an interview, although bringing a child along seems rather unusual. "Is there something you need?" he inquires. Upon hearing someone address him, Sugu promptly replies, "It's nothing serious. We are merely waiting for someone." "From our company? Who?" "If you wish to enter, I could assist you," Guiyang offers. Despite his affluent background, he does not exhibit the arrogance typical of a wealthy scion, as his upbringing instilled in him the value of treating everyone equally. Lexington believes it unwise to disclose her true identity as a shipgirl, but having waited for quite some time, it would be beneficial to have someone make contact. Thus, Sugu states Xinyun. Guiyang's demeanor shifts, his gaze sharpening with interest. "Are you her friend?" he queries, refraining from asking if Sugu is her husband. Indeed, Sugu confirms. "Friend or rival?" Guiyang ponders as he assesses the man before him. Judging by appearances, Sugu is of average looks, slightly beneath his own. However, the presence of a child raises questions. What business does a rival have here? Or is this friend harboring ulterior motives, thus becoming an adversary? Regardless, he decides to assert dominance. "Ah, you are her friend. Since you are a friend of hers, you are also my friend. I am the owner of this company. If you require assistance, please let me know." Sugu evaluates Guiyang, recognizing him as the troublesome individual Lexington had mentioned. "There is no need for assistance. I'm simply waiting for her," he replies. "Were you once her friend? Are you here on holiday with the child? If you need, I can help arrange your itinerary." "Not here for a vacation." "Then are you here for a job?" Guiyang inquires. "She might not be of much help, but I have a good relationship with her. I can assist you. I know many company owners and have connections within the government. What sort of job are you seeking?" Do not attempt to find an excuse to approach Xinyun, Sugu thinks to himself. Guiyang continues, "Which school did you graduate from? Perhaps we are alumni." "I attended Guicheng Normal University. Initially, I aspired to become a teacher, but my family owns several businesses and is the sole heir. My father insists that I take over the family enterprise. I am not fond of this. I dislike how they arrange everything for me. Even if I were not to become a teacher, I believe I possess the capability to venture out and succeed, just as well as anyone from my family. In my year at the company, I have already accomplished several significant tasks. Quite impressive indeed," Sugu remarked, noting the other person's evident desire to showcase their abilities. All right. You are indeed remarkable. I shall commend you a bit more." What are your hobbies? I enjoy collecting cars. My home boasts several. I also have a fondness for tanks, although acquiring one is quite another matter. Is that so? I once considered enlisting in the military. I have several friends who are officers. One is now a major, and he might one day become a general. However, the most distinguished among my friends has become an admiral. Are you aware of what an admiral does? They lead shipborne entities into battle against the abyssal fleet, safeguarding our nation's coastline. I've heard that some superstitious villages by the sea even wish to erect a shrine for him. Sugu found himself increasingly exasperated. It was no wonder that Lexington expressed a sense of resignation when speaking of her boss, leading him to contemplate resignation himself. At that moment, the petite Tirpitz blinked and observed the adult who had been narrating his tales with such enthusiasm. Even at her tender age, she could discern the underlying intention to elevate oneself within his words. Additionally, he had been incessantly recounting tales of Lexington, whom she had always admired. Recalling stories she had heard from the admiral, an idea suddenly struck her. Without hesitation, little Tirpitz tugged at Sugu's trousers and exclaimed, "Dad, why hasn't Mom come out yet?" Sugu, who had been pondering when Lexington would emerge, was utterly taken aback by Tirpitz's unexpected remark, which was nothing short of explosive. He noticed that the individual beside him, who had been boasting about his lineage, illustrious past, and bright future, had turned pale, appearing completely stunned. If he remained in such a state of shock, it would not bode well. Sugu rubbed his forehead and said, "You should have some understanding of genetics, right?" "Yes. Yes," she replied. Sugu placed a hand on Tirpitz's head and continued, "Thus, this child's hair is pink, while Shinyun's is flaxen, and mine is black. Generally, our offspring would have either black or flaxen hair. A child with pink hair cannot be born." Guo Yang's expression suddenly brightened, and he remarked, "I knew it. Although Shinyun claims to be married, it must be a ruse. You are her friend, aren't you? I feel somewhat embarrassed to say this, but Shinyun has always had a fondness for me." However, just as he finished his words, a chilling voice reached him. "Please do not speak nonsense, boss. I have already resigned from the company, and the man before you is my husband." Little Tirpitz was quite frustrated with her admiral's lack of cooperation. She refused to concede defeat. Seeing her beloved Lexington appear, she felt certain that the latter would understand her plight. She proclaimed loudly, "Mom, you finally came out." Upon hearing the voice of Tirpitz, even Lexington was taken aback. However, she soon noticed Tirpitz desperately blinking at her, prompting a gentle smile as she lifted Tirpitz into her arms. "My dear boss, I apologize for the commotion. I had a quarrel with my husband. And this is the result." They had been married for a decade, with an 8-year-old child. She had been his child bride, yet he had never truly favored her. After all, she was the epitome of a perfect wife, capable in both the parlor and the kitchen, adept at dealing with rivals, and able to confront ruffians. Lexington could discern Tirpitz's subtle thoughts, but at that moment, she felt a twinge of mischief at her admiral's reluctance to acknowledge their relationship until now. "He has never liked me. He favors my sister," she remarked, glancing at her boss's pale expression before casting a sidelong glance at Sugu. Guoyang wholeheartedly believed the words of his ideal goddess, especially those imbued with quiet strength. He cast a sideways glance at the man beside him. Had it not been for the stringent upbringing he had endured over the years, he would have confronted him long ago. Sugu observed the man, whose neck turned sluggishly like a robot to face him, and he resignedly spread his hands. Not long after, while walking back, Lexington queried, "Admiral, are you unhappy?" "Not at all. Witnessing his discomfiture brings me considerable joy," he replied. "Such malice, Admiral," she teased. "Isn't it you who is filled with malice?" "I saw him nearly on the verge of tears," he countered. "I care not for his feelings," she retorted before suddenly exclaiming, "Admiral, I like you." "Eh?" Sugu was momentarily taken aback, his cheeks tinged with crimson. "I really like you," she reiterated. Lexington walked ahead, hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Sugu. "You performed admirably just now. As a reward, I shall take you to meet your sister-in-law, your little wife, Saratoga." Chapter 34, Saratoga in September. With the blooming of the iconic osmanthus in Gue City still some time away, the corridor of Class 2, Year 3, at Shofeng High School was filled with tension. "Shinjia, why have you skipped class again?" The teacher, having served as a homeroom instructor for over 20 years, adjusted her glasses as she scrutinized the student before her. Shinjia, a girl with radiant golden locks, stood expressionless in the hallway, having cut her mathematics class that morning. Just as she attempted to sneak out of school, her teacher had caught her. The apprehended girl lowered her gaze in silence, not out of remorse for her actions or regret for being caught, but simply for her disinclination to speak. This very trait had earned her the reputation of being as cold as ice shortly after transferring to this school, as her lack of conversation and emotion rendered her indifferent to the prejudices of her peers. The teacher, observing the unrepentant student, remarked, "Is this truly your attitude?" What a waste for your family to have sent you here for your education. Look at you now. What will become of you if you continue like this? Poor grades are one thing, but you also enjoy skipping class, and you respond to others with nothing but disdain. Sure, you possess a certain beauty, but can that sustain you in life? Or do you intend to marry some man after graduation? What, then, was the purpose of your years of study? Would it not be wiser to learn some household skills instead? In your current state, who will provide for you in the future? Finally, the girl spoke. I can have my sister support me. The teacher's palm slapped against the railing in frustration. Anger welled within her. She had never encountered such an attitude in her years of teaching. Your sister will support you? How dare you presume that? What gives her the obligation to care for you? If she doesn't, then my brother-in-law will, Shunjia replied nonchalantly. The teacher was momentarily speechless, taken aback. Your brother-in-law is under no obligation to support you. Once I marry my brother-in-law, of course, he will take care of me, especially since he married both my sister and me. The teacher was rendered speechless, momentarily stunned. Although the current norm advocated for monogamy in rural areas, it was not uncommon for a man to have several wives without consequence. While the law recognized only monogamous unions, societal norms often disregarded such legalities. Even the teacher, who prided herself on her principles, found herself swayed by the girl's beauty, which had initially endeared her to Shunjia upon her arrival. It was evident that families capable of affording education were not typical, and the notion of sisters marrying the same man had never crossed her mind. At last, the teacher exploded, "Then let your sister come, and let your brother-in-law come as well." Soon after, the teacher's admonishment concluded, and the golden-haired student returned to the classroom, where she languidly rested her head on her desk. She recalled the teacher's words, contemplating the possibility of her sister coming. But the notion of her brother-in-law's presence was insupportable. Before long, a girl with short black hair seated in front of her turned around. The girl overheard the conversation between Shunjia and the teacher. For girls of their age, love still held a sense of romance, while the notion of marriage seemed distant and unattainable. Shunjia, with her golden hair, had recently transferred schools, though her expression was often emotionless. This demeanor was directed at everyone, and she did not take it to heart. Moreover, her striking beauty, combined with her lack of the typical arrogance that often accompanies attractive girls, made Shunjia quite eager to befriend her. However, her curiosity was more piqued by the content of the conversation Shunjia had just had with the teacher. Alas, Shunjia, you are truly married? Indeed. To whom? My brother-in-law. Is that so? Really? The teacher wants you to call him over, and you actually did. It's hard to believe you're married. Is he handsome? How old is he? Shunjia, feeling somewhat downcast, replied, my brother-in-law cannot come. She rested her head on the desk, gazing out the window. Moments later, she pursed her lips and sniffed, contemplating that her brother-in-law could not come, for the admiral was simply unavailable. Her sister was named Shinyun, and she called herself Shunjia. These were names they had chosen for themselves. However, if referring to their true names, her sister should be called Lexington, and she should be Saratoga. As for her brother-in-law, that title belonged to the admiral. Her sister had married the admiral first, while she followed later. The admiral had married her sister early on, and she had always referred to him as brother-in-law. When the admiral married her, she continued to call him brother-in-law out of habit. Details of living with her brother-in-law were hazy, but she recalled that he had a fondness for wedding dresses. Her sister owned a gown with a voluminous skirt, while she had a shorter wedding dress. Many remarked that it resembled a bridesmaid's outfit, but that mattered little. As long as her brother-in-law liked it, she, as the younger sister, had no desire to compete with her sister. The sister held the utmost importance, while the admiral was a close second. However, when the admiral suddenly departed, her sister took her away from the naval base to Gue City. Her sister found a modest job, while she struggled to adapt to the new school in the city and ultimately enrolled in a nearby county high school. Despite her reluctance to continue her studies, soon after, as she prepared to rest her head on the desk, she was jolted by someone tapping on her table. A short boy was the source of the disturbance. Chen Su wants you to go to the back mountain of the school. Okay. Saratoga merely acquiesced, showing no further response. She recognized Chen Su, the school's dominant figure, rumored to have a government-employed father and known for his flirtations with numerous girls at school, including herself, whom he had pursued unsuccessfully. To her surprise, he sought her out again today. Chen Su wants you to go to the back mountain of the school, Xinjia. Okay. The short boy was merely delivering a message, and he remained motionless, feeling powerless. Soon, the class bell rang, heralding yet another tedious lesson. It wasn't until the afternoon dismissal that Saratoga encountered Chen Su again on her way back from the cafeteria, where he stood tall, with several followers in tow. Xinjia, I did not summon you to the back mountain. Why have you not arrived? Speak up. Why feign innocence? I am well aware of your affairs, including how many times you have shared your bed with your brother-in-law. I have feelings for my brother-in-law. I too harbor affection for you. And I desire to experience the role of your brother-in-law. As Chinsu finished speaking, he instinctively reached out to grasp her. However, he was met with Saratoga's swift strike. Her battle attire had not fully manifested, yet the formidable power akin to that of an aircraft carrier was already partially revealed. And even this mere glimpse of her strength was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Chinsu instinctively attempted to block the attack, but his hand shattered under the onslaught of her ferocious might, propelling him violently against the wall behind him. Meanwhile, the beautiful blonde maiden incapacitated the man who dared to assault her with a single blow, and then, amidst the fearful gazes of onlookers, she turned her gaze towards the azure sky. In such a tedious school, perhaps it would be better to unleash her full battle attire and deploy the aircraft to obliterate the place. A school devoid of her sister, and the Admiral is utterly dreary. Let it explode. Chapter 35 found the building where Lexington resided was constructed several years prior. A four-story structure reminiscent of the supply and marketing cooperative from Su-gu's childhood memories of his hometown. In the courtyard, a towering magnolia tree stood proudly, its lush canopy allowing the morning sunlight to filter through, casting dappled patterns on the ground. At this moment, Su-gu sat beneath the magnolia on a chair, surrounded by white cloth, with a worn-out car mirror placed atop the low wall in front of him. Can you really cut hair? If not, perhaps we should let the professional do it, he suggested. Do you doubt my skills? I am quite adept. I've always managed my sister's hair, Su-gu replied. He had always sported short hair, and it had been quite some time since his last haircut. This morning, Lexington had mentioned his hair while assisting him with his attire, prompting him to decide it was time for a trim. Initially, he intended to entrust his hair to a seasoned barber who had been cutting hair on the street for many years. However, in the end, Lexington took the clippers from the barber's hands. Yet, as Lexington's slender fingers grazed his scalp, a sudden wave of unease washed over Su-gu. Your sister has long hair. Mine is different. Just to clarify, I only need it thinned and shortened, or else I'll settle for a buzz cut, he stated. Have no fear. I am quite versatile, Lexington assured him, her hand brushing against Su-gu's chin, the prickly stubble scratching her fingers. Your beard has grown quite long. Let us shave it off as well. Soon after, Su-gu gazed into the mirror handed to him, revealing his newly cropped hairstyle. Despite Lexington's impeccable image as a perfect lady and her confidence in her craft, this autumn, Su-gu found himself with a rather jagged hairstyle, clearly indicating that even the seemingly flawless Lexington had her shortcomings. Watching Su-gu touch his head in the mirror, Lexington asked, "Is it that ugly?" "Well, it sounds somewhat close." Su-guam hesitated to provide a definitive answer. "With a few more attempts, the technique will improve," chimed in the barber standing nearby. "For a first attempt, this level is commendable. You'll be quite skilled in no time." Lexington beamed at the compliment. "Thank you for your kind words. And for using your tools, I shall pay you." Yesterday, Lexington had resigned from her job, and her next endeavor was to find her sister, Saratoga, whom she had sent to school. Although Lexington was knowledgeable, she believed that systematic education in various subjects was far superior to solitary learning. Ultimately, she felt that Saratoga should not overly depend on her as an older sister. She needed to grow and forge her own friendships at school. Saratoga attends a school in the neighboring county, where neither Lexington nor Su-gu possess automobiles. In this era, urban public transport or shuttle services have yet to emerge. Su-gu exhibits little enthusiasm for horse-drawn carriages. Fortunately, the county town is not far from the city center, and they ultimately decide to walk there. In the morning, they get haircuts by the roadside and enjoy a light breakfast. By the time they embark on their journey to find Saratoga, the sun has fully risen. The road to the county has been paved, reflecting a technological civilization reminiscent of the World War II era. Even a small city like Guiqing boasts architecture and cultural charm that rivals the grand cities depicted in the Republic of China-era dramas familiar to Su-gu. As they walk towards the county, Su-gu remarks, "Is it unacceptable to attend the school in the city, yet the one in the county is fine?" "It's acceptable, as long as the payment is sufficient," comes the reply. Unlike that repugnant director in the city, who not only demanded more money but also sought other favors. Which is why I dealt with him physically. What grade is she in? 3rd grade. Saratoga is known as Shunjia at school, but her academic performance is rather poor, making college a distant prospect. Su-gu reassures her companion. Education is merely a means to secure employment. As a shipgirl, she need not worry about finding work. Lexington adds, however, with the arrival of the Admiral, pursuing higher education seems unnecessary, and the Admiral can impart much knowledge to her. It may be challenging. My studies were in engineering, and I find much of what I learned is no longer applicable here, Su-gu responds. Lexington giggles sweetly, playfully poking Su-gu's chest with a finger, "Then let her learn to be a good wife, considering we are following a rather greedy Admiral." Sugu immediately feels defeated. While the sisterly bond is delightful, she cannot shamelessly claim both should belong to her. Ultimately, becoming everyone's admiral is not solely a result of his own abilities, but rather a divine blessing, one that he does not dare to refuse. Meanwhile, in the county high school, the blonde girl Shinjia stands with her head bowed. This time not in the hallway, but within the confines of an office. The small, 10-square-meter office is adorned with quotes from famous figures on the walls. By the window stands an old, black-painted desk, cluttered with a large stack of examination papers, a fountain pen, and an enamel cup filled with tea. The elderly teacher, serving as Shinjia's homeroom instructor, adjusts his spectacles and erupts in anger. Shinjia, I just reprimanded you. It has barely been a day. And you've already assaulted Shinsu again. He assaulted me, she responds. He assaulted you? How is it that he ends up with both arms broken and several ribs fractured? He couldn't overpower me. Just because he assaulted you. Does that give you the right to retaliate? Shinjia tilts her head in confusion, of course. Otherwise, should I allow him to assault me instead? The elderly teacher opened her mouth only to be immediately choked by her own words. She certainly did not intend that implication. Thus, she clarified. I did not suggest that you should assault him. What I meant was that you could either flee or cry out for help. Was it necessary to use such brutal force, whether with an iron rod or a wooden stick? Just as the teacher finished speaking, an unexpected voice echoed from afar. If one has already resorted to violence, then breaking hands or feet is merely a fitting consequence. Who spoke? The elderly teacher, filled with indignation, turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Leading the group was one of her own students, appearing to guide the way. Following closely behind was a tall, beautiful woman, strikingly similar to Shinjia, with the only distinction being her age. Bringing up the rear was a man holding a little girl with pink hair. It was evident that the voice had originated from him. Who are you? The teacher inquired. At that moment, she heard Shinjia beside her, whispering in astonishment, Sister, brother-in-law. Chapter 36. Indeed, I am quite strong. The sun had reached its zenith in the sky, and it was shortly after mealtime. Groups of students meandered along the pathway beside the academic building, engaging in playful banter and laughter. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the building, in a secluded office, a heated debate was underway. The speaker, a seasoned educator representing the affirmative side, exclaimed, What are you saying? Merely brushing against someone warrants breaking their hands and feet? Is that truly a fault? If you inadvertently touch someone's hand, do they deserve to retaliate in kind? Opposing her was Sugu, a staunch supporter of the Saratoga, who had attentively absorbed the educator's remarks regarding Shinjiajia, also known as Saratoga. He had gathered the context from the students leading them. Conceding to his role as the Admiral of Saratoga, he defended her actions, countering the educator's assertions. Intentionality must be discerned. An unintentional act may warrant an apology, while deliberate malice deserves punishment. The seasoned educator had seldom encountered a worthy opponent, whether with students or parents. Her words were rarely challenged. Having managed a multitude of unruly students as a homeroom teacher, her temperament was fierce. So, you assert that if you intentionally touch someone's hand, they are justified in breaking yours? She retorted. We must differentiate between malice and innocence, as well as consider the gender dynamics at play. With a hint of sarcasm, she continued, If you deliberately touch a girl's hand, is it not justified if she retaliates? Sugu responded with a cold smirk. To touch someone against their will, driven by malice and depravity, should I ever engage in such actions, I would welcome a reprisal. I do not claim to be a paragon of virtue, but such foul conduct is beneath me. The educator hesitated. Her long-held belief that the student Shinsu had erred in being interrupted began to waver. Yet, her desire to refute the man before her surged stronger. She only strikes because she believes she can defeat them. If Shinsu were a towering figure, adorned with tattoos, a shaved head, and draped in gold chains, would she dare to engage him? Sugu, undeterred, contemplated for a moment before replying. There exists a sequence and a logical progression in this matter. When did the aggressor transform into the victim? Furthermore, you must cease your hypothetical musings. Certainly, if the man were a formidable figure capable of overpowering Shinjia, she would wisely refrain from confrontation. Observing the smile creeping onto the educator's face, Sugu continued. However, if Shinjia were the daughter of a head of state, would that man dare to act? If she were someone whose mere touch could bring ruin, would he still be so brazen? Should she be a deity, an omniscient prophet, would he even consider laying a hand upon her? Would he dare to lodge a complaint? If I were the president of the country, or rather, if I were the mayor of this county, would you still dare to discuss this matter with me? The old teacher pondered for a moment, eager to assert her bravery, yet such a declaration would inevitably reveal her insecurity. She would only dare to speak thus to her principal. Sugu, with a hand instinctively gesturing in the air, remarked, People are inherently inclined to bully the weak and fear the strong, intimidated by authority, or perhaps by their parents and elders. and fearful of the unknown. If someone is stronger than me, I feel apprehensive. If they are weaker, I am not afraid. It is akin to this. If you, dear teacher, were a deity, I would not dare to debate with you. If you wielded supreme authority, I would also refrain from contesting your words. This is entirely understandable. In conclusion, Su-gu stated, constantly speaking of possibilities, hypotheticals, and ifs, what merit do such expressions hold? Is it not human nature to take advantage of the weak? Who among us does not? If Shinjia refrained from confronting that man, perhaps it was due to his strength. Our reluctance to resist does not stem from his righteousness, but rather from his power. Can strength justify injustice? If she possesses such prowess, a master of martial arts, why does she not endeavor to save the world? In this inland city, the common populace holds little awareness of the shipgirls. After all, the deep-sea shipgirls exist solely within the confines of books, newspapers, and hearsay. Most people live their entire lives without ever encountering or engaging with them, making the existence of martial artists far more plausible. Power begets obligation. Only those who enjoy rights bear responsibilities. Just as parents nurture their children, so too do children owe their parents support. If we assert that Shinjia has not enjoyed the rights bestowed by the world, what obligation does she hold to save it? Is her prowess not a given? What obligation exists? Must poverty, failure, or injury always elicit sympathy? Does strength or wealth necessitate aiding others? Should the affluent be compelled to donate to the impoverished? While charitable giving is certainly virtuous, the absence of such actions does not equate to moral decay. The powerful may assist others out of convenience. Yet failing to do so is not an offense. If Shinjia wishes to save the world, she may. If she does not, that choice remains hers. Regardless of her actions, she has committed no wrongdoing. Must the strong always aid the weak? Beauty and benevolence are often mere illusions. Su-gu concluded with a chuckle. Following this discourse, he smiled gently, acknowledging that few could rival his sharp tongue. Shortly thereafter, they departed the educational building, settling in a small restaurant near the high school. Lexington perched on a bench, her fingers guiding a small airplane in flight. It was her carrier aircraft. Su-gu suddenly inquired, "Have I perhaps gone too far? Saratoga still needs to learn here, does she not?" In a hushed voice, Saratoga replied, "I no longer wish to study." Lexington interjected, "You have done nothing wrong, rather. You have acted quite rightly. Shipgirls possess formidable strength and, in theory, do not require a commander. However, as they are born from memories and longings, they are inherently susceptible to emotional influences. Why then is a commander deemed necessary? Because shipgirls cannot indefinitely abstain from human interaction, despite their immense power. Not every shipgirl is endowed with wisdom. Much like Saratoga, possessing formidable combat prowess yet struggling academically, many can articulate grand philosophies. Yet there are times when the shipgirls, despite their correctness, find their actions dismissed by others' lofty reasoning, leading them to doubt their endeavors. Such uncertainty can easily plunge the shipgirls into sadness or despondency. If they remain ensnared by these shadows, they may well transform into abyssal shipgirls. It is at this juncture that the shipgirls require the guidance of their commander to offer solace or to inspire them. Thus the commander becomes a beacon for the shipgirls, shielding them from the clutches of negativity. Lexington continued, "Indeed, our commander is always by our side in times of need." Su-gu humbly replied, "It is not as grand as you suggest. I merely believe that teacher was mistaken. What right does she have to reprimand Saratoga?" Lexington blinked and remarked, "Commander, are you implying that only I have the authority to discipline my Saratoga?" No, if it must be said, it is entirely a matter of principle over favoritism." Su-gu responded, oblivious to the fact that Saratoga, holding her chopsticks, was gazing intently at him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a lethal scheme in the making. Chapter 37. The road ahead. Upon returning to the residence in Lexington, the afternoon had passed amidst a flurry of chaotic tasks, and soon it was evening. At this moment, a significant meeting was convening. Beneath the dim, hazy light, Su-gu took the floor first, inquiring, "Where shall we head next?" "Establish the guardhouse. Establish the guardhouse." Before Su-gu could finish, Tbilisi exclaimed loudly beside him. From the very outset, her ambition had been to revive the guardhouse. For her, restoring its former glory, reuniting with Sister Miao, and sharing a joyful life together within the guardhouse represented her utmost desire. Although she could hardly recognize everyone within the guardhouse, she felt like a mere participant in the meeting. Tbilisi's voice rang out with fervor, yet at that moment, no one seemed to heed her opinion. Apart from her adorable demeanor, she possessed little understanding of the intricacies involved in establishing the guardhouse. It was best for her to simply embrace her delightful persona. Lexington began to share her thoughts, stating, "Alternatively, we could return to the old guardhouse. I haven't been back in quite some time and have no idea what it has become. However, if you all say it has turned into a wasteland, then upon our return, we will have much to undertake. Thus, we will require substantial funds or resources. I possess neither, Sugu admitted. Indeed. I currently find myself reliant on others. Tbilisi raised her hand beside him, declaring, I have none either. I don't even dare to activate my ship equipment because it requires fuel. The ship equipment demands fuel for operation. However, refraining from activation allows the shipgirls, who often reside concealed within human society, to live akin to ordinary individuals. Lexington pondered for a moment and suggested, in that case, let us seek out Hood. I've heard she has started a company, and with Renown assisting her, the company is unlikely to face sudden failure. Sugu paused, contemplating the implications of Lexington's statement. Finding Hood is certainly an option, but I can't help but wonder why your words seem to cast doubt upon her. Are you implying that Hood's management could lead to an abrupt collapse? Lexington elucidated. The pride of the British Empire, a formidable battlecruiser that sank without warning, leads one to question whether her business acumen may follow suit. Do not underestimate her. Hood is quite capable. Lexington continued. Yet, in past fleet operations, whenever Hood served as flagship, if anyone reported an injury, it often occurred during seemingly simple missions. It has happened so frequently that one cannot dismiss it all as mere coincidence. She likely possesses some peculiar attributes, such as sudden injuries or unexpected failures. Moreover, she lacks, certain physical attributes. The last remark seemed unnecessary. Sugu mused silently, supporting his chin with his fist. Madam, you unexpectedly possess a rather cunning side. However, as the foundation of the illustrious 4 ships of the Royal Navy, Hood possesses an unparalleled significance in her abilities, which augment both critical strike rates and the likelihood of being critically struck, can indeed catch everyone off guard. Yet, as Sugu pondered further, while such attributes are embedded in the game's mechanics in the realm of reality, the absence of such attributes and skills begs the question, might there truly exist some metaphysical qualities? Sugu remarked, Hood's company could face sudden bankruptcy. Yet as long as she retains her reputation, such a fate seems unlikely. However, there is a dilemma if we seek her out. She is under no obligation to offer us any monetary compensation. Lexington smiled warmly and responded, I, Saratoga, Hood, and our reputation, count them. That's your 3rd and 4th wives. Surely they will provide you with funds. Although her tone was gentle, Sugu found her words anything but comforting. Moreover, hey, even if you are the primary spouse, Saratoga is not the 2nd wife. Are you unilaterally boosting your sister's rank? Where shall we search for them? Lexington fell silent for a moment before stating, I do not know. Tirpitz echoed, I am also at a loss. Sugu patted Tirpitz's head and said, do refrain from causing mischief. He then noticed that Saratoga had been silent throughout. Turning to her, he inquired, Saratoga, do you have any thoughts? None, she replied curtly. Yet, Sugu distinctly remembered that in the game, Saratoga's character was far more endearing. After all, she was but half a sister-in-law. Sugu offered his perspective once more. Since there are no constructive suggestions from anyone, I intend to visit the Naval Academy. I wish to pursue the rank of admiral, and I possess a letter of introduction. This matter weighed heavily on Sugu's mind. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances placing him in this game's naval base, would he possess the capability to ascend to the rank of admiral in this world? This question lingered in his thoughts. That is feasible. We may be assigned a new maritime domain to establish a naval base or fill a vacancy at an existing one, should such a vacancy exist. However, the exam for admiral is notoriously challenging. That is of no concern. I shall not fear the examination. As the meeting drew to a close, nightfall approached. With the atmosphere lacking in entertainment, after a brief exchange of words, the group began to prepare for sleep, with Tirpitz swaying drowsily beside them. Sugu opted to sleep alone on the living room floor, laying down a mat followed by a thin quilt. This simple bedding was just right for autumn, ensuring comfort without the sudden chill or heat of the night. Sleeping alone in the living room was not due to an inability to share space with Lexington and the others, as she eagerly anticipated such intimacy. Rather, Sugu felt that it might lead to complications, thus he resolutely declined. At this moment, he lay beneath the thin blanket, tossing and turning, when faint voices began to emanate from within the room. Sister, let Xiao Zhai sleep on the innermost side, and I shall take the outermost. Then, Lexington's voice emerged. Particularly gentle as she said, allow me to sleep outside. I fear you may roll off the bed. I won't, dear sister. I am quite grown now. You sleeping in the middle will also make it easier to care for Xiao Zhai. In the darkness, Sugu rested her hands beneath her head, contemplating that there was no need for Lexington to worry. The other party was the epitome of a perfect wife. And what of Saratoga? From what she had just heard, it was evident that, despite her reticence, Saratoga was remarkably considerate. The only concern remaining was for Tbilisi, who was rather restless in slumber, requiring stories to fall asleep. Even when she did succumb to sleep, she would toss and turn, kicking off the covers. Sugu's thoughts wandered aimlessly before drowsiness enveloped her. Ah, what did it matter? Any troubles would be Lexington's to handle. It was time for her to rest. As Sugu drifted into a hazy dream, unbeknownst to her, a sound of movement pierced the night, and a shadow quietly stood beside her amidst the rustling sounds. Chapter 38. The infamous Saratoga. My sister-in-law lay beside me, clad only in her undergarments, no longer a mere girl but a fully grown woman. Her sister was about to rise. What should I do? I awaited an answer. Urgency gnawing at me. If one were to ponder the most terrifying encounter Sugu had experienced over the years, it would likely be this very situation. Awakening to find someone nestled beside him, he initially presumed it was the mischievous Tia Bits. However, upon exploration, his fingers grazed not the familiar fabric of a nightgown, but the soft, supple skin of a young woman. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the delicate form, only to be met with a soft murmur. Brother-in-law. The crispness of an autumn morning often lulls one into a daze. At that moment, his hand gently caressed the girl's back, his fingers resting upon her shoulder blades. The sound of her voice jolted him to full awareness, and he swiftly withdrew his arm, yet the sight before him chilled his heart. Saratoga, his sister-in-law, lay curled up beside him, her tousled golden hair cascading across the bed like a shimmering river. As she sensed the cool air that seeped in when he pulled back the covers, she instinctively huddled closer, blinking her eyes open slightly. Brother-in-law. Sugu glanced around, noting the absence of anyone else, and whispered, "Why are you here? Did anything happen?" "Nothing at all. But would anyone believe that?" It seemed an arduous task to convince anyone of such innocence. What awaited him next? An irate Lexington, perhaps. So what was to be done? He needed to rise swiftly, feigning ignorance, and ensure that Saratoga played along, despite his utter lack of wrongdoing. As he pondered his next move, Saratoga's arms encircled his waist, drawing him near. His heart raced. While her form was undeniably enchanting, he was ill-prepared for this situation. "Brother-in-law, you're awake. I wish to sleep a little longer." Sugu pressed on. "Why are you here? Does your sister know?" "No, she does not." "Then you must return quickly. It appears your sister has yet to awaken. Are you afraid of her?" "Brother-in-law?" This wasn't a matter of fear, it was a misunderstanding. "Very well then." Just as Saratoga prepared to rise, a rustling from the adjacent room broke the silence, followed by the sound of a voice. "Little Jai, are you awake?" Just a bit longer, Lexington's sister." At that moment, upon hearing footsteps and the subsequent creak of the door, Sugu swiftly rolled over, pinning Saratoga beneath him, and draped the covers over both of them. With a furtive glance into Saratoga's curious eyes, he whispered, "Do not utter a word." The door swung open, and Sugu squinted as he beheld Lexington standing beside him, tidying her flaxen hair. "Admiral, are you not yet prepared to rise?" Feigning a state of groggy awakening, he shielded his eyes with his hand, mumbling in a dazed tone. "You were up so early?" Lexington, with a puzzled expression, replied, "The curtains in the living room have been drawn. The light should not be blinding. You need not cover your eyes." However, Sugu possesses remarkable counter-surveillance abilities, and he remains unperturbed regardless of whether the curtains in the living room are drawn. He calmly remarked, "It's still quite bright." "Indeed, but it is rather late. You ought to rise," he continued. "Just a little longer, please. Having stayed at a hotel for so long, it feels rare to experience a sense of home here, and I wish to indulge in a bit more slumber. Speaking of which, they often say that women require time to prepare upon waking. Lexington, you are exceptionally beautiful even without any adornment." When faced with a critical moment, Sugu is the type who dares to speak his mind. Lexington chuckled and replied, "Since you are so eloquent, I shall grant you a little more time to sleep. You truly resemble little Jai. She too can never be roused. Could you wake her for me once you are up? I must prepare breakfast." "Don't bother making breakfast. Go out and buy some instead. I crave soy milk and fried dough sticks, and please pick up some milk for little Jai as well. She is still just a child." "Are you truly exploiting your ship girls in such a manner, Admiral?" Little Jai has often remarked on how gentle and diligent Sister Lexington is, always capable of meeting any request. We did not seek out Bismarck, nor did we look for Hood or renown. From the very beginning, we decided on Lexington for this very reason. Lexington's smile grew even more radiant as she said, "Since you've put it that way, I suppose I have no choice. Very well, I shall go buy it. Have you seen Saratoga? I noticed her absence when I awoke." "I don't know. She likely stepped out." "Admiral, your sleeping posture is quite peculiar. I enjoy holding things while I sleep, whether it be the blanket or little Jai. Even if others deem me a lullicon, it matters not. I absolutely cannot let Lexington discover this situation. Holding on to something while sleeping. Should I join you so that you may hold me?" "No, please refrain from such antics. Then I shall head out to buy breakfast." I hope you will rise before my return. As the door closed, Sugu swiftly threw off his blanket, only to discover the flushed and disheveled Saratoga beneath him. All right. You must get up promptly. Admiral, Sister Saratoga. A voice suddenly rang out. It was Little Tbilisi. Sugu turned to see Little Tbilisi standing in the doorway. Barefoot and clad in a floral nightgown, one hand rubbing her sleepy eyes while the other clutched her beloved doll, Meow Sister. Admiral, why are you sleeping with Sister Saratoga? Oh, Little Tbilisi, it's quite simple, Sugu replied. An unexpected incident occurred, but you mustn't tell your sister, Lexington. Today, I shall take you to the zoo. All right. Please get dressed and put on your shoes before coming out. Just then, Saratoga's voice chimed in again, brother-in-law. Saratoga, clad in pink lingerie, sat on the bed in a duck-like posture, her golden hair cascading down to her waist. She lifted her head, her expression devoid of innocence, allure, or playful charm, appearing as if she were engaged in a most ordinary task. However, regardless of the circumstances, the mere thought of creating such a scenario in the presence of a beautiful maiden struck him with overwhelming impact and allure. If he were to disregard the future and its consequences, he would certainly take immediate action against this enchanting girl. Contemplating this, he calmly remarked, "You ought to put on your clothes and hastily depart. Return only after your sister has come back." At this moment, a pressing question arose. Where are your garments? His tone and expression conveyed a semblance of tranquility, yet Sugu, seated on the bed, dared only to expose his chest, fearing that standing would reveal his predicament. In contrast, Saratoga stood unabashedly, her exquisite form laid bare to the cool air. Her tousled golden locks lazily cascaded against her cheeks and alluring collarbone. After tidying her long hair, she replied, "The clothes are in the room." Sugu inhaled sharply, finally grasping the reason behind Lexington's increasingly radiant smile during their conversation. Just then, the sound of the door creaking open echoed, the hinges groaning like a demon from the depths of hell. What should I do if my sister-in-law discovers me sleeping with her sister? I await your guidance, urgently. Chapter 39. Lexington and her sister's intrigue. Sugu sat on the bed, his head bowed, clad in his own shirt, while Saratoga, also dressed in a white shirt, sat beside him, similarly downcast. Before them stood Lexington, arms crossed, observing the pair with an unmistakable smile gracing her features. She then lowered her gaze towards Sugu and inquired, "Admiral, what is the meaning of this? Why is Saratoga here with you? Did you not just awaken?" "I forgot my wallet and came back to retrieve it, but upon opening the door, I was met with this sight," Saratoga explained. Lexington tilted her head adorably, a puzzled expression washing over her as she pressed, "Admiral, what is going on?" Sugu began to elucidate. "The truth is, I awoke without any knowledge of how things had come to be, only to find Saratoga sleeping beside me. It was not my concern initially, but in a moment of impulsiveness, I wished to keep it from you, hence the actions I took." "What actions? You mean the embrace with Saratoga hidden beneath the covers?" Lexington queried, her tone laced with skepticism. "That was an accident, born from a moment of urgency," Sugu defended, though he realized the gravity of the situation. "Yet, regardless of it being an accident or born of urgency, the fact remains that you embraced her, does it not? Why could you not simply disclose this? If it truly was as you say, it could have been clarified from the outset. Am I some sort of monster that would devour you for such an admission?" Sugu fell silent, yet he was not one to be easily cowed. "I have acted in such a manner solely to prevent you from misunderstanding the situation," he stated resolutely. Lexington pursed her lips, recognizing the weight of Sugu's words. She glanced at him before turning her attention back to her sister. "Saratoga, is what the Admiral claims indeed the case? What could possibly justify your midnight venture into your brother-in-law's bed?" Saratoga, though often reticent and perceived as somewhat aloof, held her sister Lexington in the highest regard. In this moment, she secretly yearned for her sister to chastise her, as it would provide a release for her turmoil. She dreaded the calm demeanor her sister now exhibited. "Sister, it is not as you think," Saratoga began. "Then how is it?" Lexington pressed. "I wondered why you were so peculiar yesterday, insisting on sleeping on the outer edge when you typically prefer to lean against the wall. Why did you climb into your brother-in-law's bed?" At that moment, Sugu sensed a foreboding shift as Saratoga glanced in his direction, an unsettling feeling washing over him. Then, he heard Saratoga declare, "It was my brother-in-law who asked me to sleep with him." Sugu was momentarily struck dumb, having never made such a request. How could the girl so brazenly accuse him? If he had truly asked, she would hardly be able to return to bed, though such a thought remained unspoken. As Lexington gazed upon herself, Sugu quickly defended, "What does it have to do with me? I knew nothing and suddenly became a sinner." It was Saratoga. Saratoga softly interjected, "It was indeed the brother-in-law." "No. Yes. No. Yes." Ultimately, Sugu raised his hands in surrender, conceding, all right, it was my request. Do as you wish." Lexington's shoulders drooped, revealing a sorrowful expression as she said, I am sorry, Admiral. I have overstepped. It was always meant to be. Moreover, Jia, you have been given a ring, and you have worn the wedding dress. Do as you desire. You need not concern yourself with me. If the Admiral wishes, let us serve you together. As she spoke, her fingers reached for the buttons of her shirt, deftly unfastening the first one. The melancholic expression on Lexington's face was enough to make one feel as though they had committed an egregious sin. I was wrong, was Sugu's only sentiment upon witnessing Lexington's sorrowful visage. Even if he were wrongfully accused, he could not bear to see his lady suffer. This was his sole thought at that moment. Lexington slightly lowered her head, her lips quivering ever so slightly. A perfect lady never resorts to shouting or sulking as a means to attack her husband. They excel in wielding a man's guilt as a weapon, ensuring that a perfect lady remains invincible. Subsequently, Lexington continued, in truth, I have long known that Jia went to see you alone that night. You did not accept my offer to share your bed. How could you then make such a request of Jia? Is it not something she decided on her own? As her sister, I certainly know. Though Jia may appear reserved and serious, she is, in fact, the most mischievous of all. In the past, while I taught her at the naval base, she often skipped class. Occasionally, when she misbehaved, she would mimic me due to our resemblance. Even if you did not mention it, I knew this was Jia's own doing. Lexington forced a smile and said, I have always believed that the Admiral is the person closest to me. I would share anything with you. I thought that if you encountered any issues, you would confide in me as well. Yet, you have not. If you cannot even trust your most cherished wife, whom can you trust? Your wife, your beloved, is the one who trusts you the most. Just say it, and I shall believe you. Furthermore, Jia, I know you have feelings for your brother-in-law. But as your sister, I will grant you everything you desire. However, there is no need to hide it from me. Jia, you are my only sister. Regardless of what you do, you shall find forgiveness here. Suddenly, Sugu was enveloped in an unparalleled sense of guilt. What more could a husband ask for than such a wife? A woman like Lexington, if he were to compare himself to his former self, he would find himself wholly unworthy of her. At that moment, even if he lacked any substantial feelings for her, as long as he could treat her well, it would suffice. Though he may not possess the qualities to match her, as long as he offered her love in abundance, it would be enough. After all, love is not a matter of equivalent exchange or matching capabilities. Besides Sugu, Saratoga felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Her sister always considered her feelings, often taking the blame for her mischievous behavior without a second thought. It was solely due to the bond of sisterhood that such indulgence was possible. Had it been anyone else, resentment would have surely brewed. With a sister like this, what could the younger sibling possibly regret? Oh, how she adored her elder sister. Then, Lexington remarked, I have specially learned to prepare the Chinese dishes that the commander enjoys. How about some noodles for breakfast? At that moment, the voice of Little Tbilisi chimed in softly, Commander, may I still go to the zoo today? Of course, if you wish to go, you may. Sugu had yet to speak, as Lexington took over the conversation. Little Tbilisi nearly leaped with joy, exclaiming, I love you, Sister Lexington. Chapter 40. Journey within the confines of the zoo. Sugu engaged in a complimentary narration, for he had once been a devoted admirer of the animal kingdom. The second elder of the grasslands, the hyena, is a scavenger, renowned for its most proficient attack, evisceration. Its biting force ranks among the highest, with its only adversary being the lion, capable of vanquishing the hyena clan's matriarch amidst a throng of foes. The elder of the grasslands is none other than the African lion. The lion prides rely solely on the lionesses for sustenance, as the males abstain from hunting. However, the prey brought back by the lionesses is first devoured by the males. Little Tbilisi, with a hint of confusion, inquired, do male lions not work? Indeed, they do not engage in labor. As Sugu spoke, he gently tapped Little Tbilisi's hand, successfully halting the child's inclination to reach over the barrier and into the enclosure. Isn't that akin to the Admiral, who does nothing daily? Sugu promptly grasped Little Tbilisi's face, asserting, they are far superior to your Admiral, when solitary. They are formidable beings. It is only after forming a pride that they cease to hunt, intervening only to dispatch the female leader of a hyena pack when provoked. With his face in Sugu's grip, Little Tbilisi emitted a peculiar sound. I'm sorry yet. If we were to speak of the three entities that neither the African second elder nor elder should provoke, they would be the rhinoceros, hippopotamus, and African elephant. The rhinoceros, with its thick hide and robust physique, is truly a tank. The hippopotamus, similarly hefty, can weigh several tons and often resides in water. Its gaping maw can even sever a crocodile in two. The African elephant, depending on its immense size, is the largest terrestrial creature, with the sexually aroused male being the most formidable. What about the African admiral? Is he impressive? Sugu paused momentarily before responding. The African admiral is indeed formidable. For their very survival exemplifies the miracle of life. As they exited the zoo, it was already noon, and they were on their way back. Little Tbilisi followed Lexington at the forefront, clamoring for roadside pastries, while Saratoga lagged behind. Sugu paused at the roadside, waiting for Saratoga. "Saratoga, over here," he called. "Brother-in-law." "What is the matter?" Saratoga asked. "Nothing," Sugu replied, suppressing a smirk. "I'm not a fool. I've seen enough in life. So, brother-in-law, this way." "Brother-in-law? Are you upset today?" he continued. Regarding the morning's unfounded accusations, he, a grown man, wouldn't he allow such trivial matters to vex him, especially given the delightful presence of the young lady. "No," Saratoga whispered. "I feared my sister might disregard me, thus I referred to you as brother-in-law." "Curious," Sugu queried. "So, are you not afraid of me?" In response, Saratoga's soft voice chimed. "Because you are the gentlest, I am not afraid." The praise bestowed upon the beautiful young girl was irresistibly charming. Sugu remained silent, contemplating. "Very well, young lady, you have won. I am utterly devoid of anger now. Not a trace of irritation can rise within me. I wouldn't mind having a dozen more little sisters like you. I am not upset. It is of no consequence, as I do not stand to lose anything." Ahead, Lexington was assisting Tbilisi in purchasing pastries, while Saratoga tugged at Sugu's sleeve, whispering, "Brother-in-law, I promise I won't let sister find out next time. Isn't that unwise?" Sugu responded, though internally he thought otherwise. "Yes, feel free to continue with such antics. Just ensure that your sister Lexington remains oblivious." As they conversed behind, Lexington waved her arms energetically, exclaiming, "Admiral, come on, hurry up. What are you two discussing back there?" "Nothing of consequence." "Oh, by the way, the weather is going to turn increasingly cold. Admiral and Xiaozhai, we should head to the city center next. You'll need to purchase a few autumn outfits, I presume." Before long, they returned home, and it was already evening. Dinner would not be taken outside. In the kitchen, Lexington was tying up her flaxen hair, donning an apron, and holding chopsticks in one hand. "Trust in my culinary skills. I specifically learned Chinese cuisine for the Admiral. I recall that you were born in a city in northern Guangxi, where the food is spicy." Sugu stood at the kitchen door and said, "It's not that I don't trust you. I merely wish to ask if you need any assistance." "Perhaps next time," she replied. "There are fruits in the living room. I remember you like mangoes and pears, as you mentioned it once, so I made a note of it. What should I prepare then? Have we not yet arranged our itinerary?" "No need. I have taken care of the plans. We will first take a train to the seaside and then board a boat. The city we are heading to is called Chuanqiu, built on an island. There are two routes. One involves more train travel, while the other is predominantly by boat. I suggest we take the boat route, as it will increase the chances of encountering our former sisters from the naval base, much like your meeting with San Juan. Furthermore, being at sea enhances our ability to ensure your safety. However, you are the Admiral, and the decision rests with you." There was no aspect that required his intervention. Lexington had organized everything even before he was prepared. No wonder Tbilisi had initially suggested seeking out Lexington. As Sugu pondered these matters, Lexington inquired, "Admiral, what are you thinking about?" "I was contemplating how you have managed everything. Does it not render me rather ineffectual? Is the Admiral concerned about that?" "No, not at all. I am the type who enjoys a leisurely existence. It is merely a passing comment." At that moment, Sugu wished to convey a simple message. For home or travel arrangements, seek out Lexington. Days later, at the train station in Gue City, Sugu stood on the platform with an assortment of bags, as a myriad of people passed by. He recalled the solitude of his arrival in this world, wandering the streets alone, and now, he found himself surrounded by many. For instance, the gentle and virtuous Lexington was gazing up at the train's departure schedule. The motionless Saratoga followed closely behind her sister, embodying a playful spirit and a master of disguise. Beside them was the petite Tilly Bits, who playfully tousled her pink hair. She leaped onto the platform, striking a forward motion as she landed. Her large, expressive eyes twinkled as she inquired, "Admiral, what is our journey?" Sugu, in a somewhat whimsical manner, extended his finger to rest on the bridge of his nose before gesturing forward, softly declaring, "Our journey is the stars and the sea." Tilly Bits promptly countered, "No, our journey is to build the finest naval base." At that moment, Lexington's voice resonated as she seemed to conclude her observations. Waving to the group, this way, let's move along. The train departs in an hour." Chapter 41. Chuanqiu is a newly established city, not yet a century old. Originally, it was founded to host a naval academy dedicated to training admirals and shipgirls. However, to evade the relentless assaults of the deep-sea shipgirls, countless individuals flocked here seeking assistance. Consequently, this island evolved into a pivotal transit hub along east-west trade routes, transforming into a supply station for diverse vessels. Gradually, the singular function of the Naval Academy morphed into a small port, which then burgeoned into a larger harbor. ultimately blossoming into a grand city where skyscrapers soared skyward, culminating in its present form. The Naval Academy traditionally enrolls new students in September and October. These newcomers arrive either with letters of introduction or are sent by various nations, intending to return to their homeland's defense headquarters upon successful training. However, the attrition rate for these students is alarmingly low, as they are subjected to dual oversight from their respective nations in the shipgirl headquarters. Others, like Sugu, possess a shipgirl from the outset, seeking merely to secure a position within the shipgirl headquarters and claim a vacant admiral's role at a defense headquarters. Establishing one's own defense headquarters is permissible, yet even such establishments must adhere to the regulations set forth by the shipgirl headquarters. For instance, once one becomes an admiral, participation in human politics is strictly prohibited. To outsiders, these regulations may appear somewhat tyrannical. Nevertheless, the stringent rules established by the admirals and shipgirls were designed to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from exploiting the innocent shipgirls for their own ends, thereby averting their transformation into instruments of war or political pawns. Perhaps a century from now, the regulations of the shipgirl headquarters will become mere formalities, yet presently, these stringent rules ensure the utmost safety for the shipgirls. Regardless, this is the zenith of the shipgirl headquarters, thriving and powerful, while establishing a defense headquarters is permitted. An admiral without an official designation will receive no support from the shipgirl headquarters and will lack opportunities for interaction with other defense headquarters, ultimately reducing their efforts to mere self-entertainment. Sugu arrived at Chuanxio to secure a designation and establish a defense headquarters, or perhaps to prove his own capabilities and see if he could gain admission to the Naval Academy entirely on his own merit. The entrance examination for the Naval Academy comprises two parts, a written test and an interview. The written test questions seemed peculiarly familiar to Sugu, reminiscent of the civil service exam preparations he once undertook. He felt relatively untroubled by the logical reasoning section, having spent 2 weeks brushing up on the knowledge pertinent to this world, especially since his previous gaming pursuits were initially abandoned in favor of exam preparation. Thus, he felt assured, having previously immersed himself in a sea of questions. The logical reasoning section was a chaotic assortment of inquiries ranging from celestial phenomena to the depths of the ocean, encompassing logical thinking and reasoning, questions designed to ensure that every admiral possesses a solid foundation of general knowledge. For Sugu, the only challenging aspect lay in the essay section, temporarily referred to as the essay section, as he was uncertain how to label these questions. Nonetheless, these inquiries starkly contrasted with the essay formats he was accustomed to. At this moment, he was deeply engrossed in contemplation while holding last year's exam questions, with the very first question of the test having ensnared him in a quandary. Enumerate 10 methods that could potentially slay a shipgirl? What sort of absurdity is this? He exclaimed in exasperation. A direct and forceful attack could certainly sink a shipgirl, but what about the remaining 9 methods? Sugu sat back in his chair behind the desk, and in his line of sight, Saratoga, barefoot and clad in a casual nightgown, lounged on the sofa, absorbed in a book. Judgia, Sugu inquired. Is it possible for you to suffer from food poisoning, fainting, or inebriation? Not at all. We are quite different from you humans. With just a slight exertion of our ship's powers, we can avoid such fates, she replied affirmatively. However, this answer did not quite align with his recollections, prompting him to remark, but I recall that last time, Lexington was indeed intoxicated. How could that be? Saratoga furrowed her brow in thought before casually dismissing her sister, saying, Sister dislikes alcohol and doesn't enjoy being drunk. She must have been feigning inebriation, or else you wouldn't have allowed her to sleep beside you. Brother-in-law, you clearly have affection for my sister, so why disregard such an opportunity? Sugu rested his chin in his palm, pondering, who wouldn't admire a beautiful lady? It is merely that internal barriers, a sort of psychological fastidiousness, often impede one. Poisons from biology and chemistry should inflict minimal harm upon you shipgirls. Would sulfuric acid be detrimental? He queried. Saratoga closed her book and responded, explosions, corrosion, and impacts can indeed cause us harm. She then tilted her head and asked, Why are you inquiring about this? It's not for any particular reason. It's merely that one of the exam questions demanded the enumeration of 10 methods that could slay a shipgirl. Why would there be such a question? Sugu pondered for a moment before stating, Perhaps it is because one must understand the means to slay a shipgirl in order to comprehend how to protect her. Saratoga lost interest once more, responding listlessly as she reclined again on the sofa. Sugu mused aloud, methods of slaying a shipgirl? Perhaps disparagement could suffice. I've heard that shipgirls are born from longing and memories. If subjected to excessive derision, they may become filled with doubt and disappointment, and in their confusion, transform into deep-sea shipgirls. To become a deep-sea shipgirl signifies the death of the original. Recognizing such methods of slaying shipgirls, a commander must protect his shipgirls from scorn. In retrospect, this question does not seem entirely unreasonable. It is often said that shipgirls are inclined to favor their commanders, and to kill or harm a commander could plunge a shipgirl into despair, perhaps even leading to suicide. Moreover, one could deceive a shipgirl by fabricating news of her commander's demise. While shipgirls are not easily fooled, indirect deception may be possible. First, one could deceive an ordinary person, and once that person is thoroughly convinced, they can relay the falsehood to the shipgirl. For the shipgirl, an ordinary person unaware of the truth and unable to discern reality from fiction has not lied. This implies that a commander must possess the ability to discern truth from falsehood and not be easily swayed. Well, I have once again gleaned a method to safeguard you, he concluded. At this moment, Saratoga suddenly remarked, "Indeed, if we were to lose the admiral, the shipgirls would scarcely wish to continue living. When you went missing, everyone nearly succumbed to madness. It was solely because the admiral's body was never found that they persevered." Sugu fell into a moment of silence before acknowledging, "It is my fault." He then set aside that line of inquiry and resumed his examination of further questions. How can one ensure that the shipgirl status remains perpetually esteemed in this world? Should one permit the harboring of negative responses, such as allowing pirates to be self-respecting? Deep-sea shipgirls typically manifest as frenzied beasts, yet their flagship is one of the rare entities endowed with reason and desire. How does one communicate with a deep-sea flagship? If taking a life could save 100, what choice should one make? Which is of greater significance? Procedural justice or consequential justice? What kind of relationship should exist between the port area's guardhouse and the city government? Upon reaching this point, Sugu threw his examination paper in exasperation, exclaiming, "What kind of absurd questions are these?" Moreover, there are no standard answers. Having toiled over the paper for quite some time, he stood up and said, "Jia, you should stay at home. I'm going out for a stroll to unwind." "You mustn't go to bars or nightclubs to seek out women," she cautioned. "I assure you, I shall not." Chapter 42. The struggles of everyone. Sugu sat alone on the steps of Chuanxia Wharf, with little time remaining before the examination. Regardless of the circumstances, the preparation period had been exceedingly brief, and the questions encountered that morning had proved to be rather challenging. Thus, he sat there, somewhat distressed, allowing the sea breeze to wash over him as he gazed out at the water, yearning to cultivate a sense of tranquility within himself. At that moment, a voice emerged beside him. "Are you a candidate preparing for the examination, aspiring to become an admiral?" Sugu responded. A man, appearing to be in his 30s, took a seat next to him, dressed in plain, casual attire. This was the inner city, home to a multitude of shipgirls and novice admirals. During this month, however, it was also teeming with candidates. The area was not characterized by bustling streets, nor was the transportation particularly convenient, and the establishment of factories was prohibited. For the majority of ordinary individuals, both work and living spaces lay elsewhere. Most of the admirals here were known to him, and as he did not recognize this man, it was evident he was a candidate. "Yes, I am a candidate," he admitted. "Encountering difficulties?" the man inquired. "Not much," Sugu replied, though he preferred not to engage with strangers. Yet, today he was indeed vexed by the questions and decided to share. "The exam questions are just all over the place, and I have only a week to prepare." "Haha, I knew it was those damn questions. I felt like strangling the examiners during my own tests. But do you know what is more challenging than the exam itself when it comes to becoming an admiral?" "What problem?" Sugu asked, puzzled. For him, passing the exam and securing a base would render everything else trivial. Despite his many uncertainties, he had Lexington by his side. The man pointed below, indicating a figure on the wharf. "Do you see that man down there, drinking beer? He is a novice admiral. He has been an admiral for 2 years now. Initially regarded as the most promising, he is handsome, intelligent, kind, and just, with a family running a large company. He lacks for nothing. In truth, a person like him could lead a comfortable life even without becoming an admiral. He is not short of money, food, or even companionship. So the role of admiral holds little allure for him. Nevertheless, he chose to become an admiral because he wished to safeguard the coastline, as the safety of the sea is paramount to the livelihoods of many." Following the man's gaze, Sugu observed a man seated on the stone-bricked fence of the flower bed by the wharf, holding a can of some beverage. The man appeared lost in thought and remarked, "I first met him about a year or two ago, I believe, while he was still studying for the exam. At that time, he displayed an air of confidence, and I held high hopes for him. He did not disappoint. He swiftly passed the examination and became an admiral. Do you understand what is most essential for becoming a commander? It is of paramount importance to construct and acquire shipgirls. For the strength of these vessels ultimately determines the might of your naval base. For the majority of commanders, battleships, battlecruisers, and aircraft carriers serve as the bastions of naval power. Possessing these shipgirls ensures at least a modicum of distinction among Asian commanders, standing between their European and African counterparts. However, most commanders find themselves with a fleet predominantly comprised of destroyers and light cruisers, with heavy cruisers being a rarity. Frequently encountering the famed Takao-class heavy cruisers, colloquially referred to as the family. But look, can you see? That individual lacks even a single member of this family. The man appeared almost agitated as he exclaimed, "Did you see his shipgirls?" Sugu pondered for a moment, rising to gaze from the steps below. He observed the other party finishing the last sip of a canned beverage, crumpling the can, and tossing it lightly towards a nearby trash bin. Moments later, he witnessed that man rise and clap his hands. Shortly thereafter, 3 young girls scampered down the dock slide. While Sugu would have recognized them from their game illustrations, he could not identify them in reality. He inquired, "Who are they?" "Those are Anthony, Breen, and Kazian." Some individuals, in their ennui, categorize ship girls into tiers, with the rarest being the Lion and Missouri, both extraordinarily powerful and exceedingly scarce, rated as 6-star ship girls. Bismarck is similarly formidable and rare, albeit slightly inferior to the Lion, earning her a 5-star designation. The Asashio, while quite rare, is perceived as a 3-star ship girl due to subpar performance. Do you know how many stars Anthony, Breen, and Kazian possess? Merely 1 star. And even with just 1 star, the resources expended to construct these shipgirls are staggering. Even as the scion of a prominent corporation, it would be a Herculean task to shoulder such costs. Sugu was certainly familiar with Anthony, Breen, and Kazian. They are the whiteboard destroyers that even the Africans shun, and here were 3 of them at once. Among the Fletcher-class destroyers, they bear an utterly distinct and somewhat whimsical illustration, yet their combat prowess is woefully weak. Strangely, aside from these 3, the remaining Fletcher-class destroyers are coveted by many. In an earlier phase, he had disassembled his own Anthony, Breen, and Kazian immediately upon unlocking the illustration. Can you imagine the fervor he once possessed? Had he been granted even a single battleship-class shipgirl, his accomplishments would have seen him dispatched to a local naval base by now. Yet, he was left with these 3 destroyers. He required further learning rather than the typical path of combat and education that new commanders often tread, for with only 3 destroyers, such a naval base is destined for swift demise. Sugu envisioned the expression of that once spirited man seated by the flower bed, a profound sorrow enveloping his heart, almost manifesting as chains binding his neck. You have not yet experienced true sorrow. Examinations are merely the initial skirmishes. If one were to liken a tranquil gaze to the still waters of a serene morning lake, then such a gaze resembles the unchanging depths of the Dead Sea. Without truly plunging into the abyss, one can never comprehend its essence. It is neither sulfur nor flames. In that abyss, there exists neither sorrow nor joy, but an utter void. What grievances do you have left? If this examination does not yield favorable results, there will always be another opportunity. Your challenges pale in comparison to those faced by others. After a moment of silence, Sugu replied, "None." He then descended the steps towards the dock, drawing near to observe the man before him, who possessed a well-proportioned physique and an impeccable countenance. The man sat upon a bench at the dock's edge, accompanied by Anthony, Brian, and Kasinyan. It seemed the man had noticed Sugu, and he remarked, "Did you know? It is said that if one possesses several Fletcher-class shipgirls, they can summon their sister, the Fletcher. The Fletcher is a vessel of boundless potential. When you gather the Fletcher and all her sisters, she can transform into a dreadnought. So do not pity me." Sugu contemplated. After all, it was merely an examination. I need not endure the most challenging questions a commander faces. I already have the Little Tirpitz, and I have St. Juan as well, along with the sister duo of Lexington and Saratoga. I shall surely reclaim more comrades in the future. What do I have to complain about? An examination is but the simplest of battles. Although the preparation may span several weeks compared to others months or years, there is little to lament. As he ascended the steps from the dock, the man observed Sugu regaining his resolve and inquired with a smile, "Are you no longer afraid?" Sugu replied, "I am not afraid. If I cannot pass the examination for the fleet, I shall simply build my own." The man paused, then asked, "Is it merely a matter of passing the fleet examination? You possess shipgirls, which ones do you have?" After a moment's reflection, Sugu felt it prudent to withhold certain details. He initially intended to mention the Little Tirpitz, but instead boasted, "I have Lexington." The man was taken aback and murmured softly, "Madam? You have a madam?" He stepped back, suddenly regretting his earlier attempts to comfort the newcomer. With Lexington already in his possession, Sugu had evidently reached the pinnacle of his journey, a truly insatiable European dog. Chapter 43. Assistance. What advantages arise from an individual stepping outside? One such benefit is the freedom to sit upon the steps of the ground without the incessant nagging of Lexington about the dirtiness of the floor. It also grants the liberty to gaze upon the elongated legs of passing young maidens without Saratoga whispering nearby, "Oh, dear brother-in-law, I was just talking with my sister about your evident fondness for white stockings," thereby sparing the need to explain to Saratoga that my appreciation is purely aesthetic, devoid of any desire. The atmosphere here in Chuanqiu possesses a distinct vibrancy compared to any city traversed by Sugu. The presence of the shipgirls has imbued this place with prosperity, for these lively, beautiful beings, who embody an eternally youthful spirit, rigidity and dullness are decidedly out of fashion. Thus, the locale is adorned with an eclectic array of architectural styles and attires. Along the dockside, lush camphor trees flourish. And after a brief repose on a bench, he strolled aimlessly along the tree-lined path adjacent to the pier. In that moment, he espied a girl with tousled chestnut hair seated on the ground, intently focused on a cannon. One hand wielded a small hammer, as she meticulously gestured before the artillery piece. With no particular intention in mind, Sugu paused at the roadside, observing her actions. He watched as she leaned over, squinting her eyes while calibrating the cannon's barrel, followed by a decisive tap with her hammer. The rhythmic clanging continued for an indeterminate time, after which she commenced sanding the residue of gunpowder from the barrel. "Are you repairing the ship's equipment?" Sugu finally inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Without lifting her gaze, the girl replied, "Of course, I am assisting my ship girl in the maintenance and repair of her equipment. But isn't it said that damaged equipment merely requires the ship girl to rest for a while?" He countered, "How could a damaged apparatus simply recover with a mere respite? You clearly do not understand." "Do I not?" he retorted, recalling his knowledge gleaned from Lexington's discussions on various aspects of shipgirls. This realm diverged from the games he had previously engaged with. Here, the shipgirls were awakened from steel, rather than constructed from it. Yet, similarities persisted. In both scenarios, when shipgirls sustained injuries, they required steel for repairs. Since shipgirls are born from longing and memory, they inherently differ from humanity. When they are hurt, they merely need to absorb the same sentiments and memories from the steel for restoration. After all, shipgirls and their equipment exist as fantastical entities and weapons. They possess extraordinary powers, and their armaments exhibit incredible might, akin to the way a compact weapon can unleash the force of hundreds of pounds of gunpowder, an inherent absurdity. For how else could humanity wield such wondrous arms? Why would you need to fix the equipment with a hammer? He pondered aloud. Have you perused those magazines? A shipgirl, once injured, must undergo docking. Docking allows for the repair of both physical and mental wounds. Why is docking essential? A warm bath greatly benefits a shipgirl's spirit, and a content spirit is conducive to recovery. Moreover, aside from docking, taking a good rest or a nap can also be beneficial, though steel assistance remains necessary. However, this steel is not ordinary. It must be retrieved from the depths of the ocean, a substance capable of awakening and repairing the shipgirls. Due to the scarcity of such steel, it is often said that the shipgirls cannot be mended when injured. Consequently, battleships, as shipgirls, are deployed sparingly, only engaging in critical assaults, for they cannot be easily restored. The brown-haired girl displayed an expression of astonishment as she remarked, "I had no idea. I have perused those magazines, filled with kimonos, yukatas, and swimsuits, and I thought they were merely illustrations intended for men. Is it truly the case? Indeed, while they are drawn for men, not all contents are mere fabrications." "Is that so? I must purchase a few more magazines to explore." Then, the girl seemed to recall something. Bowing slightly to Sugu, she expressed, "Thank you, senior." Sugu adjusted his collar, relishing the sensation of mentoring a junior. No wonder he had encountered several admirals in the past, each appearing to delight in guiding newcomers. Yet, at that moment, Sugu was indifferent to the gratitude, for a pressing question lingered in his mind. He paused, adopting a serious demeanor, and inquired, "Where can I find the magazines you mentioned featuring shipgirls in kimonos, yukatas, and swimsuits?" The girl pointed ahead, saying, "Just walk straight down this path, and you will reach the main street. There is a bookstore that sells them." Very well, he thought, casually completing a side quest and acquiring a reward, vital intelligence. Subsequently, Sugu strolled along the road, pondering where he would conceal the magazines upon purchasing them, particularly since such items must remain undiscovered. As he contemplated this, he spotted a charming little girl beneath a large tree, her white, slightly curled hair adorned with a lace headband. The girl was stretching her arms upward, her petite feet in black shoes straining to rise from the ground. Sugu glanced at the tree canopy above her, where a red balloon was ensnared. The balloon floated high, and regardless of how the girl tiptoed or jumped, her small hands could not reach the string dangling from the balloon. It was uncertain whose child this was, playing alone on the path, especially since there were few passers-by. Should she encounter someone with ill intentions, it could pose a problem. When someone is in need of assistance and he is able to help, Sugu never hesitates. He approached and, with a simple leap, grasped the string of the balloon. Bending slightly, he intended to hand the string to the little girl. Upon noticing someone assisting her, the girl, a true little lady, promptly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you." She extended her hand to receive the balloon, and in that moment, Sugu caught a glimpse of her face. Though she did not possess the cuteness of a typical child, her features hinted at a beauty that would blossom with age, making her deserving of the term pretty even at such a tender age. The girl lifted her gaze toward the adult who had helped her, and, upon seeing Sugu's face, paused momentarily in surprise. Sugu smiled, having performed a good deed today. No, not one, but two, leaving him in high spirits. Yet, before he could revel in the joy of having assisted the little girl today, he noticed her previously jubilant expression morph into a vacant stare, which swiftly transformed into sheer terror. The delicate string she had clutched so tightly slipped from her grasp, and the balloon gradually ascended higher, drifting towards the heavens. What could be so peculiar as to elicit such a reaction? Was there an explosion? Yet, not a sound had reached his ears. Sugu turned his gaze over his shoulder, finding no one and nothing amiss behind him, no menacing figures with grim faces, and not a single passerby in sight. Surely, there could be no monster lurking about, could there? Not even a solitary vessel adorned the tranquil sea at that moment. Just as Sugu contemplated inquiring about the commotion, he was startled by the girl's piercing scream as she fled at remarkable speed. Puzzled, Sugu reached up to touch his head, finding no spiders, caterpillars, or any peculiar insects. His fingers then gradually traversed to his face. He had only shaved that morning, and despite Lexington's insistence on wielding the razor himself, he had checked his reflection and found his visage as pristine as ever, devoid of anything unusual. Was his face truly frightful? That seemed implausible. And what of his attire? Merely a conventional blue shirt and black trousers, the garb of an ordinary individual. Therefore, it was evident that the little girl was certainly not frightened away by him. Oh well, never mind, he thought, as he ambled along the coastal road, preparing to enter the bustling streets of Chuanchio. As he searched for the bookstore purported to sell comics featuring older sisters, he remained oblivious to the fact that the frightened little girl was racing through two alleys, colliding with another girl who was gazing up at an advertisement on the roadside and unleashing a high-pitched cry utterly at odds with her demure appearance. This is bad. Chapter 44. The little stalker, the young girl Sullivan, with her delicate pink hair, now bears a new name bestowed upon her by her elder sister. Although the name is not unpleasant, she cannot help but feel a twinge of reluctance, knowing that her sister had pondered for a long time, troubled, before finally settling on it. Yet, being a considerate child, Sullivan refrains from expressing her discontent. In truth, she harbors an aversion to any name other than Sullivan, for it is the name her admiral affectionately uses. Since her admiral favors it, it has become her most cherished name. Sullivan is a thoughtful child, unlike Thatcher, who clings to her sister Fletcher like a devoted puppy, or Sigisby, who dreams incessantly of becoming a refined lady or a young mistress. Sullivan understands the realities of life. Being a lady requires substantial financial resources. Her admiral once gifted her a lovely outfit, the name of which escapes her, but it was something akin to Blue Lover. Although it was a generous gift, she knew her admiral had felt a pang of regret for quite some time afterward. To embody the image of a lady demands considerable expenditure, elegant dresses, hair accessories, and fashionable shoes, all of which would require her sister to spend a great deal of money. As for Sullivan, while her admiral had also provided her with a white winter outfit, she had expressed her gratitude sincerely, presenting her admiral with handmade chocolates as a token of appreciation for her beloved hero. At this moment, the understanding Sullivan, clad in her white dress, gazes up at the bulletin board lining the street. She is not perusing the advertisements plastered there, even though the images of chocolate, cookies, tarts, charming hair clips, and sleek black leather boots tempt her heart. Being a sensible child, she would never voice her desires, no matter how strong they may be. Today, her purpose for being here is to seek job postings, not for herself, as her sister forbids her from revealing her identity as a shipgirl. Moreover, being so young, she knows that finding work as a child laborer is impossible. Instead, she is here to assist her sister Fletcher in her quest for employment. Though she cannot comprehend why her sister, already juggling multiple jobs, seeks yet another. Sullivan counts on her fingers, articulating a thought with each digit. Her sister delivers newspapers in the morning. After that, she helps at a restaurant. In the midday and afternoon, she works as a waitress and a maid CAF. Alas, that means a job for the evening must be found. As she scans the bulletin board, she comes across a listing for a Purple Paradise nightclub. No, that won't do. Her sister cannot go there. A position at the cinema selling tickets, along with cola and popcorn? That seems quite suitable. She makes a mental note. Continuing her perusal of the bulletin board, Sullivan is abruptly startled by a loud shout. Oh no, it is the voice of Sigasby, who had previously taken the balloons her sister had bought for her to the seaside. Despite her constant claims of being a lady, she now rushes over, disregarding her image. Something must have gone terribly wrong. Has her sister been abducted? Has Thatcher been taken? Is Sigasby being pursued by nefarious individuals? Sullivan's young mind races, barely able to process the unfolding events when suddenly, Sigasby leaps onto her. Sullivan, guess who I ran into? Sullivan inquired with curiosity. Noting that she occasionally encountered the elder sisters from the former naval base, yet she had never witnessed such an exaggerated expression from Six-Spy. Six-Spy exclaimed loudly. I have met the Admiral. Sullivan was immediately startled by Six-Spy's declaration, responding, did not my sister say the Admiral went to a faraway place? Although that is what she told us, I am aware that the Admiral is missing, and many sisters have suggested that he might have been consumed by the fish in the sea, leaving no trace of his remains. Six-Spy insisted. But I truly encountered the Admiral. At that moment, my balloon accidentally floated away and got stuck in a tree. No matter how high I jumped, I could not grasp the string of the balloon. Then, the Admiral appeared, effortlessly leaping to retrieve the balloon and returning it to me. And then? Sullivan pressed. Was it not said that the Admiral had perished? I was quite saddened for a long time, yet suddenly he reappeared. Sullivan, do you think it could be the Admiral's ghost? Amen, may spirits stay far away from me. During broad daylight, there are no spirits. And you fled while claiming to be a lady. Surely you must have mistaken him? Sullivan regarded Six-Spy with skepticism. How could I possibly misidentify the Admiral? What if our sister did not deceive us, and he truly has returned from a distant place? Six-Spy sighed. Let us search for him. Grasping Sullivan's hand, she urged. This way, this way. Shortly thereafter, Six-Spy led Sullivan back to their previous location, but it was devoid of any presence. They have departed? Foolish one. What if it truly was the Admiral? You simply could not find him. At that moment, Six-Spy momentarily shed her usual image of a refined lady. Her customary cunning replaced by a hint of anxiety as she scanned the surroundings. The Admiral was of utmost importance to them. They searched the streets back and forth for quite some time until Sullivan finally spotted a familiar figure. Look, by the glass window of the bookstore, let us hurry over. By this time, Six-Spy had calmed from her earlier anxiety, becoming perceptive and astute. What if it is not the Admiral? Let us observe discreetly first. Thus, the two small figures stealthily approached the bookstore at the edge of the street. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sugu exited the bookstore, having found none of the magazines he sought. Could it be another shop? He strolled along the street, suddenly sensing something amiss, as though someone were following him. But he was neither a wealthy individual nor an important figure. Who could be tailing him? Lexington? She would never engage in such behavior if she encountered him. She would approach openly and wish to accompany him. Little Tirpitz? That was unlikely. He had spoiled her enough that she would not stealthily follow him. The only possibility was Saratoga, who appeared serious and reserved. He had certainly endured considerable difficulties with her. It is inadvisable if it pertains to Saratoga. One should procure magazines of a rather unsuitable nature independently. Such matters must remain concealed from her, for otherwise, she would undoubtedly resort to coercion for numerous demands. Sugu strolled along the street, casually entering a quaint little shop, where he lingered for an extended period before emerging. Having seen no trace of Saratoga upon his return to the street, he commenced a pattern of walking a few paces, then glancing back, yet detected no peculiarities. The little one possesses commendable skills in surveillance. Subsequently, he ventured into a narrow alley, pressing himself against the wall as he turned a corner. Meanwhile, Siggins and Sullivan concealed themselves beneath a tree, with Siggins patting his chest in relief. They had narrowly escaped detection. Thank goodness. Quickly, he has entered the alley. Follow him. Follow him. They proceeded into the alley and rounded the corner, ultimately encountering an adult standing before them. At that moment, Sugu, arms crossed, regarded the two young girls before him, their faces etched with panic. He had initially anticipated capturing Saratoga, only to discover that he was being followed by two small girls. The girls had gone unnoticed at first. After all, Saratoga was a young woman, not a child, and his search had been primarily for the figure of a young lady. Never mind. As long as it is not Saratoga, he allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he observed the two girls before him.